Okay, that's fine. Which exhibit number is it? Okay, that's fine. Which exhibit number is it? 1246? Okay, great. All right, 1246? Okay, great. All right, you get the, thank you. All right, you get the jury. 46.
Morning. Good morning. Rising. Hey, what's up? How you guys doing? Welcome to the live stream. They're about to get started. I think I lost some people. Maybe they thought I wasn't going to start. I think it was like 500-600 people, and then it dropped. Then it went back up. Maybe it's just me. How you guys doing, man? Welcome. Hola.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right,
Hopefully it's a good day
your
today.
next witness. All right, your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Depp,
I know it's not that boy over there.
G-H-E-R-T-Y. And for the first part of the
Caffeine out right now.
deposition, it will be Mr. Depp's counsel asking the questions, and then it will change, and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola. Yeah, Dad told me I had to wear purple because somebody was saying purple, but feeling kind of rough, man. I was just rushing. I slept okay. Didn't sleep that great. I didn't get to work out either. And I took my pre-workout, so now I'm just on pre-workout. No cat lady. Yo, the best testimony yesterday, I think, was Alejandro Romero, pressing him about makeup, foundation, powder. Does she wear a purse? What kind of dress she wears? How close were you? Amber's team has been taking nothing but L's. All the police officers, we didn't see bruises. Are you sure? No. I mean, yes, we're sure. Then the Alejandro, the same thing too. I'm a mess right now. But today's Thursday. What pre-workout did I take? Some weird stuff. I don't even know what it is. I didn't even have time to get the stuff that I normally get. I just bought this. I went to GNC, which is like super overpriced and ridiculous, but it's close to the house. I usually like to go to Vitamin Shoppe. They have more of a variety and decent prices. But I bought some weird stuff with some chemicals in there. And I just chugged it. I thought I was going to be able to work out, but I didn't work out. Thanks, Valerie. Appreciate it. Yo, thank you so much to the mods, to the help out that have been here. Dad said, Crisscross, Lindsay behind the scenes, Jasmine, BL. I really appreciate you guys so much. Oh, and yesterday I forgot to read the Amber Heard supporters super chat. We got a super chat yesterday from a supporter of Amber Heard. Somebody named Adam Smith. It says hashtag Team Amber, hashtag Amber did nothing wrong, hashtag justice for Amber, hashtag pray for Amber, boo for Johnny Fingered, boo Johnny Four Fingers. Oh hell nah, they joking on his fingers too. Boo Johnny Four Fingers Derp. And then that person became a member. I was like, damn. I wonder if they're coming back today. Adam Smith. Generic name.
Address.
360 Riverside Drive.
Good morning, Mr. Doherty. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Terrence Doherty.
What is your address?
360 Riverside Drive, New York, 10025. I went to Oberlin College. I got a BA there, and with the majors in history and in English, and I studied viola da gamba performance at the Oberlin Conservatory. I then took 4 years. 4 years after I graduated, I went to Columbia Law School.
In what year did you receive your BA from Oberlin?
1991.
And what did you do in the 4 years between your graduation from Oberlin and going to law school?
I was a kindergarten teacher in the South Bronx at a homeless shelter for a few years. And then I did freelance editing work for an academic press named Routledge, and simultaneously was the writer, research assistant to feminist cultural critic Bell Hooks.
And remind me, sir, where you went to law school?
Columbia.
Did you receive your JD from Columbia?
I did.
In what year was that?
1998.
Having received a JD from Columbia, I take it you know what a statute of limitations is. Is that correct?
Correct.
After receiving your JD from Columbia, what did you do in terms of your professional life?
I worked at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson for about 4 years, 3.5, 4 years. I was in their tax department. And after that, I went to work at Patterson Belknap. And I was also in the tax department there, but worked on primarily with their exempt organization clients. Patterson has a large exempt organization client practice.
Is it fair to say that you worked for Mr. Schwartz's firm, Patterson Belknap, from about 2002 until about 2005?
That's exactly right.
Did there come a time you left Patterson Belknap to work for the ACLU Foundation?
Correct.
At the time you left, was the ACLU a client of Patterson Belknap?
Yes.
And it continues to be a client until the present day, correct?
Correct.
Was there any time between 2005 and today where Patterson Belknap ceased to be a client of the ACLU?
No. You mean where the ACLU ceased to be a client of Patterson, right?
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no, we've been a client the whole time. Not always with active matters, of course, but a client the whole time.
In what capacity did you start at the ACLU Foundation in 2005?
I was the ACLU's first in-house lawyer. My title was Senior Corporate Counsel.
What were your responsibilities generally when you began as Senior Corporate Counsel at the ACLU Foundation?
My role was to serve as the organization's in-house lawyer and to assess what the needs were for an in-house counsel department or practice at the ACLU.
And I take it you have continued to work as a lawyer at the ACLU on an uninterrupted basis from 2005 to the current day?
Correct. My title changed relatively soon after 2005. In either 2006 or early 2007, my title was changed to General Counsel.
Is that still your title today?
It's part of my title. I'm General Counsel and I'm also Chief Operating Officer.
To whom do you report?
I report to Anthony Romero, the Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer.
So that's a direct report. There's no intermediary between the two of you, correct?
Yeah, direct report.
Sitting here today, do you know how much money Ms. Hurd has actually donated to the ACLU, actually remitted to the ACLU?
Yes, I do.
How much is that?
So when you say remitted, do you mean direct payments from her personally, or do you mean payments on her behalf, or payments, from a donor advised fund that she might have set up, or are you?
We can break it down. Let's first from how much has Ms. Hurd paid directly to the ACLU?
That would be $350,000 paid directly.
How much has been paid indirectly and credited to Ms. Hurd?
There was $100,000, which was a check from Johnny Depp. There was a $500,000 payment from a donor advised fund at Vanguard. And then there was a $350,000 payment that appears to be from a donor-advised fund at Fidelity, making it total $1.2 million.
And when you speak of credited toward Amber Heard, to what are you referring?
And I think I might have done the math wrong. Let me just do the math in my head. Is 700, 800 plus the 5. I think 1.3 is the amount. We received a check from for the $100,000 payment. We received a check from Johnny Depp's representatives, and it was said to be a payment in connection with on behalf of Amber Heard. She confirmed that. The $500,000 payment from Vanguard Charitable, she confirmed was a payment on her behalf, and the $350,000 payment as well.
When you say credited toward her, what does that mean?
Well, she had, when we initially had contact with Amber Heard in 2016, she indicated her desire to pay $3.5 million to the ACLU, and that was, and these were amounts that were in relation to that, her having expressed that that's what she wanted to pay to the ACLU.
So it's fair to say that she has not donated $3.5 million as of today to the ACLU, true?
True.
When you say that Mr. Depp, our client, donated $100,000 to be credited toward Amber Heard, did the ACLU in fact credit that $100,000 toward the $3.5 million Ms. Heard promised to donate to the ACLU?
We do credit it.
Did Ms. Heard direct you to credit it to her account, as it were?
We asked Ms. Heard if we should credit it, and she said that we should.
With what person or entity is Vanguard Charitable associated?
So Vanguard Charitable is a nonprofit that Vanguard, the financial institution, has set up that provides for a wide variety of donor-advised funds for individuals to use for their charitable giving. So there are thousands of Vanguard Charitable donor-advised funds. If you were asking specifically about the one that we received the $500,000 contribution from, we believe that that is a donor-advised fund that was set up by Elon Musk.
Who is Elon Musk?
He's a tech entrepreneur.
And isn't he also a donor to the ACLU Foundation in his own right?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that as to the $500,000 that came from Vanguard Charitable, that was associated with Elon Musk, correct?
We believe so, but it is not conclusive.
Did the ACLU have any communications with Elon Musk about the $500,000 contribution?
Yes.
And please describe those communications.
There is a document that we produced that Elon Musk emails Anthony Romero regarding the $500,000 contribution.
What did Ms. Heard tell Mr. Romero or the ACLU about her donation and how much she was going to contribute?
There were communications back and forth between the ACLU and Ms. Heard, including a thank you acknowledgement letter that was sent under Mr. Romero's name to Ms. Heard, thanking her for the $350,000 contribution, noting that it was part of her intention to make a $3.5 million contribution to the ACLU, and Mr. Romero attached to that communication a standard ACLU pledge form and so that was the communication. We were aware very early on that her intention to contribute the $3.5 million to us was half of her $7 million divorce proceedings. I don't recall which specific communication with us gave us that knowledge.
What, if any, understanding did the ACLU have prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's plans to dispose of the other half of the $7 million settlement, or the other $3.5 million?
Yes, we understood that the other $3.5 million, the other half, was going to a children's hospital in Los Angeles.
When did the first donation, the $350,000 from Ms. Heard, actually arrive at the ACLU?
It was very soon after the communication between Elon Musk and Anthony, and I believe that it was that communication was in August of 2016, and it was shortly thereafter.
Please describe your conversations with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether it was her decision to ask Ms. Heard to be an ACLU ambassador, and she indicated that it was. I asked Ms. Weitz to describe what are the criteria for, sorry, a calendar thing popped up. What are the criteria for asking for becoming an ACLU ambassador? And what were the reasons why she thought that Ms. Heard would be an appropriate ACLU ambassador?
How did Ms. Weitz respond?
She said that ACLU ambassadors are people who are artists or influencers that are aligned with one or two ACLU policy issues. And the criteria for determining whether somebody can be an ambassador is that they have prior expertise in that policy area, that they can speak in detail about the area, that they are aligned with the ACLU's policy views of the area, and that they have significant following so that their communications to the public that we support reach a wide variety of people.
Of those criteria, which did Ms. Weitz identify as the most important, if any?
I don't think there's any that she did not identify any as the most important.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's expertise in women's rights?
Ms. Weitz said that she had arranged a meeting between Ms. Heard and representatives of our Women's Rights Project and our Reproductive Freedom Project. And Ms. Heard spoke with such clarity and expertise on issues of gender-based violence that she decided that she would be an appropriate person to ask to become an ACLU ambassador, and she did so.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's significant following?
Ms. Weitz said that she looked at Ms. Heard's social media.
Anything else?
No, not that she said to me.
All right, let's look to topic 6. What, if anything, did you do to prepare to testify about your role, the ACLU's role in the conception, preparation, drafting, or publication of the op-ed?
I reviewed the documents that we produced. I had 3 meetings with our lawyers. I spoke with Ms. Whites and Mr. Romero.
Please describe your discussions with Ms. Whites.
I asked Ms. Whites whether she was involved and what her involvement was with respect to the conception, preparation, drafting, and our publication of the op-ed. And she indicated that because of her role as our Director of Artistic Engagement, she was involved in all aspects of the conception, preparation, drafting, and publication, and that the other members of the communications department who worked on this, even though they didn't necessarily report to her in terms of our hierarchy, they reported to her in terms of this specific task. She was the person who was the director of this project.
Did Ms. Whites tell you that she participated in the drafting of the op-ed?
Yes.
Other than Ms. Whites, were there any other lawyers at the ACLU involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
Ms. Whites is not a lawyer. So were there lawyers involved in the drafting of the op-ed? I believe it was the drafting of the op-ed was all done within the communications department.
What is Ms. White's academic background?
I don't know her academic background.
Was any ACLU lawyer, and I mean in-house lawyer, involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
I believe the answer is yes. I believe that there are documents that support back and forth between support for the op-ed, but I don't recall.
Sitting here today, do you know how many ACLU lawyers were involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
No, I don't.
Were there any ACLU lawyers involved in the reviewing of the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Yes, there were.
How many?
I think there were 4.
Were you one of the 4?
No, I was not one of the 4. And to be clear, when what I was referring to were people in our legal department who are experts on women's rights issues. There was nobody from neither I nor anybody on my in-house counsel team was involved in the drafting of the op-ed or the review of the op-ed.
Why not?
We were not involved. We were not brought into the loop. I don't know why.
Is it fair to say that the ACLU didn't think there were any potential legal implications to the ACLU involved in the publication of the op-ed?
I have not spoken with any of the lawyers in the legal department about whether they thought it would be necessary to involve any member of my in-house counsel team in the review of the op-ed.
Who were the 4 attorneys in-house at the ACLU who were involved in reviewing the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post? Okay,
so I was referring to people in the legal department, not the in-house counsel's office, the legal department who do our work, our civil liberties litigation and advising on legal issues relating to civil liberties. And I believe that the op-ed, the 4, was reviewed by Lenora Lapidus, David Cole, I believe Louise Melling was involved, And there may have also been a fellow that was involved in reviewing it. These are all, there are a number of back and forth emails that we produced that will indicate specifically who those people were.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 2, please.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
If you guys could hit like to it, appreciate it before as you come in. Thanks. So this is the whole situation where Amber
Mr.
says,
Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are conversations within the ACLU communications department about Ms. Heard donations to the ACLU and the possible engagement of that issue as a communications matter for the ACLU.
Mr. Doherty, if we could start in the email in the middle of the first page of Exhibit 2.
The middle of the first page. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Who is Stacy Sullivan?
Stacy Sullivan was a senior person in our communications department.
Is she still at the ACLU?
No.
When did she leave?
I don't recall the date.
Who is Stephen Smith?
Stephen Smith, at the time, was our Associate Director for Strategic Communications. Now he is the Deputy Communications Director.
And I believe you testified earlier that Mr. Romero first came to learn about this through Elon Musk. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us exactly who ACLU Media is. You said it's
an email account that is monitored by members of the communication staff so that when media inquiries come in, rather than them going to a specific individual in the communications department who could be working on something else or on leave, it goes to a central email account that is then monitored and emails within it are directed to the appropriate people.
Who's Sandra?
I assume that is Sandra Park, who is a lawyer in our women's rights project.
Was Ms. Park involved in the op-ed in any way, either reviewing or approving?
I believe she was.
That coverage is good for the ACLU, correct?
Yes.
And the press coverage, among other things, enabled the ACLU to promote its work helping victims of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, how does the ACLU record donations?
We record donations in our donor database. It's referred in the trade as a CRM, a constituent record management system. And at this time, our CRM was a company called PIDI. At this point, our CRM is with Salesforce.
Is there anyone at the ACLU who interacts or who interacted with PIDI?
There are many members of our development department that interacted with PIDI with respect to the functioning support of that system and the vendor relationship. And I'm not sure if you're asking this, but then there are a number of people in the development department who can input donor information into this database. I don't see them as having interaction with PIDI, but it's with our database.
What type of information is input?
It's very broad. the names, address, contact information, donations, prior history with donations, issues that they are particularly interested in. It's also differs depending on the nature of the donor. If somebody gives a $50 annual donation, that is recorded. If somebody is a $3 million a year donor to the ACLU, a different level of information is recorded in the system.
If someone makes a donation on behalf of another person or to be credited to another person, how is that reported by the ACLU?
It is reported as such, as relating to, but there's many different ways that could somebody could give on behalf of somebody else. People can make a gift in honor of somebody else. People can make a gift in order to fulfill someone else's pledge. People can make a gift. A donor may help bring another donor to the ACLU. All of that information is recorded in our systems.
Can a donor earmark his or her donation for a particular purpose?
Absolutely.
After Ms. Heard announced her donation to the ACLU, what specifically did the ACLU do to document that donation?
Well, we sent out a note to Amber thanking her for the donation. That is likely the contribution acknowledgement letter that Mimi is referring to. And that information was kept in our files. And the information regarding Ms. Heard was recorded in our Salesforce, or at the time, PIDI database.
At the time the ACLU sent Ms. Heard the acknowledgement letter, was it the ACLU's expectation that the $3.5 million would be paid by Ms. Heard in all at once in a lump sum?
No, I do not believe it was. I believe that we believed that it would, based on the Elon Musk email, we thought that it might be that it was intended to be over a 10-year period, although that was never specifically confirmed.
Well, that's interesting. What email are you referring to?
I believe that the first email from Elon Musk to Anthony Romero said that it was over a 10-year period.
Anything else to make the ACLU believe that Ms. Heard was not paying the money right away out of her divorce settlement with Mr. Depp?
Anthony, in his communications with Ms. Heard, referred to the amount as a pledge, and a pledge is generally what a pledge means is that the amount is not necessarily paid all at once. It's pledged to the organization rather than just sending a check. There's some kind of varying levels of commitment made to give amounts over a period of time, which is, useful for the charity to know so that it can make future projections as to income.
Mr. Doherty, who, if anyone at the ACLU, was assigned to handle or track Ms. Heard's donation?
That would have been two different people, depending on what you mean by track. There is a person in our leadership gifts department, which is the department that deals with high-level donors. His name is John Moresco, and his role is to, in addition to facilitating, maintaining the relationship with those donors, is to oversee the back and forth with those donors for annual giving. So in this case, that would include Ms. Heard's gifts to the ACLU. And then there's a second group within the development department that is the team that maintains the overall donor database, the then PIDI, now Salesforce database.
Okay, is Exhibit Was Exhibit 9 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
It's not back up on the screen yet. Okay, here it is.
Elon's in the chat. Yeah, Elon Musk in the chat.
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Were these emails, to your knowledge, prepared contemporaneously with people having knowledge of the contents?
Correct.
Okay, if we could please move ahead to Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Oops.
Okay, I see it.
Mr. Doherty, you've ever seen this document before?
I have.
Is this one of the documents that you
yes.
reviewed in preparation for your deposition today?
Yes.
Was this prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by Mr. Romero contemporaneously on or about September 19th, 2016?
It was prepared by someone in our development department who I believe to be Mimi Clara, but yes, to the rest of your
Did
question.
Mr. Romero have knowledge of the contents of this letter that he signed?
Yes.
So he states to Ms. Hurd, thank you for your wonderful gift of $350,000 to the ACLU, the first installment of your very generous pledge of $3.5 million. You see that?
Yes.
So as of September 9th, 2016, Ms. Hurd had actually donated only $350,000, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you would please turn to the next page. I believe you referred to this before, but if you could just clear it up for the record. Have you ever seen this page before? And it's called Pledge Form, Bates number ACLU 3033.
Yes, I have.
What is it?
This is a document that is used, well, in the generic document is one that is used regularly by the development department. This one in particular is branded in connection with our 100th year anniversary, but that's just a branding thing. What the form is a form for people who are making pledges to the ACLU to document that that promise in a form like this. When a form like this is filled out, we see that as that documents the full amount that they intend to contribute and the time period over which those gifts are going to be made.
And is it your understanding, sir, that this pledge form and the two documents after it, ACLU 3034 and 3035, were in fact attached to the letter Mr. Romero sent Ms. Hurd on September 9, 2016?
Yes.
And who prepared this ACLU 3033, the pledge form?
I believe that, well, it was somebody in our development department. I don't know whether it was Mimi Clara or John Moresco or someone else, but it was somebody who was preparing it in connection with the preparation of the tax acknowledgement letter.
There's a reference on top of the pledge form, Amber Heard, care of Pierce O'Donnell, Greenberg, Glusker, and then there's some other names. Do you know what the firm Greenberg, Glusker had to do with Amber Heard?
No.
And you have no idea why it was sent to Ms. Heard, care of Mr. O'Donnell at Greenberg, Glusker?
I expect that it is the case that, well, many of our significant donors have representatives that we work directly with on technical things such as a pledge form.
Okay. And directing your attention to the next page that was attached to Mr. Romero's letter, it also says pledge form, but it has some columns.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that this is a proposed schedule for payment of the remaining $3.5 million donation?
That is what it is.
And do you know that who came up with this proposed schedule?
I don't know who prepared this form and don't know who told the person who prepared this form to do the gift payment schedule in this way.
How many payments is that?
Do you see at the bottom of that page, ACLU 3034, part of Exhibit 11,
Ben?
that there is a signature line?
30.5.
Correct. Yes, I do.
Did Ms. Hurd ever sign this pledge schedule?
No.
Ooh.
Did anyone at Greenberg Glusker or anyone else on behalf of Ms. Hurd ever sign this form?
No.
Why not?
I don't know the answer.
Did Ms. Hurd ever agree to any schedule for the payment of her $3.5 million donation?
There are documents that we produced that point to Ms. Hurd being aware of this as a multi-year commitment, including the Elon Musk email to Anthony and back and forth between Anthony and Amber on an annual basis about her, about this gift.
My question was actually a simple one. Did Ms. Hurd ever agree to any schedule for the payment of the remainder of the $3.5 million donation?
I don't recall her having seeing anything where she agreed to a 10-year schedule like this.
Let's go now, please, back to Exhibit 10.
Sir, stand by.
The ACLU didn't want to, they had to be subpoenaed to give up this information from what I was reading on this Daily Mail. They filed a petition in New York Supreme Court for the ACLU to hand over documents proving Hurd stuck to her pledge.
Okay.
Shit, I don't know if she actually...
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this exhibit, Exhibit 10, before?
I have.
What is it?
This is an email exchange
Aye.
that includes Anthony Romero, our Director of Development, Mark Weir, the Executive Director of our Southern California affiliate, which encompasses LA, and me, regarding the check that we received from Johnny Depp's representatives in the amount of $100,000.
Was Exhibit 10 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
Were these emails prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the content?
Yes.
Okay, let's move please to the second page of the exhibit. The email from Hector Villagra to Anthony Romero, dated August 25, 2016 at 12:44 p.m. Do you see that?
12.
At the bottom of this page.
At the bottom of this page?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yep, 1244. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is Anthony Romero?
Yes.
And who is Hector Villagra?
Hector is the executive director of the ACLU of Southern California.
And you see where he informs Mr. Romero the actual check is for Mr. Depp, care of his CPA, and handwritten on the check, it says donation being made in the name of Amber Heard. So I think you've testified that the ACLU, in fact, received a $100,000 check from Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why Mr. Depp asked that it be credited to the name of Amber Heard?
No, I don't.
Mr. Villagra tells Mr. Romero that he has been designated, or that he has been the point person. What does that mean?
Hold on, let me just find that.
It's at the very end of the exhibit on the next page.
Oh, okay. My staff let me know that you have been the point person. Yes, Hector is saying that Anthony was the main person with the relationship with Amber as a donor.
And why was Mr. Romero the point person?
Mr. Romero is our one of our most significant fundraisers at the organization, and he has a specific portfolio of donors that he and his team, such as John Moresco, support.
And do you see, going back to the second page of the exhibit, Mr. Romero's response to Mr. Villagra copied to Mark Weir that same day, or strike that on August 25th? Do you see that?
I do.
Now let's move back to the first page. And do you see the email from Mark Weiler to Hector Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, on or about August 25th at 11:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So he says, just spoke with Anthony, who got off, strike that, just spoke with Anthony, who just got off the phone with Elon Musk. And Anthony refers to Anthony Romero, correct?
Correct.
Why was Mr. Romero discussing the Heard donation with Elon Musk?
My understanding is that Anthony reached out to Elon Musk because he had a prior relationship with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was the person who first contacted Anthony about the donation, about a donation from Amber.
And wasn't Mr. Romero specifically asking him about Mr. Depp's donation of $100,000?
That's how I read this email, yes.
And if you look down, just below that, the email from Mr. Villagra to Mark Weir, and he says, got it, we will hold the check. That's a reference to the ACLU's holding the check from Johnny Depp, correct?
That's how I read this.
Okay, so now moving back up to that email from Mr. Weiler to Mr. Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, he says, we're going to draft an email from Anthony to Amber explaining the situation and asking for her advice. What does he mean there?
I take that to mean that we wanted to hear from Amber regarding whether this gift was attributable to the amounts that she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
Did the ACLU, in fact, reach out to Ms. Heard about Mr. Depp's $100,000 donation?
Yes, there are documents that we produced that show a back and forth on that point between Anthony and Ms. Heard.
And Mr. Weiler, or Mr. Weir, writes, I'll keep you in the loop, but definitely hold the check until we get clearance from Amber. Why would the ACLU need clearance from Amber Heard before it accepted a $100,000 donation from Johnny Depp?
My understanding of this is that we wanted to know whether this, before we cashed this check, whether it was in relation to the Amber Heard desire to contribute to the ACLU as opposed to a separate desire by Johnny Depp to contribute to us individually. And in fact, the communication from Johnny Depp's representative said that it was in connection with Amber Heard, so we wanted to clarify what was going on.
So moving to the email directly above that from Hector Villagra to Mark Weir, he says, we have more folks than I knew who followed TMZ. Here's their latest report. Amber Heard calls BS on Johnny's charity donation. Now you owe double. What's that a reference to?
I don't really know specifically, other than to say that this is more indication that we were unclear of whether the Johnny Depp gift would count toward the amounts that Amber said she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
And then directing your attention to the top email in Exhibit 10, Mr. Weir responds, she's calling Johnny out on the $14 million in the press. What does that refer to?
I don't know. I'm not aware of how 14 million plays into any of this.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 12, please. Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Just making it larger. Yes, I have.
And what is it?
This is Amber confirming that we can cash Mr. Depp's check.
And did Ms. Heard, in fact, send this to Mr. Romero on or about October 17th, 2016?
Yes.
And is this a document that was created in the was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Depp's paying for it too, for the donation thing. Is that what that is?
And it's true that the ACLU ultimately deposited Mr. Depp's check for $100,000, correct?
Correct.
Shot.
Did the ACLU credit the $100,000 paid by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge or donation?
We do credit that $100,000 amount toward the toward Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
Where, if at all, is that credit reflected in the ACLU's records?
There are documents that we produced that show the fact that this was considered part of Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
After the ACLU received Ms. Heard's initial $350,000 payment, it received press inquiries about the Heard donation, correct?
Correct.
How many?
Oh, I don't know the specific number, sorry.
Was this document, Exhibit 20, maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the contents?
Yes.
On what date was Ms. Heard appointed an ACLU ambassador?
It was in October of 2018.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 22. Did the ACLU ever issue a press release regarding the Vanguard $500,000 contribution?
I don't believe we ever issued a press release in 2017 regarding Amber Heard's donations to the ACLU.
Why not?
We received an email from Amber that is in the documents that says that we don't need to do this. We shouldn't do this this press release.
Let's go to 24, please.
Stand by.
He was trying to pay. Cliff and Patty says She said she would donate. He was trying to pay ACLU to not give it to Amber Heard. She didn't like that. Trying to make
Mr.
sure
Doherty,
by
have you ever
paying-
seen this document, Exhibit 24, before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Anthony in his email to the one we just saw said that his comms people were going to be reaching out to Amber's people. And so Steve then starts that process, and Amber then Amber responds and says that she's no longer working with Pierce and introduces Steve to her new lawyer, Eric George. And she indicates that she has a concern about issuing a press statement.
Is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And was it prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of its contents?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the email at the top of the page. You see the email at the top of the page from Ms. Heard to Jody Gottlieb and others dated July 6, 2017?
I do.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Amber letting Steve know that she's no longer working with Pierce, but instead working with a new lawyer, and indicating to Steve that she is going to be talking with her PR team about whether, about issuing a press statement about her 2017, issuing a press statement about her 2017 gift.
And directing your attention, she writes, their concern is that the press could potentially spin the fact that this is an installment and not the entire lump sum, as you well know, isn't possible due to the structure of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is a reference to the settlement agreement between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard of their divorce, correct?
I read that to with reference to the settlement agreement to be the settlement agreement between Heard and Depp, but I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
What was the basis of your belief that she was going to pay you every year?
The original communications and her response to us when we reached out to her, and she indicated, on a number of occasions that this was something that she was going to be looking into.
But she didn't do it, did she?
What we did receive was the $500,000 Vanguard charitable contribution, and then the next year, the $350,000 contribution.
She didn't pay you on an annual basis, did she?
Yes, we didn't receive any amounts in 2019 and on.
Let's move up to the middle email on the page. Mr. Weir to Steve Smith. Thanks, Steve. Her gift is technically unrestricted, but it is weighted towards women's rights issues. What does that mean?
What that means is that there's a particular type of gift that is legally restricted for a specific purpose, and that could be that the restriction could be done in a number of ways. That was not done in this situation, but nonetheless, the intention in making gifts to the ACLU was to support that work. So there's that subtle distinction, and this is not an uncommon one at the ACLU.
After the Vanguard payment of $500,000 in July 2017, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU?
There was one more payment of $350,000 that came from Fidelity Charitable. So it looked to be from a donor advised fund at Fidelity.
And when was that donor advised Fidelity payment made?
In 2018.
So
We have
that,
go ahead. Sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, we have a document that we produced that shows the contributions that we've received from Fidelity Charitable and the timing for each of those. One of which includes includes the Amber Heard 350.
Okay, if we could please move to Exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Have you ever seen this document before?
Hold on, can we get the bait stamp number, please?
It is 3037 ACLU.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm directing your attention to the penultimate entry on that page.
Yes,
There appears to be a reference. Well, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a document that we created that lists the contributions made to the ACLU on a specific date, December 11, 2018, that came from the online at Fidelity Charitable account.
And is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The information in this is maintained in the ordinary course of this business. We created this document in response to the discovery requests.
And does it truthfully and accurately reflect the donations made to the ACLU online on or about December 11th, 2018?
I believe that it does. It is a document that I believe our development department pulled information from Salesforce, our current CRM, into an Excel, and that's what this is.
So directing your attention to the penultimate entry on this page said $350,000 designation, donation from Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
What does that refer to?
What that refers to is that since the giving account are the names of the Fidelity Charitable Donor Advised Funds, which is the column in the right, this one is designated as anonymous, meaning that the person who set up the donor advised fund, in this case, I believe Amber, wanted it to be an anonymous donor advised fund, so that it would be within her discretion to decide which gifts were that she recommended were her recommendations or not. And so we put into this special purpose category, we marked that this was a donation from Amber Heard, meaning a recommendation from her to make a contribution from her donor advised fund.
So this is an anonymous donation for someone in Amber Heard's name, correct?
It is anonymous to when this donor advised fund was set up, it was determined that it would be that the gifts would presumptively be anonymous unless she were to recommend to state otherwise.
And did she ever state otherwise?
We believe that this was that she indicated that this was her $350,000 gift, and that's why we put into the column that this was a donation recommended by her from her donor advised fund.
The money did not come from her, correct?
The money went from her to her donor advised fund, and then she recommended that the funds be paid from Fidelity to us. So the amount that $350 we received did not come from her directly. It came from what we believe to be her donor advised fund at Fidelity that she set up.
What basis, other than Ms. Heard's telling you, does the ACLU have for the proposition that Ms. Heard paid the money to Fidelity before it came and was given to the ACLU?
What we have is what she told us, which is how donor advised funds that are anonymous work. The only thing that we legally needed to know was that this came from the Fidelity charitable, and that's the kind of reporting that we would do on this. For example, if we were reporting on this gift in our tax filings or anything like that, we then, our donors who have donor advised funds, they then let us know that they made that recommendation, and we then credit it to them as being associated with their giving to us in our CRM.
Well, Mr. Doherty, I didn't ask you what the ACLU was legally required to do. I asked you what, if anything, the ACLU did to investigate whether, in fact, Ms. Heard provided the funds to Fidelity. And your answer is nothing, right?
Go ahead.
I don't believe there was anything else. I don't know what else we would have gotten.
So, just so the record is clear, the ACLU relied only on Ms. Heard, that she was the ultimate source of the Fidelity funds, correct?
Yes.
Because you've already testified that Ms. Heard was not the original source of the funds for the $500,000 Vanguard contribution, correct?
We received that $500,000 from Vanguard. They're a 501c3, not from any other person.
Right, but Vanguard was associated with Mr. Musk, true?
We believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay. So after this December 2018 donation, has Ms. Heard made any donations directly or indirectly to the ACLU?
No, those are the four contributions, the four that we've discussed.
Well, we're almost 3 years since her last contribution. What, if any, efforts has the ACLU made to get Amber Heard to pay?
We reached out to Ms. Heard. We reached out to Ms. Heard starting in 2019 for the next installment of her giving, and we learned that she was having financial difficulties.
Well, let's unpack that. So when in 2019 did the ACLU reach out to Ms. Heard about making her promised contributions?
I don't recall the date, but there is a document that we produced that was an email from Anthony to Amber about this in 2019.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 67, please. Have you seen these documents, these attachments before?
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and we'll just go through them one by one if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you look at Bates number 4673, it says $350,000, December 11th, 2018. What is that?
I believe this is this tracks with the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at just a few moments ago that talks about online giving through the Fidelity Charitable Fund, and whereas the prior one listed all of the December 11th, 2018 gifts, this one lists the $350,000 gift from from the Amber's donor advised fund.
And moving to the next page, it says designation donor from Amber Heard. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does designation mean?
So this was the column in Salesforce that allows us to include additional information about gifts, in particular whether they are restricted in a certain way. And so that's why the term designation is used. And here, I think we filled into that designation field the information that we knew to be the case, which was that this was a recommendation from Amber Heard's donor advised fund.
Okay, now if you move to the next page, 4675, there's just one word on that, and it's anonymous. Do you know what that means?
This corresponds to the column of that same spreadsheet that listed the names of the donor advised funds that individuals set up at Fidelity, and that the name of the Amber one was anonymous.
Now, when Ms. Heard made her direct payment her first contribution of $350,000, that was not designated as anonymous, wasn't it? Was it?
That was not a gift from a donor-advised fund, so there weren't those columns for us to fill out. It was just a gift to the ACLU, and I do believe that in Anthony's acknowledgement letter to that included the pledge form that wasn't signed. He included a question about anonymity and whether we could list her as a donor in our annual report. So that was our first connection with her. So, we weren't sure whether her giving would be anonymous or not.
Well, the first donation wasn't anonymous, correct?
No, because it was not anonymous. But what I'm saying here is that this is the name. I believe this is the name of her donor advised funded Fidelity. And the first time she gave us a gift, I think it came right out of her own, banking accounts.
Right. And between the time Ms. Hurd made her first donation of $350,000 directly, which is attributed directly to her, and the time this anonymous donation comes in, did anybody at the ACLU have any discussion with Ms. Hurd as to whether she wanted anonymity?
I don't believe she did.
Okay, if you could move ahead, please, to
I'm trying to understand all this
page
stuff.
number.
I'm reading about it
4678.
so we can talk about it during the break. If somebody wants to call in too during the break, that
Have
knows
you
the
ever
whole
seen
thing.
this document before?
It's shady though.
What is it?
Shady.
This is the document that Vanguard Charitable, so Vanguard's 501c3 nonprofit, uses when someone makes a recommendation from a Vanguard Charitable Donor Advised Fund to give an amount to a charity. And they then send this letter saying that they, Vanguard, are giving this amount to the charity. And it describes whether, this is the document that would describe whether or not the donor wants to be anonymous or even wants to indicate to us who they are.
And this is the Vanguard contribution about which you testified earlier, correct?
Correct.
Let's move ahead, please, to 4679, which is the next page.
Yes.
And Amber is a brand. She was a
And
brand
have you ever
ambassador
seen this
for
document
ACLU.
before?
Because
I
I'm looking
have.
at some of this stuff.
And
It's
this
shady.
is one of the documents that you reviewed in the context of preparing for this deposition.
But I'm confused a bit too,
Yes.
And directing your attention to the middle of the page, it says, remark from Amber Heard. What does that signify?
This, I'm sorry, I'm counting the 3 seconds. This is a record of a wire into our accounts at JP Morgan Chase in the amount of $350,000 from Amber Heard's account.
This is interesting. We're gonna
And
talk
this
about
was-
it.
City National Bank.
And this was her first contribution, correct?
Yes, this is the 2016 August contribution.
Okay, and if you could move ahead, please, to the next page, ACLU 4680. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
This is the original email from Elon to Amber and Anthony describing her plan to donate to the ACLU over the next 10 years and her support for our work, and that she wasn't restricting the gift. She just had a preference about the use of the funds, and that Anthony would forward her the wiring instructions, and then he did so, and then the $350,000 was wired, as we saw in that last JP Morgan Chase ACLU bank account wire record. And so Anthony let Amber know that we received it.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. So the email in the middle of the page was an email sent to Mr. Romero from Elon Musk on or about August 18th, 2016 at 1:14 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And he says, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to the ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. You see that?
Yes.
Why was Ms. Heard, or strike that, why was Mr. Musk representing this on behalf of Ms. Heard?
I don't know the answer to that question, but assume it's because of Elon's prior relationship with Anthony and that he indicated, I will make that introduction for you.
He is representing that Ms. Heard's plan was to donate $3.5 million over the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct, that was her plan.
Did Ms. Heard ever say in words or substance that Mr. Musk was not correct and that wasn't her plan?
I do not believe she ever said that.
So she never refuted Mr. Musk's representation that she was going to pay the full $3.5 million, correct?
It isn't the case that she didn't object to that she was going to pay the 3.5. It's just that she didn't object that was her plan as of August 18th, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Let's move to the next page, which is 4681.
Excuse me.
Yes.
And you see at the top it says Salesforce screenshot. Would you remind us, please, what Salesforce is?
It's our current CRM, our constituent record management system, which is where we store all the information we have about our donors. We call it our donor database.
So she moved on to
And
Elon for the
I
rest of the
believe
payments?
that we've seen a version of this in an email from Mr. Moresco, correct?
I do recall that this this is part of documents that we produced.
Okay, well, let's start from the bottom up.
Sure.
If you look at the bottom entry in the column, it had the entry that has a close date 8/19/2016, completed $350,000. What does that mean?
That's a record of her $350,000 contribution to us.
And you see the designation, the giving name pledge payment?
I do.
And what does that refer to?
That this was in connection with her overall plan to make a contribution to us of $3.5 million.
Okay, now let's move up to the entry in the middle of the chart. It says Ms. Amber Heard's soft credit 2017, close date June 12, 2017, completed $500,000. What does that mean?
That's the record of the Vanguard charitable contribution in 2017.
Why does it say soft credit instead of pledge payment?
Because it didn't come directly from Amber. It came from the Vanguard Charitable Trust, Charitable Fund. And we wanted to continue to associate it, though, with Amber in our donor database.
Is it customary for the ACLU to make distinctions between hard donations, that is coming directly from the donor, and donations made by others in the donor's name?
It's extremely important for us to understand whether funds came directly to us from a donor, from a donor's donor advised fund, or from another donor altogether. That's all very helpful information to us as we think through our fundraising program.
So, but my question was, is it common practice? And it sounds like it is common practice because you say it's important, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's a common practice.
Okay, and then let's look at the top entry in the chart.
Yes.
This is for the December 2018 payment, and I believe you testified this is the last payment Ms. Heard has made, correct?
Correct.
And it says Ms. Amber Heard donation 2018 payment. What does this signify?
This signifies this relates to the 2018 $350,000 gift that we got, which I believe came from Amber's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
Shady ass donations and shit. That's what the rich people do, huh? They got all these other
Okay, and
corporations,
let's,
organizations. You
close
can't even
this
tell who
out by
said what.
looking at 4682.
Just throws you off and it's confusing as shit.
Purports to be an email from Liz Fitzgerald to Jonathan Moresco. Who is Liz Fitzgerald?
Liz Fitzgerald's then title was Director of Special Gifts, but her current title is the Director of Development. She's the number
bullshit
2
titles, too. They
in
just
our
make up
development
titles and shit.
department. She reports directly to Mark Weir. And even then, as Director of Special Gifts, she reported directly to Mark Weir.
Okay. All right. And with respect to Exhibit 67, the attachments that we've described, were they created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The only one that I would not say was in our ordinary course of business is number 4681, in that this was created in connection with a discussion with Amber Heard's attorneys about Amber's donations to the ACLU.
But all of the other documents in this exhibit were created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct. And even this one came from our donor database, which is something that we keep in the ordinary course of our business.
And it's your testimony sitting here today that the information depicted on ACLU 4681 is accurate and reflects the accounting records kept in the ACLU's ordinary course of business, correct?
It is correct that we received the 350, the 500, and the 350, and that we associated them all in some way with Amber. It does not list the 100,000 Johnny Depp payment, and there's differing terms that are used in that. I'm not sure we would use the term soft credit. We might refer to another way now. After that 2017 gift, that's when we launched the new database system, the Salesforce system, and prior it had been the PIDI system. So we had been doing some changes to definitions about how we record gifts. But the basic, which is that these are all associated with Amber Heard, these 3 gifts, that is absolutely accurate.
Well, you raised a good point. Why isn't the $100,000 donated by Johnny Depp credited to Amber Heard?
I think it should have been recorded in our database because it's information that we would want to have in that database about gifts relating to our relationship with Amber Heard. And we now do consider that gift as part of the constellation of gifts that are attributed to our relationship with Amber Heard.
So that's how you would get from the 1.2 million to the 1.3 million, right?
Yes, 700 plus 8 plus 1 is 800 plus 500 is 1.3. Correct.
So the ACLU sitting here today attributes $1.3 million toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge, correct?
Correct.
And of that $1.3 million, $100,000 was paid by Johnny Depp, true?
Correct.
So putting aside 4681, all of the emails prepared by ACLU employees in the course of their ordinary business?
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself. Well, I believe that 4679 was also downloaded from our records in relation to this litigation matter. I don't believe that we created this document and had it in a paper file somewhere, but I think we pulled this information, this wiring information. It may be the same wiring information that was looked at the time that the donation was made.
So Exhibit 67, it's fair to say, is comprised of ACLU business records kept and maintained in the ordinary course, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're going to change topics with Mr. Doherty. And
Take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, and we'll see you then. Okay.
Yo, if you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining me again for today. I don't know what else we got for today. This person, Terrence Daughtry, that was supposed to be from yesterday, but they didn't get to it. And that was on the list that I had yesterday. I haven't had a list for today. I mean, I do have a full list of Johnny's people. I don't know if they're gonna get through it all. And supposedly Amber's supposed to be, allegedly, whatever, testifying next week. And I'm trying to get a little understanding, and I have some notes
Go
and
ahead and come
stuff.
back and take a break.
I have an article here
11:45.
that
Okay.
the mod sent me.
All right,
Sandy sent me this article too. So, all right, let me pull up this article first. I'm gonna read some of it, but it's kind of all over the place. Let me pull up something because there's some really important things to get down. And first of all, so Elon sent $500K under his Vanguard company or whatever, but was it for Amber? And this pledge form, I thought the pledge form was interesting too. I've never seen this pledge form before. The pledge form, she didn't even sign it. And so there was a plan, I guess, in place, or a schedule in place for ACLU for her to pay $350, I guess, once a year at some point to get to the 3.5. And a couple of people in the chat, like Flip and Patty, said, Mel, since she said she would donate, he was trying to pay for her to ACLU to not give it to Amber Heard. So we're talking about the 100K. Because Johnny Depp paid for Amber Heard, but for some reason didn't record it either. I don't know, the ACLU. So there's a couple of weird shady things going on because there was allegations that we'll get to in a second. I don't know if allegations. It says here on the op-ed thing, Amber Heard is an actress. The 2018 op-ed that this whole lawsuit thing here is going on with says here Amber Heard is an actress and an ambassador on women's rights at the American Civil Liberties Union. So to me, it's like they're kind of in bed somewhat, you know what I'm saying? Also from that article from the Daily Mail, this is something that I just kind of pulled from the bottom real quick. I can kind of in the filing, the Star's lawyers point to a September 2019 declaration from Heard in Virginia suit that states that the idea from the article came from ACLU itself. This is like an allegation. This is from 2019. It's been going on for a while. And so Anthony Romero, the executive director of the ACLU, introduced her to a colleague, Jessica Weitz, who in turn suggested the idea that she might write an op-ed on her experience, on how her experience exemplifies the issues faced by those who speak out about abuse and violence, the filing states. Ms. Heard goes on to describe how she worked with the ACLU to draft the op-ed. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of like ties in together. I'm trying to get all this shit in my head together, but I'm like, oh snap, this is dirty as hell. Okay, so the ACLU to draft an op-ed, and the ACLU handled placing the op-ed in a newspaper. Depp's lawyers say that after Heard cited her charitable giveaway in a sworn evidence for the London court action, they initiated legal moves in the U.S. to get to the bottom of her claims. I'll show you the article for this one, and I'll get the super chats too in a second. I just want to kind of touch on this real quick to the best of my ability. I was like, what's going on? We're all over the place with this one. I'm sure for people that have been following the entire time, it's like they probably know, right? And today we're gonna do calls. I know some people yesterday, I got off quick off the live stream. People wanted to call in. Today during lunch, we're gonna call. Or you guys are going to call. I'm going to take calls. And just some of the highlights. This is an article from 2021, July. And it says Amber Heard pledged to donate $7 million of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity. Okay, so this is the whole big conversation that's happening now. Depp's lawyers believe the gesture was a sham and have been trying to confirm if the payment was ever made. The American, I guess I meant to say American, the American Civil Rights Liberties Union has refused to reveal if they received payment from Heard. Now Depp has won a motion. So they didn't even want to give up this information. They were like, no, which maybe I guess they're within their rights. But anyway, I guess they subpoenaed them. Now Depp has won a motion forcing the group to reveal if they have received the promised $3.5 million. The donation pledge loomed large in the former couple's defamation case last year. The Daily Mail revealed in January that Heard has only paid $100,000 of a promised $3.5 million to the Children's Hospital in Los Angeles. And so allegedly this woman was supposed to be paying the hospital too, and they're only gotten $100K. After their explosive 2016 breakup, Amber vowed to split the settlement between two good causes. I don't need your money. That's what she's trying to say. I didn't need you. I'm just giving this shit away. And to this day, you still haven't paid this stuff. I mean, I guess you made some payments, or you had these men making payments, allegedly. I mean, it's not really alleged, I guess, but. And what are you just chasing after the peen for your next payment? These guys just paying up too. Bro, in this trial, there's literally life lessons. I've literally like reflected on myself. Life lessons. Sometimes after the stream ends, conversations happen, or I just reflect back in my own life with certain different things. I even had a conversation with a friend this morning that was going through like a bunch of crap with some situation. And she, I don't even know how I should say this, but she was telling me that she hit up her deal this morning. I was like, you know, her plug, her connect, whatever. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what are you getting? And she's like, oh, I got 2 green, I should say, and a white. When she said that, I started laughing, but then I started thinking about everything just in my head swirled back to this trial. And I'm thinking of the spot of purple. I'm thinking of all the text messages and all this shit that's come out. And I'm like imagining myself like if one day I was in trial and all my text messages and conversations were coming out. Like a little flashback moment. And so, okay, back to this. They filed a petition in New York Supreme Court for the ACLU to hand over documents proving Heard stuck to her pledge after it refused to cooperate. Now the judge granted 23 of 24 requests in the actor's motion to compel, meaning the organization must produce the paperwork relating to Heard's charitable contributions. The only thing Judge Arthur Engeron, whatever, refused was a request for documents relating to the actress's role as a brand ambassador for ACLU, which I think that's pretty relatable and important and interesting. The judge ruled Depp has satisfied the initial burden of stating the circumstances of reasons underlying the subpoena. The ACLU has failed to demonstrate that the information sought is utterly relevant to the action. So the judge ordered them to comply. And so Depp's victory follows, revealing that in January, the documents turned over by Children's Hospital Los Angeles suggested that she only set the $100K, way short of the $3.5 million. So, yeah, it's kind of a mess, man. Let me get some of the super chats, and I'll see if I can try to learn more. And maybe when we do calls, somebody that knows the whole breakdown. There's some trial notes too that we can go over that I wanted to read with you guys. But let me get the super chats real quick. Again, if you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. If you guys haven't seen Alejandro, man, you got to check out that video from yesterday, man. That video was funny. I watched that thing several times, laughing to myself. I've sent it to friends. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Did I get Mo? Mo, thank you for the super chat. My bank alerted me for suspicious activity due to all the super chats I've made. I was like, nope, that was me. Mo, thank you so much for coming daily, and thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it. That's funny. Ronnie, what's going on? Just tuned in. That was kind of just a summary of what's going on, but thank you for the super chat. That said, gracias, amazing mod, and on the team iCkEdMeL. Don't forget to show Mel some love, like, share, and sub. Thank you. bphone88, watching this trial for several days reminds me that my life is really not that bad. Yo, seriously, man. Seriously. I mean, it could be worse. You got to watch how you move too, man. T. Ann Pinkerton, thank you so much for the super chat. And Plan Your Chaos, thank you for coming back. Good morning, Mel and chat. As always, thanks for the amazing coverage. Dr. Curry killed it too. Yeah, she was good. Dr. Curry killed it as well. Do you have the video? Is there a video? Can we watch that? Garden Junkie said, oh no, wait, I'm reading the wrong thing. Kakzen, do you have the video of Amber claiming to donate the money? I didn't know there was a video. We'll see if we can find it so we can show people. That'd be interesting.
Against the actor in his long-running $2 million libel battle against British newspaper The Daily Beat. This is quite a blow for Depp. Explain, the judge did rule in favor of Amber Heard.
Yeah, so they lost that one. Check this out. I think we should watch. Remember that Women's March thing we saw her speaking
Carefully
at?
crafted with Valencia orange.
One of the first videos that I watched, because like before we started the trial, I did like 1 or 2 preliminary live streams where we kind of talked and tried to learn a little bit about the timeline, and I was clueless, and I'm still learning. But there was this video we came across where she was like at this woman's thing. This Amber. Look at her smiling, head high. Feeling good. Yes, let her speak for all women.
I traveled here to the UK to testify as a witness to assist the court. After obtaining a restraining order in 2016 and finalizing my divorce, I just wanted to move on with my life. I did not file this lawsuit, and despite its significance, I would have preferred not to be here in court.
Who are the people in the back? Like we're here in support.
It has been incredibly painful to relive the breakup of my relationship, to have my motives, my truth questioned, and the most traumatic and intimate details of my life with Johnny shared in court and broadcast to the entire world. I stand by my testimony, and I now place my faith in British justice. Although I did not bring up this lawsuit, I am aware of the precious resources being consumed by his litigation, and I will be glad to see those resources redirected to more important legal matters delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Oh yeah, sure. The benefit for a lot of people.
I appreciate.
That virus has been so beneficial to so many criminals. Oh yeah, so many different ways. All the criminals loving that shit.
The dedication, the hard work, and support of the defense legal team, as well as my US and UK lawyers. I also wish to extend my thanks to the very diligent and kind court staff and the police, who have been so sensitive in ensuring my safety and my protection so that I could testify in safety.
Testify in safety?
And finally, my heartfelt thanks for all of the tremendous and overwhelming outpouring of support that I have received and the many messages from all over the world. You have given me so much strength, and I send it back to you.
Are those paid people in the background, like paid supporter? Let's see if there's any other video clips here. I really want to see that speech again, that Women's March speech. If somebody has the link to the where she talks about it, because she did say in court that something about, I saw somewhere here in the article, I'll find it. She was talking about like she don't need the money. She never wanted the money. I'm just donating all this shit. Amber. Oh look. So Johnny with the gummy bears. The gummy bears. Yeah, I wonder what kind of gummy. Those aren't. That might be Haribo. Haribo. How you say Haribo? Haribo? Is it Haribo or Haribo? Haribo. The photographers are once again focusing on Johnny Depp's snack of choice, the courtroom, and it looks like he's keeping himself going with gummy bears today. There are no new pics of the now famous sketchbook he has been doodling in just yet, but we'll keep an eye out. Oh, we got a list. Okay. So this is what we got for today, okay? Here's who we're expecting to potentially testify after ACLU spokesman Terrence Daughtry later today, although not necessarily in this order. Malcolm Connolly, which is Depp security guard. Starling Jenkins, Depp security guard. Travis McGivern, Depp's bodyguard. And then we got a live one, Depp's business manager. So are these all like pre-recorded, I guess? Maybe they're all just, yeah. There's quite a list, and Mr. Daughtry's pre-recorded video testimony has already taken up half of the morning session. Jack Wigham, Depp's agent. So that's the list that we have for today. Security guards, bodyguard, business manager, and Depp's agent. I mean, it's still... Let me see. We look at the list real quick. How much we got left? We've been going for a while now. I want some entertaining testimonies. Yeah, let me pull up the list. Oh, and somebody, I gotta confirm this. Somebody sent me a huge list for Amber Heard of her supposed witness list. What we got left? We did Stephen Dutez, right? I know we did Gina. I think we did Stephen. Ben King. Malcolm is today, probably. Travis is today. Then the list goes on to the other page. On my way. We got... This is a long list. Starling Jenkins, I don't think we've done that. Dr. Yum Yum, we've done that. Isaac Legend, we've done that. Kevin Murray, I don't remember that. Christian Carino, we did that yesterday. In-person testimony. Kirsty Dombrowski, we didn't do that yet. Tara Roberts, we did. Edward L. White, I don't think we did that. Sam Sarker, Paul Bettany, Kenan Wyatt, Jack Wigham, we're doing that today. Leonard, there's a lot of people that we haven't really done yet. This shit going forever. Adam Waldman, Trinity, Kate James, I think we did. Curry, we did. Debbie Rassel, Richard Gilbert, Richard Marks. And who knows? I was sent those 2 pages. There's more to it. There's more. Let's scroll down. Michael Spindler, Doug Bania, Brian. I don't know these people. Long list though. We got a long way to go. This shit got a long way to go. I gotta take a look. I'll see if I find that again. That Amber list that somebody sent me. And we do need to call Terry too. I don't want to call right now because I think we're about to start again. And I could send Terry the link. We could try. I don't know if Terry. Let me text her. I don't know if she wants to try the video thing today. I really, so far, my favorite, for the most part, I've liked the in-person testimonies. But we have some gems too, like Curry and Alejandro, and I don't know, can't think of any right now. So the list that I was sent. Oh, and there's so many memes too. There's a bunch of memes I gotta show you guys. There's the people on Discord have sent me quite a few things. It's pretty funny. Maybe during a lunch break or in between calls. All over the place. Meme folder. This one was sent by Peter Anthony Fields. I don't know if he made it, but he sent it to me. This one says Amber Heard's attorney cross-examines witness on one issue for 2 hours. And it's like the little kitty cat. Oh, let me change the feed too while we're here. We're going to change the feed. And this time too, when I leave on the last... Oh, we're coming back.
All right, we ready for the jury? Okay.
Switch it up. Amazing. Alejandro. I don't know. I don't know about the makeup. I don't know. Okay. Check out that link. Yeah, she never paid the full. She pledged a total of $7 million to the Children's Charity Hospital or the Children's Hospital Los Angeles and the American Civil Liberties. So that comes to 3.5 each. And bro, you way behind on these payments that you pledged. And the problem with that is that she said she had paid them, right? She made a statement saying that she we're gonna have to find out.
All right, if you want to continue.
Move ahead, please. One, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a series of communications among people in our communications department around engaging Amber on our programmatic work, specifically relating to her being an ACLU ambassador.
Let's now turn back to the email starting on ACLU 47.
Johnny in the chat.
Bottom of the page from Gary Johnson to Jody Gottlieb and others.
Yeah.
Purportedly dated November 6, 2018. Who's Jerry Johnson?
Jerry Johnson was a more junior person in our communications department. His title was Communications Department Strategist. And strategists are often communications department associates that have expertise in and do work in a select number of our issue areas.
Okay, he writes, I'd like your and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Why was the ACLU recommending that Amber write on that subject?
With Amber agreeing to be an ambassador and to work on women's rights issues and in particular issues of gender-based violence, Jerry was coming up with specific things that were of significant policy importance to the ACLU that could be the subject matter of an op-ed written by Amber.
Directing your attention a few lines down, he uses the acronym GBV. What does that mean?
Gender-based violence.
Then further down, he says, if she feels comfortable, she can interweave her personal story, saying how painful it is as a GBV survivor to witness these setbacks. What is the ACLU referring to when it talks about her personal story?
What that is? I never heard of that.
There were a number of things that Amber had expressed from her personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence.
Oh.
And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Heard's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Doherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
See the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Schulman?
Robin Schulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Schulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
I don't know whether she's an attorney. A number of our communications department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Schulman is asking Ms. Weitz, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica Weitz?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please.
Kim Queen, thank you for the links in the email. Appreciate that. We can look at that during lunch too.
Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael. I didn't.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about the. It's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so this is Jessica Weitz sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great. And let's go to the first email first, the email that starts in the second half of ACLU 185. It purports to be from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on November 29. Do you see that?
I do.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
Trump did it, right? Trump.
So I assumed that it was not an attachment, but it was just pasted into an email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either. But what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weitz for Jess Weitz to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. What does that refer to?
That refers to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues and how important they are personally to individuals. And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Heard's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
And the rage would be directed against Johnny Depp, who purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin says to Jessica, your lawyers should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Whose lawyers is she referring to there?
I believe these are Amber's regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between Amber and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica White's to Amber Heard, she says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did Jessica White's pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU who runs the whole legal department, our programmatic litigation work on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
But it never got to your level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No one asked you to review the first draft of the op-ed?
No.
Did anybody ever ask you to review any drafts of the op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the Washington Post?
No.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
Okay, and is this a document that was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
All right, let's move please to Exhibit 37. Have you ever seen Exhibit 37 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a draft of the op-ed that Robin is sending to Amber after a conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed that were relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Schulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did Ms. Schulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences of that Amber Heard has had that that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove
Hey, if there's
any
Amber Heard
reference
supporters out there, they
to
can
Ms.
come
Heard's
too.
marriage or divorce?
They can come hang out.
Recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys, where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful. True?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 38.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
True, Jack. We need an Alejandro emoji. Saving you right now. Saving that comment you made. I think I have an area.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang, and her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she. Jerry is a he. And Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations with Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions were the New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whose responsibility was to place the op-ed? Was it the ACLU's, Ms. Heard's, or some combination of the two?
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department people with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work. But as we can see from this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
And Mr. Johnson writes, since the draft turned out pretty strong and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does she mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears to be the analysis of how broad-based and how what kind of reach the media outlets where we can place this will have. and that media outlets are more likely to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one, and if it is, and to the extent that it is written by a person who's an entertainer or well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience, and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
And Ms. Heard had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the op-ed to come out just after Aquaman was released?
I do recall that there was a conversation about the optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
And as part of that conversation, Ms. Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the op-ed to come out soon after Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Who did she relate that to?
I don't recall, although I believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Is Exhibit 38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by people with knowledge and prepared in a contemporaneous manner?
Yes, it was.
Got a kitty upgrade.
And it was made in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, well, it's not that long.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
See if I can get so that's Teabag 2K1. He does a really good job and hilarious. I love that kitty. We have another kitty too, but the other kitty, I think the one we have now that Teabag sent sits well like behind the screen, but we have this one's in the thumbnail. And this one was sent by Lizzie on Discord.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
And I want to do a cup. What do you guys think? I need merch ideas. I need some help. Email me. I need to do something soon.
These are further communications.
I want the kitty on a cup or something.
Among employees, staff members in the development department regarding the placement of Amber's ad and the finalization of the op-ed piece. Not ad, I'm sorry, op-ed and the finalization of it.
Great. And if we could move ahead, please, to ACLU 257. And specifically the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on December 11th, continuing on to the next, or strike that. Let's go to the email on the last line, Jessica Weitz's email.
I do a cup.
She says,
what's the timestamp? Because what's the timestamp on the email that you're referring to?
I'm sorry. This is December 11th email at 11:05 a.m.
Okay.
From Jessica Weitz.
Mega pint.
You see that? Okay. And she says, Amber sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which specifically neutered much of the copy regarding her marriage and the domestic violence. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
I'm not sure about the use of the term neutered here, but I do know that her lawyers removed references to her marriage and divorce.
Megapint.
And then she writes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our issues?
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these decisions with Amber's PR representatives involved.
Okay, let's move back to an email in the middle of 257.
Okay.
And it is from Jessica Weitz, timestamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Robin, her lawyers omitted the below, but Amber would love to see a way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final. 2 years ago, I sought a temporary restraining order from my then husband. Ellipses was changed to 2 years ago after successfully acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber so that when Jessica told Robin that that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
That's what we just read in that
article.
article.
And finally, let's look at the beginning. The first email, Exhibit 41, from Stacy Sullivan to Jessica Weitz. Says, yes, and I need to read the latest version. And Robin told me Amber's lawyers took out some of the stuff that made it really powerful. So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think from Stacy's perspective, the more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post, you know, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's email.
Okay. And is Exhibit 41 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business by people having knowledge and done so contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Okay.
We're going to update it in a second.
Directing your attention to the first page in Exhibit 43 from Jessica Weitz to Sean Waltz. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.rconsulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes in it people other than ACLU employees and ACLU consultants. So I'm assuming it's somebody relating to, one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George is?
George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
And she's announcing to the group that it's going to the Washington Post, a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
Take it the ACLU was pleased that it was placed in the Washington Post.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier, but I just want to confirm that for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And why the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Placing op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR people should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we placed this one.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
All right, so the kitty's coming in a little bit.
Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page Bates number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacey Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacey Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent her original request to Michael Duffy and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what was the purpose of her sending them this email?
This was her attempt to get the op-ed placed.
And she writes, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
All right, let's look, please. Let's turn to Exhibit 73.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
We're going to watch some stuff during the lunch break, too. That's kind of interesting before we take calls. It's like 2 or 3 short videos, I think. But it's interesting. And then we'll take some calls. And apparently Amber was named Woman of the Year. What is it? 2017 GQ. She made a speech, too. We're going to take a look at that. Amber Heard gives an incredible speech when announced as Woman of the Year.
Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece. And my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post, would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the person who wrote the op-ed.
Did the Washington Post seek the ACLU's or Ms. Heard's approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do not usually ask for the permission of the author of the op-ed for when they come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Doherty. Would you please, or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which is Bates number ACLU 623?
Hold on, I'm just making it a little bigger. Okay, yes, I have seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
That's correct.
And what is it?
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically ties Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD, what did she mean?
I speculate that she was saying that there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless, people made that connection.
And in particular, the reporter for the USA Today took her to be referring to Johnny Depp when she spoke of being the victim of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Was this document prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And would you please move ahead now to Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Exhibit 46, which is ACLU Bates number 1287?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a statement by Robin Schulman saying that that the article that they're referring to basically, recasts everything that is said, but ties it to Johnny Depp.
So Ms. Schulman is agreeing with Mrs. White's characterization that the USA took Ms. Heard to be referring to her allegations of physical violence by Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
And she says it's kind of amazing that they just grabbed the entire op-ed and rewrote it using Johnny's name. Why was it amazing?
I don't know why she found it amazing.
Because that was consistent with your understanding. She was referring at least in part to Johnny Depp, correct?
Yeah, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that there were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and her marriage.
Was Exhibit 46 prepared in the ordinary course of business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 59, please, which is Bates numbers ACLU 2614 through 2616.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Just going to the beginning. Yes.
And what is it?
Long depot, huh?
This is a conversation among ACLU employees regarding what were the amounts contributed to the ACLU that were connected to our relationship with Ms. Heard.
And is this Exhibit 59 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it was prepared contemporaneously by people with knowledge in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And looking at the chart on ACLU 2615, this is the same contributions chart that you testified about earlier from Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
And again, as in the prior exhibit, this chart or ledger does not reflect the $100,000 contribution from Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's name in August of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And you still can't account for why that wouldn't have been included?
We assume that there was an error made in not including that in Ms. Heard's account, where we keep the records of her in Salesforce. Although Anthony, as you see, then raised the very question, what about the $100,000?
And directing your attention to the first page in this exhibit, do you see the email from Mr. Romero to Mr. Moresco? Subject, a quick question. Mr. Romero asked, did Elon's other gifts come from Vanguard? To what does that refer?
My personal knowledge is that Anthony was just asking whether other gifts from Elon Musk had been issued from recommendations he made to Vanguard regarding his donor-advised fund at Vanguard.
And Mr. Moresco then responds, one of them, yes. His $5 million gift in February 2017 was from Vanguard. Do you see that?
I see it.
And if you look at the next page, Vanguard was the same entity that made the soft credit contribution in Amber Heard's name to the tune of $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And he says, in any case, my understanding was that the $500,000 from Vanguard was recommended by EM. Do you see that?
Ooh.
Yes.
And EM stands for Elon Musk, correct?
Correct.
I'm not sure. I'm about to say.
And also in that email above that, Mr. Moresco states that Mr. Musk's $1 million gift in May 2018 was from Fidelity. Do you see that?
Yes, he must have. Either that means a separate donor advised fund he has at Fidelity, or from Fidelity, in direct investment accounts he has at Fidelity. I'm assuming the former, but I don't know.
And if you look at the next page in the Salesforce chart, the second payment credited to Ms. Heard for $350,000 as of December 11th, 2018, came from that same Fidelity, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know that it came from a Fidelity donor advised fund, the $350,000, but I don't know if it is Elon Musk's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
Come on, man. You know.
But it could be.
Come on.
It could be.
Give me a break, man. You know.
Let's move, thank you, on to 61, please.
Man, that's crazy, man.
Which is Bates number ACLU 1669 through 71. Directing your attention to the last email in this exhibit from Jill Sargent to Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard. Who were Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard?
Inga and Tyler are both senior communications department strategists in our communications department.
Okay. And Ms. Sargent from Reuters asked, I'm preparing some material while awaiting a verdict in the Johnny Depp libel trial in London and wanted to fact check Amber Heard's current previous links with the ACLU. Do you recall that Mr. Depp's that this is a reference to Mr. Depp's defamation case in the UK against the Sun?
It appears to me that that's the trial she's referring to.
Okay, directing your attention, please, to page number ACLU 1670, the email from Jessica Whites to Tyler Richards. Do you see where Ms. Whites writes, the answer is yes, she's still an ambassador. That's a reference to Ms. Heard still being an ACLU ambassador, correct?
Correct.
Then Ms. Whites writes, quote, she donated her full settlement to charity, 50% to the ACLU and 50% to another organization. That's a reference to Ms. Heard's representation that she donated the full amount of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity, correct?
Correct.
And that statement was not true. She had not donated the full amount of her settlement, $7 million, to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
At the time that Jess Whites wrote this in July of 2020, Ms. Heard had not donated her full settlement to the ACLU, and I'm not aware of what she did to the other organization.
At the time Ms. Whites wrote that, the ACLU was still $2.2 million short, even if you credit Ms. Heard with the $100,000 that Johnny Depp gave to the ACLU, correct?
At the time that she wrote this, we had received the 1.3, so yes, 2.2 million of the full 3.5 million we had not received.
Was Exhibit 61 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 62, please. Have you seen this document before?
Elon Musk.
Yes.
What is it?
This is Jessica Whites reaching out to the communications department in order to come up with a correct statement that we could make in response to the Reuters article. And she comes up with recommended language on this that she then wants to confirm with our development department. So she is doing diligence to ensure that anything we say to the media is going to be correct.
All right. Let's move ahead to Exhibit 63. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm just making it larger right now. It just arrived.
You ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is back and forth between Richard Tyler in the communications department, Jessica Whites, and another communications department junior person, Ava Lopez. And it all concerns what we can say to, what we should say to Reuters in response to their question about Amber and her contributions to the ACLU.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was prepared and maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True. Correct.
Let's look at the second page of the exhibit, an email from Tyler Richard to Jessica Whites. Who is Tyler Richard?
It's Richard Tyler, it's Tyler Richard. That's right, Tyler Richard, and he is a senior person in our communications department.
And Mr. Richard says Amber Heard is an ACLU ambassador for women's rights since 2018. She also pledged her full settlement to charity. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. White's responds, yeah, I think that's safer. I had nightmares about this last night. I'm very upset. Do you think this is okay? Why was Ms. White so upset about the characterization of Ms. Heard's charitable donations or lack thereof?
My understanding is that as a communications department professional, Jessica was concerned about these news articles that were appearing and what impact they would have on, how the ACLU and its work with Amber is seen.
She was concerned that the ACLU was not telling the truth about Amber's paying the $3.5 million, correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as her doing everything she can in order to produce a correct statement to the press.
Wouldn't the correct statement to the press be that she's short $2.3 million?
As I testified earlier, that's not the kind of thing that we would ever say about a donor to the ACLU. Instead, we would, especially when it isn't the fact that there was any specific time period by which we were supposed to have received, any specific amount of money, considering that she didn't sign the pledge agreement, and therefore, there's an attempt so as an organization, we attempt to work with our donors who are having financial difficulties in order to receive, the funding from them that they want to give to us. So no, I don't see this. I don't know. We would, in that sort of scenario, we would never say she's short anything.
Directing your attention to the email at Bates number ACLU 1700 from Ms. White's to Mr. Richard, dated July 31. She says, I'm just stressed about her and the difficulties with all this. Who is her?
Assume that is Amber Heard.
Why was Ms. White stressed about Amber Heard?
Because this is a stressful thing to have these kinds of news reports out there, and in particular about an ACLU ambassador.
What kind of news reports are you referring to?
What I believe the Reuters article, from the Reuters article.
And what did the news article say that was distressing?
I think it was the tie between the attempts to make Ms. Heard look poorly in the press regarding her donations.
But did you talk to Ms. White in preparation for this deposition?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the donations and how she was stressed about Ms. Heard?
Ms. White didn't say anything specific about that.
You didn't ask her about why she said she was stressed about Amber Heard and the difficulties with all this?
I believed in reviewing the documents that I had an understanding of why this was a difficult situation for many people.
So the answer is you didn't ask her about that, did you?
I did not ask her that question.
I guess we'll have to. Did you ask her about the nightmares she had about Amber Heard and why she had what the substance of her nightmares were about Amber Heard?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, counsel for Ms. Heard is now taking over the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit number 1, this is page stamp 2866. It was introduced as well by counsel for Mr. Depp, but it's easier for me to just jump into this one. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
It says here, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. Now, the way in which donate is used here, how would you interpret that?
I would say that at the very least, it is expressing an intention to make that donation
And it's,
by the term plan.
okay. And would you distinguish between donate and pledge given the reference to the next 10 years?
About Elon Musk's intention?
I would read this to mean that it isn't clear whether this is intended to be a pledge, a legally binding pledge to create a receivable. This is something that I would want to, that I would hope would be a legally binding pledge, but I wouldn't necessarily say that this was.
Right. And the term donate here, how would you interpret that based on the description you gave a little earlier?
I would take donate to mean contributions from Ms. Heard.
And what, if any, interpretation would you have that this also meant pledge?
So two things in response to your question. One is plan to donate. When I said it would come from Ms. Heard, I would think that would be either Ms. Heard directly or from a donor advised fund that she has set up and would recommend. But over the next 10 years makes me think that, donate could theoretically be a pledge, but that's something that we would want to attempt to confirm.
And just so I understand, what's the difference between donate and pledge in how you are interpreting this?
If this used the word pledge instead, I would have more assurance that this was intended to be a hard and fast promise that even could potentially be a legally binding promise.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. Do you recognize this document? Page 2632.
I do recognize this document.
And what is your understanding of what this is?
That this is the cover letter to which the check for $100,000 was attached, which related to Johnny Depp's contribution to the ACLU in the name of Amber Heard.
Now, you've used the term binding a few times here in responding to these. What is your distinction with the words pledge and donate that relates specifically to binding?
A pledge is, if something is legally binding, it is a pledge, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that uses the term pledge means something that's legally binding. Donate is a much, much broader term.
And donate can mean pledge?
Yeah, I think that the word donate can be used in connection with a pledge.
Do you have any understanding of what Amber Heard believed was a pledge versus a donation?
I don't know.
Did the ACLU have any reason to believe that Amber Heard would not pay the ACLU $3.5 million?
I think that everybody at the ACLU was hoping, the ACLU was hoping and expecting that the full $3.5 million would be paid to the ACLU. The fact that the pledge form wasn't signed cast some potential doubt on that. And then once Ms. Heard began having financial difficulties, we obviously recognized that might impact whether the full $3.5 million is paid or impact whether it's paid over a much longer period of time in some intermittent way.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that Amber Heard still does not intend to pay the ACLU the full $3.5 million that you paid?
I have based on my investigation, I'm not aware of any indication that Ms. Heard has decided to no longer pay additional amounts to the ACLU.
I'm going to ask you to bring up number 4, please. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document, and it starts out on the bottom with Amber on October 17, 2016 to ARP. Who's that?
That's Anthony Romero's private email, Anthony Romero private.
All right, and she's telling him to go ahead and it's all right to cash Mr. Depp's check. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Romero responds to her says, thank you for the response. We will cash the check. But that means you have, quote, overpaid for this year, as you wired $350,000 and then the $100,000 from Mr. Depp. So you can keep track that where you are on the overall amounts. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition.
Was she nodding her head?
Defendant's exhibit number 14, and it's base stamp ACLU 2588 through 89. This is, and I realize there was a version of this that Mr. Chu showed you, but this includes an email from Mr. Romero to Jonathan Moresco, and then Mr. Moresco to Mr. Romero with a copy to Mike Weir. And it says here, hi, Anthony, if you get a chance on Sunday, can you please check in with Amber on her next pledge payment? She has a balance of $2.55 million on her $350,000 10-year pledge. Below is a summary of her other payments. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so this has the $500,000 and the $350,000 and the $100,000 on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was September 28, 2018. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 15. It's base stamp 2595, and I'm going to make it larger. And if I can show you, we have an email from Mr. Romero saying, is there anything I can do to help facilitate pledge payment of $350,000? And it's dated November 27, 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And then Amber comes back on 11/29 and says, hang on, I'll be right with you. You see that?
Correct. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And then the $350,000 payment came in on December 11, 2018, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that made a total of what, 1.3 million we've decided, right? What was the total amount of the donations after the 12/11/2018 that were made towards Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge to ACLU?
1.3 million.
All right. Now, if Ms. Heard had just given $350,000 each year, what would the amount have been as of December 2018?
1,550,000. It would be 350,000, 350,000, 350,000. So that's 1,050,000.
Okay. And so she was effectively 250,000 ahead of that as of December 2018, correct?
Objection.
After Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard on March 1, 2019, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU towards her $2.5 million pledge?
No additional payments.
No, this was also shown to you by Mr. Chu on one of his documents. It's ACLU document 3037, the 12/11/2018 $350,000 designation donation from Amber Heard Anonymous. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, the ACLU continues to recognize Amber Heard as an ambassador for the ACLU. Is that correct?
We do. She continues to be listed on our website.
May a donor deduct a donation before they actually make the payment to the ACLU?
No. Yeah, a deduction cannot be taken prior to when the deduction is made. A deduction is taken with respect to a tax year, so the deduction would have to be made within a tax year in order for it to be deducted that year.
Okay. Now, you also testified earlier about different sources of donations, and you said that someone can make a donation in honor to fulfill someone else's pledge. Do you recall that testimony?
A person can make a donor in honor of someone else. And when I said in honor of a person, I was more referring to, in memory of a person or in honor of, a new executive director of an organization. People make donations in honor of them. But a person certainly can make a gift and say that I would like to make this gift to the organization because I know that this other person has committed something to the organization, and I'd like to pay that amount. A person can do that.
Now, was it your understanding with the letter from Mr. White that Mr. Depp was making a $100,000 payment on behalf of Amber Heard towards her $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, that gift from was in connection with the amounts that Amber had said that she wanted to contribute to the organization.
All right, and it's been your testimony, I think, that there was an error in not including that in your sales force. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it also your understanding that Elon Musk made the $500,000 payment towards Amber Heard's $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, we don't know that with absolute certainty, but that is our organization's understanding.
Okay. And you credited it towards Ms. Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes.
Damn, bro.
Does it matter to the ACLU where it comes from if it's tagged and said it's as part of this person's pledge?
We are always happy to receive funds from donors, and if a donor is unable to make a contribution of an amount that they said they intended to make, if they're able to have someone else make a contribution to the organization, that's completely fine by us.
It's still more money to ACLU, correct?
Correct.
And it's towards a pledge that you're hoping you can count on, correct?
Toward a pledge in the weak form of it, which is that somebody's making an intention. It would not be able to be satisfied in connection with a legally binding pledge.
Well, you did credit the $500,000 towards Amber Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes, we did.
And although you didn't initially credit the $100,000 payment by Mr. Depp towards her pledge, you agree that that should have been credited towards Amber Heard's pledge as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, we saw a document that Mr. Chu showed you a short while ago that indicated that Elon Musk made some other significant contributions, including $1 million and $5 million that were separate and apart from the $500,000, correct? Is that
correct?
Okay. Now, Mr. Chu asked you if the ACLU benefited from the fact that Amber Heard pledged or donated the $3.5 million. And I think your answer was that you benefit, whenever there's donations made and the publicity associated with it. What, if any, benefit would the ACLU have had if Amber Heard pledged or donated $1.3 million as opposed to $3.5 million?
If I understand your question correctly, I think that it is always a positive thing to report on donations made to the ACLU.
Mr. Dougherty, you testified to a number of documents about the op-ed and the back and forth with the attorneys and everything else. Are you aware of any evidence at any stage of the op-ed drafts through publication that Amber Heard did not rely on her counsel's advice?
From what I know, Ms. Heard involved her attorneys and made changes to the op-ed based on the advice of her attorneys.
And so my question is, are you aware of any evidence that would suggest that Amber Heard did not rely on the advice of her attorneys?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of a situation where she did not rely on her attorneys.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a reference to their exhibit number 31. This is, it's just called Exhibit 31, and Mr. Chu put it in. Jerry Johnson was writing an email, and he listed a number of topics. Was it your understanding that the ACLU chose a number of those topics, of course, subject to Amber's approval, but it was their idea on some of these issues to address in the op-ed?
My understanding is that those were ACLU issues that Jerry Johnson came up with that might have been issues that could be covered in the op-ed.
All right. I assume for your next witness is a remote witness, correct? And I assume it'll take longer than 30 minutes. Is that a good, a fair assumption?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
Fair, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I think it'll take a little longer than 30 minutes. Yeah.
All right. I think what I'd propose then, ladies and gentlemen, what I might have you do is take an extended lunch till 2:30 because I have an obligation at 2.
What's wrong with the
so
judge?
then that means though that we would go through till 5:30 tonight. Is that agreeable with everybody on the jury? Is that agreeable with everybody here? All right, let's go ahead and do that. Then let's go ahead and give you a lunch break until 2:30, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
So, it's an hour and a half. I don't know why I thought 2 hours. Yo, this judge already taken a week off in May. For those that don't know, she's already taken a week off in May. And I don't want to like talk crap because who knows? God forbid it's like some sort of like somebody with an illness and then they're coming back for me and trying to cancel me. How could you? You know, the person's dying, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I
so
thought,
be in recess till 2, okay?
I thought she was trying to make things snippy. She's going for another long one. What obligations is the judge going to do? What is she doing during this lunch break? So I want to do some recapping a little bit. I want to look over some videos and articles. I want to look at some of the memes, and I want to take some phone calls too because we didn't get to do the phone calls yesterday. You can check us out on Discord because there's Discord. I don't know. We're there. There's like a community there. So if you like the chat here, you might like the community that we have on Discord. So a couple of things. One that's kind of interesting. It was a numerous amount of things. Some of it I was paying attention to. Some of it maybe not. Some of it I was looking at the chat. You guys are amazing in the chat. And I got to get to the super chats too. But at one point, capitalizing on Aquaman, on the Aquaman campaign, ACLU spokesman Terrence Daughtry is being asked about the timing of the Washington Post article. So this is super interesting because it says Johnny Depp's lawyer asked Amber Heard if Amber Heard requested it should be published after the release of the Aquaman, in which she co-starred with Jason Momoa. The op-ed was published about a week after the release of Aquaman in December. Mr. Daughtry says he does not recall his conversations. So, I mean, I don't know, was that a way to try to boost the movie or whatever? We hear about an email from the ACLU staff member saying that Heard had sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which neutered much of the details regarding her marriage and domestic violence. So they're alleging that this is like the cut back, cleaned up version. There was actually a lot more stuff on the original op-ed. Mr. Daughtry says that he's not sure about the use of the term neutered. You know what that means, but does not know lawyers remove references to Ms. Heard's marriage and divorce. So these companies, of course, are going to protect themselves, or try to at least. That's why, and Johnny Depp referenced to this, like in the beginning when they were asking about the op-ed, he was like, there's a lot of ways you can point the finger at somebody without saying their name. You know, obviously people knew that this was in reference towards him. And it says here in quotes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. Oh, and we got to talk about Aquaman too, because I saw a friend of mine posted on Facebook that people are putting out petitions for Aquaman 2 to like remove Amber Heard, and supposedly it's trending, so it's blowing up. It got 2 million signatures. So that's kind of interesting too. And so, okay, so the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. So capitalize on it, and also asked to elaborate on this. Mr. Daughtry says Heard was about to receive an incredible amount of press, so it was a good time to help raise as much publicity as possible, bro. Scheming, plotting the entire time. I mean, I think this stuff is damning too. It is, you know, lengthy. It's not like crazy or entertaining, I guess. But like somebody was saying earlier when we said yesterday, it's just one of those important things. Just kind of shows some of this stuff was really kind of planned, and career-wise, like the benefits of this, you know, what she's alleging she was physically hit and stuff, the benefits of putting that story up. And almost, to me, it almost seems like allegedly like people maybe were even coinciding somewhat, knowingly or unknowingly, with Amber, because they even read earlier that they put her, and they worked with her, it seems like, with this op-ed thing. And if somebody, maybe when we take calls, maybe if somebody knows more, they can break it down if they want to. The court here's heard had asked if there was an artful way to include some of the references that had been removed. So they're cleaning up stuff, they're removing things allegedly. She's like, but can we leave this in? Or can we leave that in? Or is there a way that we can put this in without directly pointing it at this guy? Let me pull up the numbers too real quick from this previously posted thing here. I thought there was some numbers we had. Okay. Terrence Daughtry from the American Civil Liberties Union is still being questioned about various emails and documents about payments made by Amber Heard on behalf of the union. The actress pledged to donate $7 million of her divorce settlement to the to donate her $7 million divorce settlement to the ACLU, for which she became an ambassador in 2018. We're all going back to this 2018 date, right? The op-ed, all this stuff, the movie, blah blah blah. Moving my hands all over. And to the Children's Los Angeles Hospital. Depp had previously accused her of lying about this, and Mr. Daughtry is being questioned about it. He earlier told the court that ACLU has received $1.3 million in total through 4 direct and indirect payments, including one check of $100,000 from Johnny Depp. Asked about regular payments after that, he says we didn't receive any amounts in 2019 and on. So I guess from 2019 on, no payments. 3 years since her last contribution, what, if any, efforts has the ACLU made to get Amber Heard to pay? Mr. Daughtry is asked. We reached out to Ms. Heard starting in 2019 for the next installment of her giving, and we learned that she was having financial difficulties. So, I mean, all that stuff is pretty interesting. All right, let me pull up the Aquaman article. And then some videos, and then I'll start opening up the lines too in a minute if people want to call in. Let me just take a look at this. And just real quick. Okay, I got that. Okay, half past fashion. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back for the super chat. K5, a member for 7 months. Hey, welcome. Dude, 7 months flew by. Love what you do. Thank you. And yeah, don't forget, if you're a member, you get like a free like chat, super chat, but it's like a member's chat, but it pops up on the screen. So it comes with the membership. Like if you're already in the live streams and you're gonna send a super chat or whatever, you get one free one a month. Might as well do it. That said, thank you for the members chat. It says all the love. 3 months. Thank you. Jackie Garnett, Alejandro is the man. After you, Mel, of course, no one is above you. Thank you. Or no one above you. Thank you. And thank you, Jackie, too, for the cash up. I saw that. Your message says, thanks for your hard work. Didn't want YouTube to get any. Thank you. Jackie Garnett says, Mel, we need an Alejandro emoji. So I have a section. It's a little bit disorganized, but I've started taking notes of the suggestions on my notepad. And so I'm going to sit through and look, because now today's Thursday. We have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even though I want to work on some video projects. But I can kind of plot maybe to see, maybe we can just come with something fun, some sort of fun merch to do. I want the kitty. I want the kitty on something. I want to get it myself too. So it says there, Aquaman 2 is trending because of a petition to remove Amber Heard. Which, can we look at that? They didn't link it. Maybe if somebody can send me, one of the mods can send me the link, the direct change petition link. Has crossed 2 million signatures. All of this comes on the heel of the high-profile court case unfolding between the actress Johnny and Depp. Between the actress and Johnny Depp, the litigation had grabbed headlines for years, but kicked into overdrive with this week's events. Not too long ago, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom moved its release date from December 16, 2022 to March 17, 2023. Director James Wan sounded grateful for the extra time when he addressed the delay on Instagram. The delay, he argues, freed up a bit of more time to craft this thing right. Also, here's the link. Thank you. Never mind. Woo! And it's growing. I'll put the link in the description if you guys want to look at it sometime, or if you feel like signing it. I personally never cared about the Aquaman movies. I'm not trying to get canceled. I don't watch movies anymore. They don't make any more good movies. The phase of good movies are over. It was like a once upon type of thing. Now it's just they can't do anything because they're afraid they're gonna get canceled, or they gotta fit within whatever certain parameters. There's no comedy anymore. I tweeted you the link. Okay, hey, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry, I saw that kind of late. This is like a little 30-second delay. Jen, thank you for becoming a member. Jen Reinhardt. Kathy Bennett, best channel ever. Thanks. Well, thank you, Kathy, so much. Gracias. Appreciate you coming back. I love the channel. iCkEdMeL, you're also awesome. I feel like we're gonna have to watch the Go Woke, Go Broke. I agree. It's just too much already with this crap with this people. There's no creativity. They've killed creativity. Schuler Jacks, hey, love the channel. Oh, you're still around, man. Thank you. Hey, love the channel. You're also awesome. I think you're on Discord as well, right? 12 months. Amazing. Risa B, thank you for becoming a member. I think we should play this guy at least one time. We should play Alejandro for anybody that hasn't seen it. Remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2 petition. Almost at 3 million signatures. Damn. Amber Heard has been exposed as domestic abuse by Johnny Depp in his $50 million lawsuit. Johnny Depp describes many incidents of domestic abuse that he suffered at the hands of his then wife Amber Heard, including one incident where she punched him twice in the face and another where she shattered his finger with a vodka bottle and his finger had to be surgically reattached. He will bear the scar from that for the rest of his life. Also, Amber Heard was arrested in 2009. This was super interesting, this story. We've talked about it, I think, like twice, but the charges, I guess, were dropped, which to me, it's like, did this woman get paid off? This former, person that was with her or whatever. In 2009, for abusing a former domestic partner, Taisha Van Ray, demonstrating a repeated pattern of abuse by Amber Heard, allegedly. Since Heard's divorce from Johnny Depp, she has systematically crusaded to ruin Depp in Hollywood, repeating multiple accounts of fake incidents in which she had actually abused Johnny Depp, but lied and created false accounts of him being an abuser. About the incident during which she shattered bones in Johnny Depp's finger and nearly severed it. Yo, I saw this one. I'm not even going to say like any names or anything like that because I like the person, but I saw a creator kind of talking about this finger thing. And this person was like, oh, but his finger is fine. It's just a paper cut. Because this person had never seen the photos, I guess. They just saw after his finger healed up. And it's like, because they reattached it. And now it's like, it has like a scar or something. But they were claiming, oh, it's just a paper cut. Like, no, that finger, whoever you believe did it, that finger was severed. It wasn't just like a little cut. But I was like, damn, this person, they're really not following anything. Causing Depp to require surgery and to reattach it and repair it. Heard presented a false story claiming that he cut his finger off himself, dipped it in paint, and scrawled obscenities all over the walls. Likewise, Heard recounts fabricated incidents of Johnny Depp hitting her in the face when she had, in fact, punched him. Though staff and neighbors in the building where she lived reported seeing no marks on her face in the hours and days after she says Johnny Depp hit her. Yet she appeared in court 6 days later with bruises on her face, asking for a temporary restraining order, which was granted. Photos of Heard from the very next day show her full face without makeup and not a single bruise. Oh, hell no. Hell no. As Amber Heard is a known and proven abuser, Warner Brothers and DC Entertainment should and must remove Heard from their Aquaman 2 film. They must not ignore the suffering of Heard's victims and must not glamorize domestic abuser. Men are victims of domestic abuse just like women. This must be recognized and action must be taken to prevent a known abuser from being celebrated within the entertainment industry. Do the right thing. Remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. So this thing is trending. This thing is blowing up. It's got a pretty big, significant following. I wonder if these people Warner Brothers or whatever will do it, because aren't these the woke people too that are in that whole clique and stuff? So will they? Oh yeah, Bendy Tree says need artwork for merch, Mel. I'm good at cute art. Yes, if you could email me or DM me on Facebook, I'm gonna try to like sit tonight and tomorrow a little bit and kind of think and plot for some ideas, just to throw some stuff up if you want it or whatever. I'm gonna get myself stuff because I always want to test my own stuff anyway. But I want to get the kitty on something, maybe a coffee mug or something like that, and then maybe a tumbler, a wine tumbler or something like that for the pint thing. And maybe I don't know, maybe a shirt or something, just something fun for people if they want it. All right, let's look at the. I think I'm kind of done with this though. Let's see. So they're trying to cancel Amber Heard. Oh, let's look at the video real quick too. Let's see what we got. Oh, and I need I kind of want a video editor temporarily. Like if you know what you're doing, and I'm willing to pay, because I sometimes need a little bit of help with clips. Yesterday when I was doing the live stream, I didn't like that I was so caught up trying to edit and you guys were here and I couldn't. It was just a little too much. I don't mind chopping up a segment together that's like super like quick, just like a portion of the live. But when I have to clip like 20-30 clips and then I have to screen record the clips and put it in and trim it and listen to where the audio starts and stop it, it's too much. And I got frustrated yesterday, so I don't want to do that much while I'm here streaming with you guys. So if somebody knows of a video editor, somebody told me Fiverr, but I don't got time for Fiverr. Like I need somebody, like I send you the links, you can start working on it relatively soon, not 3-4 days later with this Fiverr crap. You know? So if anybody's out there, you want to reach out to me, let me know. We can maybe work something out. And I'm going to talk with Dad Set this weekend as well to maybe show her how to do jump cuts and stuff. Okay, yeah, so let's take a look at the videos. Let's take a look at the video. And I hope that we can play this. Let me see something.
All this and then...
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it in a small window. But Maria sent me this. And I'm kind of realizing, too, I need to crowdsource information. So, if you're sending me something, email me, tag me. You can email team@iCkEdMeL. I'll try to pay attention more to Discord because I realize you guys on Discord are posting some good stuff, too. Because I can't catch everything on my own. And it helps to have people helping out. So Catherine here on Twitter posts, even when you think that Amber Heard couldn't be more full of ish, testimony today from Terrence Daughtry confirms again that Amber Heard is full of ish. And so there's this tweet actually from MBA. For years, Amber Heard used terminally ill children and ACLU for publicity. She claimed she donated $7 million to CHLA and ACLU. Both organizations now confirm that she did not donate to them that amount. And you know what I noticed too, real quick? Pussycat Lady, during this 2-hour video depo, whatever that was, or just, video interview, whatever. The entire time, was Johnny's people. When Cat Lady came in, it was like, what was it, like the last 10 minutes? Cat Lady really didn't have shit to say with all this ACLU stuff. She had very little to say about that whole thing. Cat Lady usually goes on and on and on and on. She didn't really have nothing to say to these people. What happened?
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that...
You're so courageous. People were saying you're all about the money, so tell us what you did.
Twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform. And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
You heard that? Amazing. Amazing, right? I wanted nothing. I'd never wanted him. I never wanted his money.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry.
So to me, it almost even sounds like here where she's like, it sounded like she's kind of claiming that she sent it all or whatever, you know?
Right. ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
Like the pause too, like the head back and everything. Let's see what we got going on. I got more stuff to show you guys, so just hang out with me. We're gonna do calls in a little bit too. We don't have to really rush, I guess, because we got time. Got nothing but time with this judge. You got weeks off, 2-hour lunch breaks and shit. I mean, all right. ALS, thank you for the super chat. Highly recommended flagrant/brilliant idiots on YouTube. Those guys are funny. Sauna, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Jen Reinhardt, thank you for the super chat. Bendy Trees, sure, I'll reach out after work. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And when you, with the artwork too, sometimes have to be a little bit mindful about licensing and stuff like that, depending on what it is. So, but yeah, we'll talk. Tactility, thank you so much for the super chat. And she needs jail for fraud. Well, they're claiming she's on some payment plan that I don't know. How much of it has she actually paid? And how much of it has the other guys been paying, right? I guess not much. And she hasn't paid since 2019, I think. And she's having financial difficulties. I think they just lost on that front. I mean, because, yeah, you can see and there's video clips and there's articles of her going around fronting and talking to people and like for publicity. I was supposed to do something. Okay, DMs. Oh, this is the letter. Okay, here we go. Okay. So, Lindsay sent me this. Let's take a look at this. Amber Hood. BL sent me this a while back too. Actually, let me just download that real quick. I'm getting old. I need to actually see this thing up close. I'm supposed to be wearing glasses. Okay. So this is the letter from 12/12/2018. Robin Schulman. Thank you so much, Amber and Sean. So I so appreciate your work to protect Amber and also make this piece true to her experience. I'd love to hop on a phone call if you're available. I'm free now for the next 5 minutes, or again from 2 to 3 Eastern, 40 minutes from now. You had a brilliant solution for the paragraph about not talking about the marriage. You had a brilliant solution for the paragraph about not talking about the marriage. My concern is this paragraph. Then 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. The day I left the courtroom and walked into a pack of hundreds of photographers, I didn't have a team of bodyguards. My lawyers used their own bodyguards to block out space for me to walk to my car. The whole way there, I heard press yelling the same question in one form or another. Is it true you're making this all up? Could we cut the words marriage, divorce, and restraining order and say this below? If we don't say something like this, we don't say something like I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, the rest of the piece doesn't really make sense. It's not clear whether Amber is talking about the abuse she witnessed as a child. What was the pivotal moment that changed things for her, or why she knows about institutions protecting accused perpetrators. So they knew themselves that it was kind of unclear and that it was really, to me, is pointing to this guy. Then 2 years ago, after I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Once I had to walk into a pack of hundreds of photographers, many of them yelling the same question in one form or another. Is it true you're making all this up? Here's the whole piece in the latest form. The only big changes are the third and fourth paragraphs. Thanks so much. Okay, so I was exposed to abuse at a very early age. I knew certain things young without ever having to be told. I knew that men have the power physically, socially, and financially, and that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew this long before I had words to articulate it. I bet you learned it young too. Like many women, by the time I was at college age, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted, but I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice and didn't see myself as a victim. Then 2 years ago, we just read all that. So this is like a whole modification thing. They knew it was going to be a problem. And yeah. All right, let me see what else we got. Okay, so another thing here. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, so this is the whole thing where we still got a couple things to watch. So this is the article. I don't know if you guys, this is my first time seeing this. I didn't even know about this. And this is, again, thank you to Kim Queen. And I see you sent me some other stuff I'll check out in a bit. Kim Queen. And so Amber Heard gives incredible speech when announced as Woman of the Year, November 2017. Woman of the Year. Brave and beautiful, Amber Heard has been a fearless advocate of women's rights, helping to redefine feminism in a modern age. 2017 has been the busiest of Heard's career, with Justice League. Oh, she was in Justice League too? I didn't know that. And Aquaman. For the latter, Heard spent 7 months shooting in Australia, where despite being unceremoniously booted out of the country 2 years earlier by Barnaby Joyce, she fell in love with the country. Having starred in comedies, dramas, and rom-coms, Justice League presented her with a new opportunity that of her superhero debut. But despite of all this and the end of her relationship with Johnny Depp, Heard has continued to campaign for justice and fairness, encouraging others to come forward and criticize the status quo by being shamelessly honest. Right? The irony in that. Shamelessly honest about her own issues. An advocate for women's equality, Heard has cemented herself as a role model to young men and women, and not surprisingly, is our GQ Woman of the Year. Imagine that. Accepting her award in Sydney. Well, we're gonna watch that now, so we don't need to go over these quotes. We'll just watch the video. Okay. Can we play it?
I had the pleasure of interviewing her for our GQ story. She's talented, she's funny, and I'm extremely honored to say she's GQ's 2017 Woman of the Year in association with Bulgari. I give you Miss Amber Heard. Miss Amber Heard.
Oh, no, what y'all doing to me? Jesus Christ.
Thank you also. I'm assuming yellow dress. Thank you, GQ. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. That was really sweet. And
Careful.
I just feel really honored to be in this room tonight with examples of real gentlemen. It's a rare thing these days, and I feel honored. I also think the timing is amazing. Today I flew in from Los Angeles after being here for 8 months shooting. I thought I had finally escaped, but no. 2 days later, I'm called back to accept this award. I'm assuming on behalf of my dogs, Pistol and Boo. Well, unfortunately, they could not make it tonight. I was on the plane and we were landing, and the pilot came on the speaker and said, welcome to Sydney, and yada yada. And by the way, we just got news that that the vote came in, and the majority of Australians support the right for all Australians to marry the person they love. And I thought the same thing. But yay! Also, it's a commercial airline, and this pilot is announcing this news, and I mean, wow, that's brave. And then something something unbelievable happened. The whole plane erupted in this uproarious applause, and every single person on the plane clapped. And I remember 10 years ago when I refused to drop my girlfriend's hand at the time, everyone told me that was a death sentence in Hollywood. And 10 years later, the whole plane is clapping at this offhanded, news announcement that the pilot decided to make. And it brought chills to my body and kind of a tear to my eye, and here I am. So I feel really lucky to be here today, and I feel really honored and humbled, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
We're just asking all our winners one question. If you were to give advice to Aussies on what to strive for in 2018, what would you say?
Ooh. All of it.
Yeah.
All of it.
Just go for it. Yeah.
For everything.
Although I think that you Australians don't need that advice.
Yeah.
You guys do it already.
Such a privileged interview. Thank you so much. I love you.
Have a good
Danish
night.
Girl Best.
That's Amber Hood. Amber, what do we strive for? Okay, and we'll watch this one too. Let me see what else I got. And I think we'll be ready to open calls too soon. Somebody sent me this article. Oh yeah, they're saying Elon Musk will not be testifying. Unfortunately, I was looking forward to that one. That might have been pretty funny too. Epic. All right, let's do this one. Let's see here. This one I've watched before. We've seen this. Well, some of us. I don't know how. But I feel like I'm going to be looking at this with a whole different look now. With a whole different pair of eyes.
Hi. So obviously I was going to lead the march this morning, but instead they let me say a few words. But first of all, I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that's here, and thank you for letting me be here. It's an honor. It's an honor to join the chorus, to be among the many powerful voices here to represent the wave of change we have seen sweep this country, the world, by fire. That is why I am so honored to stand here with you all now, to join in this great collection of voices, dedicated to not only realizing the tremendous power we possess when we come together, but to do so with the unprecedented strength and power we've acquired through our combined commitment and relentless dedication. We are here to make sure we recognize all the power we have when we come together, all the progress we made in doing so, and to recognize how much we still have to go to see that full equality, that's full equality, is a reality for all of us. In the home.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome.
And at work. In our schools and in the boardrooms. In our pay and our physical safety. In public and in private, in principle and in practice, no matter our age, our race, creed, color, or class. A few years ago, I, like you, awoke to a world that was starting to catch flame. It started slowly. I arose from my bed one day, a few years into my own private.
I don't know that I could watch this whole thing. We'll try, but because this thing is like, oh my God, woman, something else.
I had for years walked with tired and weary feet into battle every single day, alone, privately, longing for a different kind of world than the one in which I used to live. One that reminded me that despite all that I had done and fought for, all I had said and survived before and through my very public, heart-wrenchingly.
I mean, it's kind of good to see it too, though, because it's like, I feel like I'm looking at Amber now through a whole different lens than when I first started, when we first watched this.
Only battle for justice that I, a woman, would never truly see it. That my voice couldn't fully count. That despite what it took for me to stand up and finally raise my voice and to speak my truth, it didn't really matter. The deck was stacked against me in ways I couldn't even begin to imagine. I learned what many women inherently know before they reach adulthood, that in my speaking out, instead of aid, support, respect, I would be met instead with hostility, skepticism, and shame. My motives would be questioned, my truth ignored, and I would do so alone. That world reminded me daily, despite
how the tides have come around, right, with this whole movement. How things have really switched around. This was the Women's March. Do they still do that too, the Women's March? I'm sure it's still a thing, right?
privileged life I lived as a white woman in the entertainment industry, despite the tremendous luxuries and
a white woman
enjoyed by many of us women and otherwise traditionally marginalized groups in the Western developed world.
So she's marginalized too now?
Despite all the steps taken and earned by generations before us, that I was never to be anything but a discreetly silent.
That's so true.
Second.
Jim said, Mel, this is Jim's 1024, sorry. Says this is what Dr. Curry was explaining about her expressive speech. So true. I feel like we're watching this now and it's like through the different lens and context of the testimonies that we're seeing, especially Curry.
Class citizen. That I stood up.
She marginalized.
The time-honored legacy of a male-dominated power structure somehow forfeited that perceived privilege in exchange for a seemingly endless life of relentless struggle, denial, shame, and aloneness. That is the price many of us know we have to make in raising our voices. And that's why so many of us don't speak up. We know intuitively, long before we are old enough to vote, that kind of freedom isn't really ours unless we accept that condition. That freedom from us comes at all too high a price. Our voice. And I, for one, think silence and acceptance is simply too damn high a price to pay. Along with democracy, we get the concept of freedom.
This was in 2020.
Freedom of speech from the Greeks, who said parrhesia, which means not simply freedom of speech per se, but rather fearless speech. The freedom to speak truth to power. Freedom to speak truth to power. to me,
All right.
that is freedom. That is equality. When we no longer have to forfeit our dignity, our respect, or our safety in order to do just that.
Yeah, and if you look at her face, like she's just like.
Then a flame caught, was ignited, and it caught the world on fire. And I am here today in that to join my voice with yours in recognizing that times are changing. And they are changing because we stepped out of the shadows and into the light and lifted our voices into a movement, recognizing that we, together, standing shoulder to shoulder, comprise a vast, unstoppable force for change. No longer willing or able to accept silence and no longer willing or able to pay the cost for anything less.
It's crazy. I mean, when you see like these people that are perpetrators, you see even sometimes some of these people that are, some of these people, YouTubers, whatever, that cover stories and certain things. Some of these people themselves are the very same perpetrators themselves, now advocates. It's kind of funny to me. But I guess like in something too, like if maybe you learn from your thing, I guess maybe you could advocate, I guess. But at the same time, you're shitting on the person that you're advocating against. But it seems like you were the abuser, or you both had issues. I don't know. But it's always weird and ironic when you see these people standing on the podium, whatever, or advocating for something. You're the very same thing you're advocating against.
You, like me, see yourself not as a victim to this world, but rather as a member of it, of a growing class of women, people, committed to our place in the fight for a new one. You, like me, awoke to a world that was and is changing and was changing fast. I woke up to the smell of smoke and the sound of voices. I walked with tired feet into the stream of moving cries for change, chanting a battle cry that lingers still today, a song of a new era. This is the song of a new generation of voices, minds, and people, daughters of a generation of equality. We have inherited far too much to be resigned to accept injustice, and together we are far too strong to excuse it any longer. I want to thank you all today for being here and being a part.
All right, I think that's kind of enough for that. Okay, somebody was asking me, some people still don't know what the Pussycat reference is. So I'm going to put that on the screen real quick. I'm not going to play the whole video, but you should go check out that video. We're trying to get it to 1 million, but I'll play a part of it. And so, yeah, there's going to be cursing coming up in case, you need to, I don't know, cover things up.
That better?
And
then you write, I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury. I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury.
Oh.
Sorry, could you read that again? Those are your words, sir, right? I read that right, correct? You did. Okay.
Flip it.
You can take that down. Can you pull up Exhibit 483, please?
What was he talking about? Was he talking about like putting it in there or choking? Or?
That's correct. And if, Your Honor, I'd move for, is there another page below it?
Oh, okay, I see. I see all
okay. I'd move for the admission of these two pages as Exhibit 483A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 483, and that's the
Chat's
first
going
and second
crazy.
pages of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 1 and 2. Okay.
I might have just wanted you guys to say it.
In evidence.
Leave me be, Officer Squarehead. Your display of guilt and matronliness as a lesbian camp counselor was plenty. Your future is on display. Best of luck.
Best if luck.
Thank you for the correction. Best if luck.
You're welcome.
And thanks for the tunes. Bye, JD. Don't call again. I will begin to feel embarrassed for you. Go away, coach. Hup. Done. Did I read that right?
No.
We got to close.
Go away, coach. Done. Hop. Done.
Thank you. Otherwise, did I read that right?
Sure.
You agree that referring to Amber the violent in that clip, correct?
All right, let me just skip towards the cat part. The people that don't know the Pussycat Lady. Oh, that objection compound was really funny. What's Pussycat?
Maybe approach.
I'm excited for tomorrow. This is where we're gonna start tomorrow. They're gonna have to get the other lady I was saying in the chat, the kitty lady, pussy lady. They're gonna have to fetch the dog after him.
Cocaine?
I don't. I've never seen it. No.
Did you see any powders?
No.
So you get on the airplane, and it's your testimony that Ms. Heard had a bad tone of voice with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
She had a bad tone of voice with me.
Okay. In fact, wasn't Mr. Depp saying pretty horrible things to Ms. Heard?
I don't recall that.
Like, get fucked on set, get fucked with fucking James fucking Franco? Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
Did you hear him say, at least you fucking liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, I
What?
bet you slipped a tongue in there and you liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, make references to Amber's pussy and asking her if her pussy was wet?
Your Honor, about the foundation harassment.
Did you hear any of that?
No, not that I recall.
Okay.
I'll rule the objection. It's fine.
Thank
Next
you.
question.
Yeah, that's Pussycat Lady. But I don't know that.
Of makeup, Amber.
This is Alejandro too. We'll play some of this, and then I'll take calls after. I think we're ready for calls.
I remember, I'm really
Dude,
sorry.
crack me up.
But I remember, I gotta tell the whole story, how
Dale,
it got
dale.
there. Before they went and get the keys, they come down, they say, somebody tried to get into my unit, there's scratches on my door, and like, I'm really sorry, but who will think it's gonna get into your unit because it saw some scratches on the door, like, what, 4 inches above the door? Because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit.
Fucking weird.
I said, on my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit.
Bro, that shit had me dying, yo. And he's just like, to me, we're gonna watch a little more. He's like over this shit. Like he's just over it with all the questions and this little the ridiculousness. At one point, he even said that everybody has issues or something like that. He's just tired of this shit.
They were so afraid. Oh, someone's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? I am just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired.
You're tired of this shit, yeah.
I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems.
Everybody got problems. All these, I don't know if he meant it like that. Everybody's jacked up. I'm tired of this shit. He's just a regular guy.
And I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't
He's
want
tortured. This lady's torturing him. He's asking the same shit over and over. We're tired of this shit.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr.
And then he's vaping on the side. And then he
Video
comes back.
showed you a number of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24th?
Yes.
Yep, that's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay.
It's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long.
I wonder if he even actually looked at the shit. Maybe he did, Are they forced? Do they have to look at this documentation? The guy was just over it. He's like, yeah, I know you guys sent me this shit. I don't even really look at it.
It's like, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
To say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
No.
Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Come on.
I didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you tell me?
No.
Can you tell me whether?
Yo, his facial expressions too. He's like, yo, this is. It's so ridiculous the things that she's asking because he's not gonna know that shit.
Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I want to try to move along. So
Another vape.
Incident was May 21st. The sentence, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face.
I'm pretty sure if I would have seen something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Heard's face. Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said. Because they asked me if I remember seeing anything, and so I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just standing in front of me. She was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
I didn't see
But
nothing.
you
How many
don't know
times you gonna
whether
ask
she was
me?
wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
Oh my god.
Video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway. I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't have changed your eye.
I'll let pause for 1 second. I'm gonna open up the lines. There's only like a minute left. I'm gonna open up the lines because people are asking. They wanted a call from yesterday and stuff. So let me just dial in real quick. Alejandro. I wonder if he watched yesterday's thing on live. Like if he was watching his own testimony. All right, let me just mute it here for a second.
Studio web interface.
Okay, so the phone lines are open and there's somebody there already, so I'm just going to take it. But the number is 954-787-3009 if you want to call in about any aspect of the case or trial or today or previous days. So 714, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mal, it's Lawlers again.
Hey, Lawlers, what's up? Welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in because I'm saying things in the chat, but it's going so fast, so I just wanted to say a couple of my thoughts.
Okay, yeah, I just slowed it down. I'm
put the
sorry.
chat.
I know some people are asking to slow it down. I slowed it down a little bit.
Oh no, it's fine. It's funny because the chat goes off. We're all kind of saying similar things, I think. But yeah, I'm cracking up because she's over here doing a women's march, and yet behind the scenes she's having two men paying her bills basically to the ACLU. So I'm wondering, are all these people that had her come out for the marches, who were cheering her on and, having her be Woman of the Year, they're probably all feeling like fools right now, knowing that she was lying to everyone.
I wonder, too, if Howard Stern still feels the same about his statements that he's made recently about this whole case and situation, that Johnny's just an actor and it's an act. And I forgot the exact words, but he was going off. So I wonder with all this stuff coming out, if he still feels the same.
Yeah, and Johnny had nothing to do with this part of it. This is all things that her and her team orchestrated, that they perpetuated, that, they orchestrated. So how, this just shows her character. This just goes to show how she does lie and she does twist the truth. And, if I was his lawyer or for the deposition when they were talking to the ACLU rep, I would have asked them hey, had you guys known that Amber was actually a perpetrator of abuse, not just a victim, quote unquote, would you guys still have her be a representative, of ACLU? Right. And then that would have proven even further that had she not went, and did this op-ed, that Johnny would have never lost all that he did.
Right.
Yeah, and just a couple more things. I'm in Southern California, and they're bringing back a show at Disney California Adventure, World of Color, and I saw that they have Pirates of the Caribbean in it, and Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow is actually a featured part of it. So I don't know if that means with everything going on, they're trying to show support of him still, or if they're just trying to capitalize still on that franchise. But to me, that means something because they didn't, take him out or remove him. It just came back. So they could have edited him out of that, but they chose to keep him in. So I think that's a good thing.
Okay. And what did you think so far of today, real quick? Oh, yeah. What did you think so far today with this?
Yeah.
I guess you kind of spoke on it, but...
A little, yeah. I mean, like I said, I was kind of joined a little late because I get my son ready and then I kind of tune in afterwards.
They're saying Elon paid. Elon paid, but why would Elon pay?
Yeah, Elon's paying $500,000. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess, he probably felt bad for her. She was telling him lies, saying, oh, Johnny's beating me up. He right after the incident happened, supposedly at the condo, he was like, oh, do you need security? He's just being a good guy, a good person. People who are manipulative in that way, they're not going after people who don't have money, who don't have success, who don't have, manners. They're going after people that can give them things. So, Elon was just another person, another victim of, of her tactics.
Yeah, I agree. I think this stuff is pretty important. I mean, it's kind of, it does drag, but it's definitely showing all the different motivations.
I mean, if you're really paying attention, there's key things happening that proves Johnny's case. And he was really smart because he's the one that his team filed for it to be aired. She fought against that. She didn't want the public seeing this. And, had it not been aired, we wouldn't be seeing all the details that are coming out. We would just see only the verdict. And if he loses in the end, at least we know the truth now.
Right.
Yeah. And just one more thing I want to mention, I'm sure people are waiting. But the merch thing, I really want to see a hoodie and for it to be a emoji of you, or something, and then it's saying canceled because we're always saying that in the chat. So I really would like to see that. I think that'd be fun, with a red stamp over your emoji or something. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I do need some help. I really do need some merch help. I really want to get that roll. I'm gonna try to figure For sure. I like that idea, though. The
Yeah,
cancel thing's another one.
Yeah, I would love to get some merch from you. You have a lot of things, like even the face you make me go, like that, like the steak face, like that would be funny too, like as a sticker or something. So
Right.
yeah, definitely would show support on that end when you do that.
Thank you, Lawlers. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for taking
All right.
calls. Have a good day. I'll be
You
listening.
too. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Let me get the next caller. Somebody said what candle I use. I found this like at Target. I realize candles, at least the good ones, are expensive as crap. But this is called Red Mandarin. Can we focus? There we go. Red Mandarin and guava. I kind of like citrus stuff, I guess, but it smells really good. And somebody made a comment earlier that I think they were talking about me. I don't know. They were like something about we see the drink you're drinking, and it's an ad thing or something. I don't have any ads. I don't have a sponsor. I mean, I wouldn't mind if this company wanted to sponsor me. Like, I don't have any sponsors. It's just a drink that I like to drink. It's not there's no conspiracy behind it. 612, how you doing? Where you calling from? Check out this picture.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Who's this?
This is Josh. How you doing, Mel?
Josh, good. Thanks for calling, man. Where are you calling from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay, awesome. So what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, so I was just thinking about this. You know, I had a friend the other day say, this is a real win for men. And hold on one second. I don't look at it that way. I think that we need to see this for what it is. And that's, you know, a lot of people are too afraid to admit that this woman is wrong and has built a career off of being wrong. And it's damaging to their brand. But at the end of the day, if somebody really cares about something, they need to step up and actually say, like, real feminists support Johnny Depp. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Are they getting behind him?
So,
yeah, I wonder. Yeah, are they getting behind Johnny, or they're waiting to see? Because we're still seeing Johnny's people. We have to see what Amber's people are going to say. But this, just to me, looks super damning. A lot of things that have come out, especially this donation thing,
I mean,
the money and the lies and everything. Man, it's crazy.
Somebody in your super chat brought up Asia Argenta, and it does kind of remind me of that. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her.
No.
Anthony Bourdain's ex.
Oh, no,
she
tell
dated
me.
Anthony Bourdain. Yeah,
I know Anthony Bourdain.
She was
I like that
at
guy.
that same women's march. Yeah,
No.
rest in peace. She was at that same, for real. Yeah, and she was on a show with this actor when he was like 9 years old. She played his mom, and she vetted him and groomed him up until he was 17. And then while she was still with Anthony, ended up sleeping with this guy, and the pictures came out. Anthony ended up paying this guy off for her. Look at Elon Musk. Look at, very similar details. I think you should check out a little bit of that sometime when you have some free time. But Asia, ASIA, either Argento or Argenta. I don't know. It's like cheese or some shit. But yeah, man, you do a great job. I just wanted to say thanks, man, putting yourself out there the way you do. You really handle yourself professionally, and it's awesome to hear. So thanks for taking my call.
Thank you,
and
dude. I
yeah,
appreciate
let's
that.
keep gelling.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, take care, bro.
You too. Bye. That was a nice call. I want to find out about this because I like Anthony Bourdain. I don't want to talk too much because we got calls, but I like Anthony Bourdain. I know that he offed himself. I just used to like watching his videos. I know he had a whole thing with drugs. Even that story is kind of interesting. And apparently there's an article that says too that Joe Rogan calls Amber Heard a crazy lady full of shit. Oh, whoa. Hold up. He can call her crazy, but when I title my video as crazy, I'm canceled. But I did. The title was kind of triggering, I guess. Maybe for some people, it was meant to be humorous, but it's kind of true. Whatever. But there's a clip.
I'm watching this fucking Johnny Depp.
I haven't, but I'm dying to know about it.
I'm watching this trial like it's a cautionary tale. It's a cautionary tale about believing in bullshit, like forming a narrative in your head, like we're rebels together. We're gonna, that's what I felt like about Anthony Bourdain and his relationship too. That crazy woman.
Yo. How crazy is that? I didn't know that this guy was going to say that. We just took that call. He's literally referencing Anthony.
And then you're seeing it all play out in court. Like you're seeing all the crazy come out.
Yo, how crazy. And the time I literally just randomly found. Oh, no, actually, because I typed Anthony Bourdain, Asia Argento. That's why it came up. Okay, maybe it's not that crazy. Maybe it's not a conspiracy. It's just in the actual article, their name and Anthony Bourdain are mentioned there. That's why. I was like, yo, this is like some godly shit going on. It's not really. 412, how you doing? Where you calling from? 412, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. I love your show. I watch
you.
every day.
Thank you for holding, too. Appreciate it.
I work at home, so luckily I'm able to pretty much spend my day watching. I don't have a lot to say except I cannot stand watching Amber. I want to throw things at my TV. I scream and I yell. She is so arrogant, and everything that she's done, all her lies and manipulation of the system and people and businesses and all that, all it does is hurt real victims who now maybe won't be believed.
Right.
And it's just sickening. And I think it's so clear to me, and I still don't understand why some people don't see it, or they don't seem to see it, that she was just a clout chaser, which I know that we've all talked about. But I mean, did anybody know who she was before she was with Johnny? I had no clue who she was until they got divorced, and then I'm like, well, who's this bitch? You know what I mean? Like she acts like she's an A-lister, like him. Like she seems to feel like she's entitled to be. I don't know. She's not up there.
Yeah, she seemed very entitled.
And
those marches,
Yes.
those demonstrations, even now in the courtroom.
And she exudes no warmth, like zero personality. I mean, anytime I've seen her speak, the clips that you showed a little while ago, she just comes across as so robotic. Like she has no personality, no warmth. It's just maddening. And if she wins, I swear I'm going to throw my TV out the window. But anyway, that's it. I just wanted to bitch and whine about her because I can't stand it.
Thank you. And I appreciate the call. Did you know about all this stuff with the settlement or the money for the divorce that was supposed to go to like the children's hospital and ACLU? Did you know that before now, today? Like, have you been following this for like years, or it's just recently jumped on?
What? Yeah, I had heard that she was supposed to have made a payment and she didn't. I didn't really look super far into that, so I didn't know all the details that we found out today.
Yeah.
Another thing I did want to mention, this maybe has been talked about in the past. I haven't seen anything. There's pictures floating around of her and Elon, and he has a bruise on his cheek. But I don't see anybody talking about that. It's when they were dating. They were like walking, holding hands. So it's when they were together, because there's a picture of them holding hands, and he has a bruise on his cheek.
Uh-oh. Did she get Elon too?
And I haven't seen anybody talk about that. I've posted it on Twitter. Like, no one has. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I'm just late to the party. You know, maybe it's something that's already known or been discussed, and I just missed it. I'll go on my Twitter and find it, and I'll send it to you.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Send it to me when you have a chance, and I'll check it out. How long were they together?
Yeah,
Do we know? Does somebody in the
I
chat know how long officially was Elon and this chick? It was a short stint, right? But I don't know. Was it even a year? Was it a couple months? Was it like, how long were they officially together?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, I'll try to find out. Thank you, though. Appreciate the call. And thank you for
You're
watching
welcome.
and the
Y'all
support.
have a great day.
You too.
No problem. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye. Okay. On to the next one. The lines are getting full too. So 717, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, Mel. This is Katie. I called in a couple times. I
Katie.
wanted to call and yeah,
Welcome, thanks.
Yes. So I wanted to say before anything else that the times I've called in and said I'm a female and
Oh, yes.
but your community and your chat has always been really not hateful, and
thank you.
I'm really
I thought you were gonna say toxic.
Yeah, I'm really grateful because it's like
No, they are really nice.
it's okay. No, like
Mhm.
if I didn't mean I deserve it, I give it to myself. But you know, like you played the video. I didn't have much to say today. I did about the financial stuff, but that's whatever. But you played the video of her at the Women's March.
Oh yes,
And
yes,
like,
yes.
I'm looking at it, I'm like, dude, so I want to advocate, you know, I don't have a platform or anything, but, you know, I feel like, you know, DV, especially against men, needs more voices. And I would be one of those people. Like I'm, you know, so to speak, in recovery, for lack of better words, or aware of it. And it's going to be a lifelong struggle. But another caller asked if feminists are backing him. And I'm wondering the same thing. Like, where's everybody that is, you know, where are all of the very loud spoken feminists that support complete equality for men and women? You know, I don't know where they are. But yeah, I think Amber was just, I think she's just living the lie. Yeah, she's still like living the lie. But I did want to say I have some knowledge of like funds and donating funds and pledges. If you had any questions for me, and like what it means to be like an ambassador of something.
Oh yeah, could you explain the ambassador thing?
Yeah,
is
so
like buying your way into
I can
the
only
title?
explain it vaguely. So I can only explain it as far as like I know it. And my personal experience was with Special Olympics. So we have a severely autistic son, and we donate X amount of money each year, and then we can actually sign up to pledge. Pledging is like not like a legal binding agreement, but it's essentially a legal binding agreement where it's like directly pulled out from your account. And being a pledger of a certain level, you get to be like, you know, you get stickers or things or invited to events. But if you're paying at a top tier, you can become, you know, what they labeled as an ambassador, which means commitment, and they want to utilize you to based on how famous you are or whatnot. Like, I think, like, what's that dude from Jackass? Like, is that him?
Steve?
No,
No, you're talking about the
I
other
don't
guy.
know. I don't know. There was some guy who was like an ambassador for the Special Olympics. There's a couple. I know I'm a Steelers fan, so I know that Joe Hayden does it too. But if you have a large enough platform, then you become like a spokesperson for them, so to speak. So that's how it goes, just like regular people. But you aren't committed to do things for them. Like, they don't require you, but they want you to. And yeah, so that's kind of how you don't, you know, I mean, you can't really buy yourself into like a nonprofit.
Right. So it's like a label that you get when you're committing, you know, to funds or whatever. Like you're going to be giving, you're pledging or whatever. I mean, that comes with the pledge. That the title kind of comes with the pledge too. Like you're giving a certain amount or over time. That kind of comes with it.
Yeah, it's like a certain amount. Like if you pledge this amount of money, you become this, and then you know, yeah, that's what it is. Now, again, like I'm not in the echelon of like, you know, giving millions of dollars, so we just get a certain amount. But if we would pledge more, we would be like in the upper tier of things, you know. So come on, honey.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what that is. And then, but again, like organizations want money to do good work, right? So when they get the money, I guess they can vet a person, but generally you have to have a lot of like really big gonads to be lying, coming into something and lying. So even the fact that she continued this and agreed to be an ambassador based on the alleged lies that she had is just, it's really like.
Lauren says,
really,
I think you're trying to talk about Johnny Knoxville, maybe from the.
Yeah,
from the show.
well, no, he did that movie.
No?
I thought.
He was on
there was. Yeah, he did it. I don't know. I'm not sure, but there's.
All
yeah,
right.
I'm just speaking just from what we know about Special Olympics. So yeah, so that's what the ambassador is, and you know, so and then I do have some knowledge of like donor funds and stuff like that, but that's if you have questions, I can answer that later, so you can get to all the callers.
All right. Well, thank you, Katie. Appreciate the call and you sharing your experiences and supporting. Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you. You're doing
All
great
right.
work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, bye.
Bye. So I'm gonna try to get to the rest of all the callers. Don't put out the number anymore. I'm going to take the rest of these because we're getting closer to the time slowly. About 20 minutes left. 330, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, it's me?
Yes, how you doing? Welcome.
Oh, hey, hi.
Hey.
Shelly from Ohio. And
Shelly, hey,
I'll try to
welcome.
make this quick 'cause hey, thanks. I think just a couple. First of all, the question I have is that clip that you played for us yesterday, where the guy had made it a lot louder so that we could understand what was going on. It just makes no sense to me because it seemed like, Johnny was the one recording, but Amber knew he was recording. Because at, one point she said, I see your thumbs, it's recording. And he, I don't know if maybe he thought he was caught recording. And then she's like, oh, no, record. And then just that crazy stuff, continued after that. I just don't get it. It just makes no sense to me.
Right.
And then I'm also thinking that if Elon was the one who had set up that account for her, he was probably just paying money just to keep the crazy lady out of his DMs or something.
Elon, right? You talking about Elon?
Yeah.
I was wondering that too. Like maybe he knew better. Like, sometimes in life you got to take costs, the cost of business and health and shit. And so that maybe this guy was just like, you know what? Here's this, and just leave me alone. Like Jesus, I deal with your shit anymore.
I could see that, and maybe if he gets a little bit of a tax write-off, maybe
And a tax write-off too. Yeah.
Could be. And then, So anyway, the question that I had, I don't know if anyone else had heard that yesterday, was how could it be that they, these recordings, it's insane to me. It's like, but then the one yesterday is she knew he was recording, and then she just continued to act absolutely insane. I just don't understand it. And then, and I'll make this quick because I know you got other callers, but I was going through on YouTube and I was watching old videos of her interviews from the beginning all the way to now, and it just seems like she would morph into these different people depending on times. I from the beginning, it was like she was this sex symbol, and that's who she played to be. And then at one point, I could have swore she morphed into Scarlett Johansson. And I'm like, what is this? Who is this person? And to be honest, I don't even think Amber Heard knows who Amber Heard is. And it's really sad. So, but thanks for taking the call.
Thank you.
Hope everyone has a good day. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Amazing. 407. Let me take 407 next. 407, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mel, it's Cheeks. How are you?
Cheeks. Good. I don't know if you ever saw it in the chat. I was typing earlier when I was trying to figure out this whole situation. I was like, where's Cheeks when you need her? With this all this ACLU crap and all that.
I was probably working with a patient, and because when I'm working with a patient, I just have my AirPods in, so I'm listening,
Okay,
I'll kind of double into the chat where I can. So I guarantee I missed it. But first of all, I agree with the caller. I had no idea who Amber Heard was when all of this started. I literally put in the chat, please do not sue me, but who is she? Who is she? I asked my daughter, I said, I'll give you $5 if you can name an Amber Heard movie. And surprisingly enough, she recognized her from one movie that I actually really like. It probably, not a lot of people probably liked it, but The Stepfather.
She was
played,
in that?
Joe.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she played Joe from You's girlfriend. I was like, Karma, you're full of shit. That's my daughter's name, Karma. I'm like, Karma, are you serious? She's like, yeah. And I Googled it, and she sure enough was. I was like, well, I still don't know who she is. But let the other caller know, no, it wasn't just you. I had absolutely no idea who the hell she was. I had to ask the chat. I'm like, who is she? I never saw Aquaman. Didn't really care to see Aquaman, so I had no idea that she was in it. But nonetheless, I digress. That speech, the fucking dramatics, who are you?
The Women's March thing?
You feel that important? Because I'm telling you, I would have sat there at that speech like, who is she? Who is she? Does anybody know who she is? Like, while we're sitting yelling and screaming, like, who is she? She spoke with such importance. And I definitely agree with a lot of the callers. She seems very arrogant, full of herself. Yeah, conviction. Like, this is my truth. I see somebody in the comments say, you know, when somebody says, I'm speaking my truth, you know they're lying. And I literally LOL'd. I literally laughed out loud when I saw that comment. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. But nonetheless, I was just calling because when I really did get a chance to watch yesterday, I got to watch the comedic gold of Alejandro, and I was in the car with tears in my eyes. I was like, he is so aggravated. Like, I don't even get paid enough for this. Y'all done sent me the document. I did not read it. Yeah, completely over it. And then he's vaping. Like, you can tell the man is stressed out. Like, I thought this was just going to be a simple, like, yes, no. I keep saying no. She keeps vetting me. It's like she keeps asking, do you like peanut butter and jelly? Yes. Okay, so you do like jelly and peanut butter. Yes. Well, which one is it? Damn, it's the same question. It's the same sandwich. I just answered it. Yeah, and I was just like, okay, this is great. This is hilarious. So, I just had to let you know because I know that you were going to do calls yesterday. That's actually what I wanted to call about because Alejandro was just classic gold.
Amazing.
Classic. And probably was the best.
And there were some people
yesterday.
mad at him. There were some people, I don't know what it is. Facebook almost sometimes reminds me of like Twitter, except Twitter's more like canceling and like woke and stuff. But Facebook, some people were mad at Alejandro. Like, these people just get mad at everybody. They're saying he was being disrespectful to the court order.
Facebook.
What's wrong with these people?
Facebook is strictly for family connections, and that's it. I don't even dive into it because, like you said, like people are so like self-righteous and so ready to, you know, attack. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Alejandro. Alejandro understood the assignment. He said, I'm here to testify. I'm giving you the answers that you want, and for whatever reason, these answers aren't good enough for you, and they're not going to change. So what you want to do? Because I got shit I got to do after this. I'm literally doing this in my car because literally as soon as I'm done, I got shit I got to do, lady. So, no, I didn't recognize her. No, I'm not looking at her. Then I was thinking to myself, I was like, I wonder if he's got a girlfriend or a fiance because she's probably like, yeah, you better not be looking at no other female to be telling if she got on makeup or not. But, yeah. Nonetheless, like I said, I just wanted to call and say that. Also, the girls, when we were all in the chat last Friday on Discord, they told me I needed to call you and let you know, you was kind of a punk since you left us in there. We kind of felt like unsupervised children.
No.
That would be me.
You know what happened? The ladies were talking and you guys were talking and talking. And so I just, after a while, I gave up. I got tired. I let them go.
Terry was like, where's Mel?
She did. She texted me. I think she called me asking me too. Like, what happened to Mel? After a while, I just got silent.
But yes. So they wanted me to tell you, thanks for dropping us off at Day Your Dad and just leaving us, to our own devices.
They got me. They called me out. Also, I'm probably loving this.
And then the last thing, because I know lunchtime is getting there and you got a couple more calls, but we were trying to help Terry with the whole Discord profile picture. I'm really hoping that somebody helped her out. I told her that hopefully by Monday we got it right, and I don't know if she got it. So, Terry, if you're listening, I promise we'll work on it if you haven't figured it out.
Technical. No, she didn't get it. I don't think she got it. I don't see she has a picture yet. I thought all you do is click your name, isn't it? Isn't that all you do? Just click your name and
No, it was so bad. It was so bad. Nicole was trying to help her. There was Facebook names being exchanged. Lord. We can find people, Twitter. Jeez. Yeah, so hopefully we can get Terry right on Discord. But nonetheless, that is all I wanted to call you about. I'm done. I'm looking at paperwork for payroll, and otherwise than that, I just wanted to call you.
Well, thank you so much.
Still listening, but yeah,
thank you for listening. Thank you for the support and calling in and your comments. I really appreciate it. So.
You are very welcome, Mel. Listen, you are like the highlight of my day when I ain't got nothing to do. You always make the things go by fast. I love it.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, Mel. Bye, Dad.
Adios.
Bye.
All right. Next person. Thank you. Still got a couple people to go through. Okay. 513. How you doing? Where you calling from?
This is Amy, Ohio, from your chat.
Amy, Ohio. How you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing good. I had to call because you actually asked, and chat's been saying, where are all these loud feminists? So I'm one of those loud feminists, and I'm a Johnny supporter in this.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to go off.
No, no, not
That's
at
cool.
all.
That's good.
Feminism's about equality, not yay women. So
You say gay women?
how I explain this, not yay women, like hooray women are
Oh,
right.
I thought you said gay women. I was like, oh, damn.
Any
All right.
women, sure, fine, but not
right.
anything about women are always right. So
Right.
it's more along the lines of, I told my husband we got to switch the pronouns. So if we were to hear, if Johnny was a woman, we were to say, hey, we have this tape where a man said to a woman, oh, go ahead, go tell them I beat you. No one's going to believe you.
Right.
We would all be up in arms. There would
Mm-hmm.
be riots in the streets if a man said that to a woman.
Right.
So we just kind of have to switch the pronouns and make it equal. And how would it be if it was the opposite? How would we feel?
Right.
So
I agree.
that's what
I mean,
feminism is. It's equality. And if this was
So wouldn't it
gender
just be
switch,
equality in general? Wouldn't it just be equality instead of feminism? Or is it, wouldn't you just have to label it as equality
the
then?
whole point of feminism was to bring it to be equal. So initially, it had to be feminism because women didn't even have the right to vote. So initially, it had to be more pro-woman to even bring it to be equal. So that's how it started. That's how it got the name.
Okay.
So that's where the actual name came from. Yeah. So being a feminist is, just saying it doesn't matter the gender. And if we were to switch the genders in this trial, we would be on the woman's side, right? Because just speak it out loud and saying it's ridiculous to say, no one's going to believe you. I'm going to beat you, make it fine, tear up the house.
Right.
If we say a man cut off the tip of a woman's finger and she had to do physical therapy, people would be trying to beat that man up. I mean, let's face it. He'd be in jail.
Right.
So we can't have it. It's just wrong is wrong.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, appreciate the call.
Yeah, you're doing great coverage of this trial. I know you said
Thank
you
you.
never covered a trial before.
No,
I canceled
first
another
time.
membership to increase my one here to a level 2. So great
Awesome.
coverage.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
All right. Thanks. Bye. That was so. There you go. You gotta, for people that are asking. Oh, I still don't think majority are not really women. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really been following these people as far as like the feminists, the Me Too thing. Really is what I mean to say. 209. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, ma'am. It's Jeannie from California.
Hey.
I called in before.
Welcome. You said Jeannie, or how's your name?
Yeah.
Jeannie.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Welcome.
Yeah. My thing is I don't think anybody noticed when they were talking to the representative for the ACLU, is when they were asking if she qualified to be an ambassador, and he said no. And when they asked, what does it take to qualify? And they had told her that she had a choice. And one of the choices was to be a victim of domestic violence.
Right.
And for her, it was like, oh, wait, I've got this, protective order and all this other stuff that I was trying to do, which is a manipulative tactic for narcissists trying to keep someone in a relationship. Because even after she got the protective order, she was still trying to talk to Johnny. And kind of going, well, I'll drop the order if you'll take me back type thing.
Right.
And so for her, it was a way to kind of go, oh, wait, I can, build on this and still make him a victim in a way and have him under my thumb. Because she hadn't said anything before that. She hadn't brought it up anytime before that. And the fact that the ACLU didn't look up anything in her past about any domestic violence with any other partners, they should have done that. They should have done their research.
Especially with the whole, op-ed thing and all that. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because, she's got obviously a record of it. Her and her girlfriend dropped the charges, and they dated for a little while afterwards. And then she met Johnny and dumped her girlfriend for Johnny. And so, I think she kind of manipulated her girlfriend to drop the charges. And
That's what I was
then
thinking.
like,
I was wondering if she talked her out of it, or did she scare her, or did she pay her? Like, how did she get her to drop the charges? I was wondering about that too.
Yeah,
There doesn't seem to be really any information on
She
it.
dropped the charges, and then she agreed to sign a thing saying that she wouldn't talk about it. On why she dropped the charges. So, Amber doesn't even talk about it. Neither one of them will bring it up.
What I wonder about this stuff too.
An agreement.
Is that what it is? Maybe that would make sense. My only thing about this too is like, let's say these other supposed like victims out there, or these other people out there that have been, let's say, allegedly abused or beat by a certain person. Let's say if it was Amber, or let's say if it was Johnny, whatever. And then you see somebody going through this whole case of defamation, and they're fighting for their whatever reputation, finance, their livelihood. You're not gonna get up and stand up and try to like testify or like try to do what's right. Like, damn, this person's going through the same shit I am. Who knows how many other people they've manipulated and abused? You're just gonna stay quiet?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're just afraid. They don't want the attention.
She signed an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if she signed an agreement stating that she won't say anything, she won't, do anything. By law, I don't think she can. That's why our former president has people do that. He'll have them sign a non-disclosure agreement to where they have to pay a certain amount if they say anything. So if she opens her mouth, she's probably going to have to pay like $1 million to Amber if she says anything.
Damn.
You know what I mean? So, my thing is I'm being a victim myself. It kind of upsets me that, the ACLU is still standing behind her.
Well, they might be. Maybe
they
they're
haven't
waiting.
Taken her ambassador away. Nothing.
Maybe they're waiting to see what happens, the outcome. Do you think, could your mind be changed maybe? Do you think, because we haven't heard the other side, do you think maybe you see yourself changing your mind or no?
No, because I've seen the testimony of her back in 2002 on her defamation on the first trial.
Mm-hmm.
And she got up there and acted like she was hot stuff and that she shouldn't be here, and her whole demeanor and the way she tried to portray it was awful. Absolutely awful. And so I'm surprised she even won.
Thank you. I appreciate the call. I want to try to see if I can get another one before we're about to start soon. But I am going to open calls again at the end.
Okay.
But thank you so much.
Right.
I don't think I heard that part you
time.
mentioned. So thank you.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, let me see if I can get another one. I have the 3 numbers. I have them saved. I'm going to call this 706. How you doing? Where you're calling from? The other 2 numbers I have saved if I have to call you back.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, welcome. Who's this?
This is Cindy from Georgia, and I'm not going to keep you long. Because everybody's touched on everything else. I just wanted to say that the she-devils of Hollywood are coming out. We had the Jada Will thing. Now we got the Amber thing. You have got to go look at the video interview Megan Fox did. I sent you the link in your email. Oh my gosh.
Cynthia, yeah.
Yeah. That's really crazy stuff about drinking blood, her and her man. Anyway, it's really interesting. And I wanted to point out, I call them she-devils. I heard this last night on a podcast, and I can't remember who it was, but the name Hollywood actually came from the wood of the holly tree, and the wood from a holly tree was used like magic wands or in banishment. So I just kind of think I find that kind of coincidental that Hollywood's doing this cancel culture on so many of the actors and actresses. And then on top of that with Disney too, you know how Disney jumped up and they're defying DeSantis and all of that stuff. And then Disney's doing this with Johnny Depp before he's really proven guilty of her accusations of the abuse. So I'm just tying it all together. I just call it the she-devils of Hollywood are coming out. It's like right now it's all the women. That's what I'm seeing lately. It just seems like it's all these evil women.
So this chick, Megan Fox, she said, I see the articles too. I know you sent me a video, but I see the articles that said Megan Fox would like to clear up what people think about her and her fiance, Machine Gun Kelly, drinking each other's blood. So I guess to drink each other's blood might mislead people, or people imagining us taking goblets like we're in the Game of Thrones drinking each other's blood. It's just a few drops. But yes, we do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes. So,
yeah. And then she goes on in that to talk about how they go, I forget where it is, it's overseas somewhere, and they go through this other ritual type thing because they need God. So, but it's more like the paganistic type, old folklore type, you know. And then she even talks about her children and everything that, you know, everything they're trying to teach them in school today. All of this is just so blooming crazy. And the next thing you're probably going to be hearing about, I read an article, was how close Angelina Jolie and her brother are. And that's been a lot of problem with her and Brad, to the extent that they kiss on the mouth. So there's some crazy she-devils in Hollywood, I'm telling you. And they're showing those true colors here, one behind the other.
Well, thank you so much for the call.
Johnny all the way. Yeah, right. And you have a great one. I'm listening while I work.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye. There's one more caller. Let me see. I'll see if I can take him. If not, we'll just call him back. I think we got through everybody. I think it's just one person left. I think it's better if we call him back. Let me just let him know. 832. Hey, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, my name is Nicole from Seattle.
Right. Hey, Nicole.
Thank you,
We're about to start. Can I call you back?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I'm going to call you back maybe during a 15-minute break if you're available. If not,
yes,
at the end.
Plaintiff calls.
Actually, at the end.
Okay,
yeah,
no, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I'll call her back. And let me I don't know what's wrong with this thing. It's jacked up. Oh, and I gotta do something too.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case with penalty of law? Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Kitty! All right, so we got this new person. I just wanted to switch my feed, so this time when I step away, when I have to step away
Good
at
afternoon,
the 15, we don't have ads.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Will you state your full name for the record?
Yes, Edward White,
Where do you reside?
Los Angeles, California.
How are you employed?
Many years ago, I founded Edward White and Company, Certified Public Accountants, and I am the managing and senior partner of the firm.
What is a certified public accounting firm?
A certified public accounting firm is authorized by a particular state, in my case, California, to audit financial information and to certify the statements related thereto.
What's the nature of the work that's done at Edward White and Company?
It's diversified. It includes providing tax and related compliance services, that is to do the tax returns for the clients. That's both fiduciary, corporate, individual, as well as partnership work. We also are involved in providing financial statements for financial institutions and for governmental agencies. We, in addition to that, have a business management department and provide a wide variety of services in that capacity.
Are you the Edward White of Edward White and Company?
Yes, I am.
Who do you employ?
We employ a very talented group of professionals that have really amazing credentials. They have graduate degrees from NYU and USC in business administration as well as taxation. Many of my colleagues have been with the firm for over 25 years, in one case for 35 years. I'm very proud to be associated with this group of people.
Who are your principal clients?
We represent approximately 100 high net worth individuals and the companies that they own and operate. In addition to that, we do work for governmental agencies such as the Department of Justice, the state of Alaska, the state of California, and the city of Long Beach.
What's your educational background?
I started my college career utilizing the GI Bill. I served 4 years in the Air Force and was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. My undergraduate degree was in business administration, and I have a master's degree in business administration from the University of Southern California. After completing my graduate degree at USC, I took several tax classes, corporate, fiduciary, estate and gift, and subject matters such as that.
Do you have any other experience with education?
Yes, I was a former professor of accounting and taxation at California State University, located in Los Angeles, California.
What kind of work do you personally do?
The work I do is primarily transaction-oriented, acquisitions of companies, dispositions, that is buying or selling a company, arranging financing with large financial institutions, consulting with clients where they feel it's appropriate for me to be involved, assisting my colleagues. As I mentioned to you, we have approximately 100 high net worth individual clients, and there's always something that I can contribute to.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in financial forensics by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. And of course, I'm a certified public accountant.
What are financial forensics?
That's an attempt to ascertain not only the facts, but what transpired as relates to financial activity. So you do a study based upon financial records. You then look at contracts. You look at other financial information in an attempt to, once again, not only ascertain what the results were, but what caused the results.
Have you ever previously testified in court?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert witness in both the California court and the federal courts, and I have testified in matters involving the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Okay. Do you serve on any boards, or have you served on any boards?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. This witness is not being proffered as an expert in this case.
All right.
Wasn't
This
designated.
is just a fact witness and not an expert witness.
Fact witness, and it goes to credibility.
I'll sustain the objection. I think we can move on.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
How'd you come to know Mr. Depp?
I met him because he was introduced to me by a senior executive at the Bank of California, Richard Smith.
Do you work with Mr. Depp?
And I have testified. Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
We are his business management firm.
How long have you served in that capacity?
By approximately 6 years.
What does that role involve?
Processing, managing his financial affairs. As you know, Mr. Depp is an amazing talent, internationally acclaimed for his work, but he relegated his financial activities to me and my colleagues, so we provide a wide variety of services for him.
Do you do this kind of work for other people?
Yes, we do. Numerous other clients.
When did you first become involved with Mr. Depp?
Approximately 6 years ago, after the introduction from Mr. Smith.
What was the nature of the work that you were to perform for him?
Initially, it was to perform a forensic study, evaluate his financial affairs, and to formulate recommendations on how he could manage his affairs in a more advantageous manner.
After you conducted that analysis, what did you do?
I met with Mr. Depp, the purpose of which was to share with him the results of our findings and to make recommendations on how he could resolve the issues he was confronting.
When was that meeting?
That meeting was on April 21st, 2016.
Who called the meeting?
I did. I called the meeting because I felt it was appropriate to meet with Mr. Depp and to discuss his affairs and to provide him with opportunities and plans and strategies to resolve the issues he was confronting.
Where was the meeting held?
It was held at his offices in Los Angeles, California.
Do you know approximately what time it began?
It began at approximately 7:30, and my recollection is there were 7 people in attendance, including Mr. Depp and myself.
Was alcohol served at the meeting?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall any alcohol being consumed.
Did Mr. Depp stay for the entirety of the meeting?
Oh, yes. He was very interested in the contents. He asked very thoughtful questions. He was fully engaged and fully sensitive to the matters that we were discussing.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp didn't participate in the meeting?
No, he was very actively involved. He did excuse himself on 2 or 3 occasions. It was my understanding that he was going to contact Ms. Heard and attempt to respond to her concerns and also address the fact that this was an extremely important meeting and that it involved his financial viability and that he felt it imperative to stay and address the issues I was discussing with him.
When did the meeting conclude?
At approximately 9:30. So it went for approximately 2 hours.
At the conclusion of the meeting, what did you observe as to Mr. Depp?
That he was fully engaged once again. He thanked me profusely for not only addressing the problems, but he was excited about the fact there was a strategy and plan to resolve the problems.
Did he appear impaired to you in any way?
No, to the contrary, I found him to be...
I'm sorry, sir, there was an objection. All right, what was the objection? I'm sorry. Leading?
Just I asked him for his observation as to impairment.
Well, if you want to ask different, I'll sustain that objection, but you can ask another question.
Did you make any observations as to Mr. Depp's potential impairment?
It was readily apparent to me that he was actively involved in the conversation. He asked very thoughtful and prudent questions. He was genuinely interested, and once again, when he left, he thanked me profusely for not only addressing the issues, but formulating a strategy and plan to resolve them in a successful manner.
Did you play any role on Mr. Depp's behalf with respect to the dissolution of his marriage to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was actively involved in the negotiations of the separation and the marriage dissolve.
What role did you play in those negotiations?
Well, in my capacity as his business manager, I understood his financial capacity and the tax implications associated with it. So I was actively involved in addressing those issues as they were forthcoming from counsel.
You mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Excuse me?
I think you just mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Well, what I was talking about is that when Ms. Heard began the negotiations, she was asking for approximately $4 million. That
Objection,
balance
Your Honor.
then was
Foundation,
increased.
Hearsay, lack of foundation, hearsay.
These are requests made by Ms. Heard and her counsel.
Yeah, how's it hearsay? If she said it, she actually...
In communications.
What?
Here, you want to approach for a minute?
Certainly.
Oh, man. They pressed. They know they're losing. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if we haven't seen their side yet, but I don't know. Is it hearsay if it's an actual fact? If they actually she asked for $4 million? So this is I guess the business manager for Johnny Depp. I don't really have much information on him. I guess we're just waiting to see what comes up. But it is nice to have an actual in-person testimony. And I really wonder who they're going to put on him. Are they going to put the cat lady? Are they going to put, what's it, Rottenborn? Rottenborn is back. Just put down on punishment. Time out.
As a result of your involvement on behalf of Mr. Depp in the negotiation, what was your understanding of what Ms. Heard was looking for?
She initially was looking for a consideration of $4 million, but her demand continually increased. It went from $4 million to $5 million. Then it went from $5 million to $5.5 million. Then it went to $7 million. And then it was $7 million, and she demanded that Mr. Depp also pay $500,000 to her attorneys. Then, after that consideration, she also said that all the community liabilities that were accumulated during the course of the marriage, which approximated
Sorry, there's
$13.5
an
million.
objection, sir. Whenever there's an objection, I'm sorry. If you can't hear it, I'll let you know. Okay?
Thank you, Your
Yeah, no
This
problem,
just
sir.
goes into his allegations of what she said, which Your Honor just instructed, sustain the objection on that. He has no foundation to suggest that. No knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I understand that. I asked his understanding.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
May I continue?
She'll tell you yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He learns very well.
So the next demand was that all of the community liabilities that were unresolved, approximately $13.5 million, that Mr. Depp had to pay those liabilities in its entirety. So at that point, she was demanding $14,250,000 of consideration, and then it got worse. The next demand was that all of this consideration be paid to her free of taxation. And counselor, for him to pay $14,250,000 to Miss Heard, that would require him to earn approximately
Objection, Your Honor.
$30
This
million.
is so far beyond the scope, so far beyond his foundation. Of
You
what was
mad?
discussed.
All right, I'll sustain that last answer. All right. Next question.
Did you make a proposal as to how payments would be made to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. And
thank
they
you,
were
Stephanie.
initially contemplated to be paid directly to the charities. The Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, for the benefit of the children who required severe medical service, and to the ACLU. During the course of the negotiations, one of the demands, because the contract changed, was that the payments be made directly to Miss Heard.
Did you have any personal involvement with either the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Mr. Depp directed me to issue two $100,000 checks directly to the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I knew that he was involved and supported their efforts and appreciated his service. In addition to that, he directed me to contribute $100,000 to ACLU. In accordance with his instructions, my colleagues drafted the checks, I executed them, and they were delivered to the two charities.
Did you continue making payments to either of those charities on Ms. Heard's behalf?
No, in fact, I was chastised for making the payments by Ms. Heard's counsel and told that the payments in the future had to go
Objection, Your
directly
Honor.
to her.
This is clear hearsay. He's not answering the question. I would ask for you to instruct him to answer the question and not expound upon his.
I'll sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
What role did you play with respect to the payments ultimately made to Ms. Heard?
We supplied the payments to Ms. Heard in accordance with the agreement, either on or before the date in which they were required to be paid. The first payments made to Ms. Heard was $2 million in 2017. Then in April of 2017, another payment of $1 million made payable directly to Ms. Heard was made. Then in August of 2017, another $1 million was paid directly to Ms. Heard. Then in November, $500,000 was paid directly to Ms. Heard. My colleagues drafted those checks, I executed them, they were delivered on a timely basis. Therefore, in 2017, she was paid $4.5 million directly paid to her. Then on February 1 of 2018, she was paid the final installment of $2.3 million for total payments that went directly to Ms. Heard of $6.8 million.
Do you know when this lawsuit was filed?
Yes, it was filed in March 1, 2019.
Were the payments that were made on Mr. Depp's behalf directly to Ms. Heard the only economic benefit she received?
Objection leading.
I haven't heard the go. I'll overrule the objection for us now. Go ahead.
Were the payments made on to Ms. Heard the only economic benefits that she received from the settlement agreement?
No. As I shared with you earlier, Mr. Depp was required to pay $500,000 to Ms. Heard's counsel, which he did in a timely and respectful manner. He was also required to pay all the community liabilities, which accumulated during their 15-month of marriage, was approximately $13,500,000. So he paid all the community liabilities. She paid none of them. That's why you have to aggregate the money that was paid directly to her, the money that was paid to her, to the charities on her behalf, the money that was paid to her attorneys, and the relief of all these liabilities that he had to satisfy. That's why I said to you, Counselor, that the total consideration paid to her was $14,250,000, and she demanded that that payment be made free of taxation, that Mr. Depp would have to satisfy all the tax liabilities.
How long were they married for?
They were married for 15 months.
Okay. Were the payments that went to Ms. Heard the only payments that you've made on Mr. Depp's behalf?
No, we satisfied all of his obligations, so it was very customary for us to pay everything that Mr. Depp was obligated to pay.
Are you familiar with an entity known as 2020 Wine Merchants?
Yes, I am.
Why are you familiar with it?
It's a prominent purveyor of wine in Los Angeles,
Your Honor,
California.
Foundation, hearsay.
I don't see the hearsay, but I don't
Foundation at this point.
Can we
Sure. Sure.
Rottenborn's, on the defensive, making sure, getting the objections, the hearsay. Ah, damn it. See if I can clip this. Can I clip that? A little bit. I don't know if that's too much or not. Rottenborn. Nah, I don't think. It might be too much on the screen. Rottenborn. This must have been like a couple of years ago, I think. This picture. Rottenborn, just like that, peeking out. Foundation, hearsay.
All right. I think where we left off is I asked you, how were you familiar with 2020 Wine Merchants? And if that's not what I asked you, that's what I'm asking you now.
2020 is a highly recognized purveyor of wine in Los Angeles, along with other companies.
What involvement, if any, did you have with 2020?
I satisfied the liabilities that Mr. Depp incurred, which at the dissolve of their marriage was approximately $160,000.
Do you continue to pay Mr. Depp's wine bill?
Yes, I do. We pay all of his obligations, but his wine bill has shrunk to virtually zero because he does not consume that much in the way of wine. He's made a few gifts around Christmas time, but his wine bill has gone to virtually zero.
Are you familiar with a Spanish wine known as Vega Sicilia?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
I know that it is a very expensive wine, and that I know that Ms. Heard enjoyed drinking the wine.
How much does it cost?
The cost of the wine is approximately $500 a bottle.
Were you ultimately charged with paying for the wine that was served on at the birthday party on April 21, 2016?
Yes, I was. We rendered the
Objection,
payment for that
Foundation.
balance.
Excuse me. I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
How many bottles of Vega Sicilia were served?
At Ms. Heard's request, she ordered 5 bottles of the wine and 8 bottles of other wine, so a total of 13 bottles of wine.
Thank you, Mr. White. I have no other questions
All right,
That's
cross-
it.
at this time.
Se acabó.
Examination.
Okay, vamos a ver. That's what we got for the cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Your firm has been paid millions of dollars by Mr. Depp and his companies since you were first retained in 2016, correct?
Correct?
And in fact, you're being paid for the time that you're sitting on that witness stand today, aren't you?
No.
Well, you charged the time that you spent in connection with legal proceedings in this case, correct?
That's correct, but I charge for my time.
Yeah.
And it's the same time.
You answer
that I
my
would
question, sir. In
charge-
fact, you charge $710 an hour for your time, don't you?
Counselor, if you'll let me complete my answer, I'll
No,
be happy to respond.
Sir, please try to stick to the question that I'm asking you. You've had your chance to go well beyond the question being asked, but if you could just please stick to the question I'm asking you, it would go a lot faster.
Oh, could you, I don't think your microphone was on there. Well, it's not really, badgering's not an
Thank you, Your
objection,
Honor.
but that's all right. So just if you could answer the question that's asked, okay? Thank you, sir.
Oh!
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right board!
Let me start over, sir.
Snap it!
You charge Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the work that you do for him, don't you?
That is my standard rate for all clients, and yes, I do charge that rate to Mr. Depp.
And you gave a deposition in this case. You remember that? On or around February 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
And that day, you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the time that you spent giving testimony that day, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for anything that you do in connection with his account, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You have about 6 people working on Mr. Depp's account, correct?
Yes.
And whether through you or one of your colleagues, your main contact with Mr. Depp and his companies is his sister, Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No.
Who is your main contact?
Mr. Depp.
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
Could you ask the question again, Counselor?
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No.
Uh-oh. He's going to go reference that. Yo, Rottenborn, you guys remember the other day when I was like, Rottenborn needs some pills, a line or something like that? He must have watched the video. Today he's like snapping back to back. Like he has something to prove. They're already looking bad, so now he's, damn.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
He's about to go to war with the old guy. The judge kind of like checked Edward White though, and he kind of like, now he's just kind of answering. $7.10 an hour, yeah, that's a lot, right? $7.10 an hour. Now he's gonna try to correct him. Here we go. Let's see. Rottenborn. I'm awake now. I'm awake. Come on, Rottenborn.
Mr. White, I've handed you the transcript from your deposition that you gave in this case on February 2nd, 2022. You remember that? We did it over Zoom?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth in that deposition as best you can, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 116 of your deposition transcript?
Certainly. Did you say 16, Counselor?
116, 116.
Okay, I have it.
And now you just answered no to my question about your colleagues maintaining communication with Christy Dombrowski, but at your deposition just 2 months ago on line 11 of page 116, the question is, what about Christy Dombrowski? The answer that you gave is, I haven't spoken to Christy in some time. One of my colleagues probably maintains an active basis of communications between her and our firm. Did I read that right?
Probably.
Yes, but
That was
you
my
need to
question,
find the
just if I
term.
read that right, sir. Now, part of the services that you provide, that your firm provides to Mr. Depp, is to pay the bills to his doctors, correct?
Yes.
And you make payments relating to maintenance or damages to his properties, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were contacted in early 2016, right? You testified to that to do work on behalf of Mr. Depp?
We were engaged in March
Engaged.
of 2016, if that's your question.
Right. Around February 10th, is that when you were first contacted?
I do not recall the date.
And you said you were introduced by executives, a guy named Richard Smith at the Bank of California?
Yes.
Mr. Depp owed significant amount of money to the Bank of California at that time, correct?
No.
He owed money to the Bank of California, correct?
I do not recall that he had an active indebtedness with the Bank of California. He had other commercial loans, but not with the Bank of California.
And after you were brought on, you developed an understanding that Mr. Depp's financial status was very challenging, correct?
It was challenging, but we had an ability to resolve the problems if they were properly addressed.
He had liquidity problems, right?
He had substantial assets in excess of his liabilities, but he had short-term obligations that needed to be satisfied.
Let me just ask that again. At the time that you were brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
Can you define liquidity for me?
I'm asking you. At the time he was brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
I would define the term liquidity as where the short-term assets are less than the short-term, are less than the short-term liabilities. And if that's how you're defining liquidity, I would agree.
In layman's terms that I can understand, because I don't speak all the kind of business school terms that you speak.
Mumble jumble.
He didn't have enough money at the time, correct? He was spending more than he was bringing in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave him advice about how he could hopefully get out of that problem, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. White, because you've testified to some degree of knowledge about wine that you allege that Ms. Heard requested. So you seem to have some knowledge of Mr. Depp's spending. Ms. Heard didn't buy any of the dozens of properties that Mr. Depp owned, correct?
Correct. He owned the assets prior to the marriage.
She didn't pay $5 million to blast Hunter Thompson's ashes out of a cannon, did she?
What?
Not to my knowledge.
She didn't buy a yacht that she couldn't afford and then have to sell it to J.K. Rowling, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
Now let's talk about that meeting on April 21st, 2016. You said the meeting started at about 7:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And lasted till maybe 9:30, is that right?
Yes.
And you have no idea, no personal knowledge where Mr. Depp went after he left that meeting, do you?
That is correct. I did not go with him. I went home.
And at that meeting, Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business, correct?
He was given news that he needed to address a number of financial issues, but I had a strategy and plan to fully resolve them.
That news that he was given that night was catastrophic, wasn't it?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he said we don't got time for the mumble jumble. I don't got time. He really just wants everybody to understand when he was trying to say that he didn't have enough money. He's just trying to be like, you're not going to dance around it. I don't understand the mumble jumble. So Mr. Rottenborn.
Mr. White, let's do this again with another under oath series of statements. You gave testimony in the UK trial, did you not?
Yes.
And that testimony was under oath, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in front of you, I have your testimony from the UK trial, and you gave that testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
I gave it honestly.
Okay. You gave it on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct? You were one of his witnesses called.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 865?
One of his lackeys is what he wanted to say. One of his lackeys.
And it's just the second page of the document, upper left. Before that, the questions are talking about this meeting on April 21st, 2016. And you were asked the question, now Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business. Answer, that is correct. Did I read that right?
You did, but remember,
that was just my
I get
question.
a chance
you
to
answered
respond.
my question, sir. You answered
I
my
did
question.
not define that term.
Sir, Mr. You'll have a chance. The attorney will get back up and redirect you, okay? So if you could just answer his question, that's fine.
And the reason I'm asking, sir, is because you just gave the exact opposite testimony here. So that's why we pointed that out. Now, you at this meeting you had a discussion about his financial affairs and a necessity to formulate a revised business strategy and plan, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about the following financial information. You talked about bank obligations and tax liabilities, right?
Yes.
Which means money you owe to either the government or banks, correct?
Yes.
You talked about assets that he needed to sell, correct?
Yes.
Properties and things like that that he needed to sell to generate money?
Correct.
You talked about ways to reduce spending, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about how to get new engagements, correct?
Yes.
How to get new gigs, right?
Not how to get them, but
The
I
need to
encouraged
get
him to get them. I'm not an
Understood.
agent.
I
do
appreciate
not
that.
procure his engagements.
And understood. You talked about the need to get new gigs to generate additional money to help address these financial woes that he was experiencing, correct?
Yes.
You also told him at that meeting that his taxes, he hadn't paid taxes in years, correct?
No, that's not correct. That he had not paid any taxes in years is not correct.
That he was significantly delinquent in federal tax obligations dating back years, correct?
I don't know how you're defining years. There were delinquent liabilities. I addressed them and formulated a plan.
Amber must have said something to Rottenborn. Was turning up today on the old guy, or the elderly man, I should say, maybe.
And you talked about the significant delinquent tax liabilities that would run into the millions of dollars for taxes unpaid, correct?
That is correct.
And so after receiving this catastrophic news, as we discussed, you have no idea where Mr. Depp went when he walked out of the doors of his office, correct?
I do not know where he went.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 936, please? And Mr. White, I'm not going to. This is a long document that we can scroll through. But what I'll represent to you, and Michelle can sort of scroll down, is that these appear to be Mr. Depp's tax returns for Mr. Depp and his companies from 2009 to 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And these are returns as part of your role as his CPA firm now, his business manager firm now. Your firm prepares these tax returns, correct?
Yes.
And you maintain these tax returns in the ordinary course of your business, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I know there's going to be plenty of redaction to do, but I just would like to move these into evidence. I don't plan to publish them or anything at this point.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want to approach?
I'm waiting for some more moments because I'm thinking maybe I can clip some of this stuff, even just for a short Facebook video. But yeah, no, tomorrow there's no trial. Today we're running a little bit later till 5:30, according to the judge. They took like an extended lunch break. And then also we've talked about that apparently these people are taking like a week off.
So
in May.
936 will come into evidence, but I'll wait for redactions and they will not be published. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. White, you understood that Mr. Depp showed up hours late for work on Pirates 5, correct?
That is not correct.
Are you familiar with Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
That's Mr. Depp's former agent, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she was serving as his agent, part of her job responsibilities, to the best of your understanding, was to communicate with you about Mr. Depp's financial affairs, correct?
To the extent she had knowledge,
Right.
yes, she would communicate.
And you and she did communicate about Mr. Depp, correct?
During the period of her engagement, yes, we
Yes.
did communicate.
Okay. Can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 874, please, Michelle?
May 9th through the 12th, I think they're taking off that entire week. 9th through
Mr.
the
White,
12th.
do you see here this text exchange between you and Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
And your texts are in white and Miss Jacobs are in blue, correct?
Yes.
Michelle, could you please scroll to the document that is Bate stamped Depp 19246? It's about the fifth or sixth one down, please. Mr. White, do you see here the third text down from Tracy Jacobs to you saying, thanks, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours
Objection, Your
late
Honor,
for
hearsay.
ADR. It's not hearsay, it's party opponent. She's his agent. I'm happy to approach if you'd like to discuss.
That was kind of staggering a bit. But yeah, that whole week in May, the judge has something to do, I guess. So they're taking off the 9th through the 12th. And I don't know. I wonder now how long this thing is going to be running. This is week 3, right? I think. And then already next week is May. We have 1 week next week in May. And then after that, they're off for a week. Then they return back for another week. And then my birthday's the following week. I don't know what's going to happen. My birthday's on a Monday. We'll have to see. We'll just see when we get there. And supposedly Amber has a really long list of people. We're still going through JD's people. We haven't even gotten to Amber's side. So it'll be a long ride. Ryan Bourne is awake today. Took his meds. Let's see what else pops up for this guy. Yeah, so we hear he charges Depp $710 an hour for work, which he says is his standard rate, and that his firm has been paid millions of dollars by the actor and his company since he first started working with him. BL put, well, let me see the note that BL Jazz sent me the note. BL said that the $650 million of Depp's wealth had been lost between 2003 and 2013. Edward White became his business manager in 2015. Sorry, distracted. They have worked with Depp for about 6 years. He says managing his finance affairs, which is something they do for numerous clients. Mr. White says he called a meeting on April 21st, 2016 to discuss his affairs and provide him with a plan to resolve the issues he was confronting. Oh, this was what was kind of interesting if we have time. Amber Heard was initially looking for $4 million, but her demand increased several times, he tells the court. Mr. White is asked if he had personal involvement with the ACLU for the Children's Hospital, the two charities that Heard pledged to donate her $7 million. Depp directed him to contribute $100,000 to each. He then details the payments made to Heard by Depp for the divorce settlement, saying she received the final installment in February 2018. However, he tells the court that Depp also paid $500,000 for Heard's counsel, and that he also paid the community liabilities that accumulated during their marriage of $13.5 million, I think that is. He was also saying, they're about to come. Oh, not yet. 2020 wine merchants. Edward White says that he satisfied the liabilities that Johnny Depp incurred in 2020, which was about $160,000 at the end of his marriage to Heard. His wine bill has shrunk to oh shit, I even didn't really catch that. His wine bill has shrunk to virtually zero. So you say this guy was footing the wine bill, paying for all this wine. It costs $500 a bottle. I'm happy with the $10, $15 shit. $500 a bottle. Jen Reinhardt, thank you for the super chat. Tactility, oh, I got that. Tactility says she needs jail for fraud. Adam Smith is back. Thank you for the super chat. Adam Smith is the Amber Heard supporter. He left the super chat yesterday. He became a member, and he says he's down for Amber Heard. He said, F everybody. He doesn't care what you guys have to say. And, you know, I don't know if he's in the chat, but he was just going off yesterday. He's for Amber. Jeff Hop, 2005, diarrhea of the mouth. Max Chillin said, look at Asia Argenta. Look at Amber Heard. Feminists should speak out against these dangerous counterfeits to preserve their message of equality. Thanks, Max. Appreciate that. Kelly says, and thank you for being a member for 2 months. Absolutely meaningless word salad she's tossing. Vampy, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Mel have Alejandro as a guest. You're amazing. He would be really funny and interesting to have on. I don't know any of his contact or anything. I'm sure there's probably thousands of people probably searching him and looking him up. He probably just wants to be to himself, probably, you know. But it would be interesting. I'm sure maybe the news has reached out to him. It's pretty funny. Misty, thank you for the super chat. Christina, Mel, I love your show. Thanks for all the hard work you put into all your lives and videos. Thank you, Christina. And I really got to say thank you to the mods and the research team and people that have been helping me out behind the scenes. Okay, I'll get to the rest after. Oh, Steven, thank you for the super chat too. Steven says lawyers can't tag team, so whoever you see calling out objections, who will be taking over.
We just saw the text that I started reading. Do you remember that text?
Yes.
Okay. We're just gonna show you and move for admission of that page of the document with that text. So I just wanted, since you won't see anything else, I just wanted you to orient yourself that is the text that we were just reading. Okay.
Fine.
All right. That page or that text?
They're going to redact it, just that one text.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And the cat meme is from Teabag 2K1.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document as, I guess we could call it Defendant's 874A.
Okay, 874A with the redactions. All right, thanks, Your Honor.
Mr. White, you just testified a few minutes ago that you didn't have any understanding of Mr. Depp showing up late for work on Pirates 5, but in fact, you received this text from Tracy Jacobs that says, thanks, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on his next project in LA. Did I read that right? Permission to publish this, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want me to respond?
I just wanted to ask you if I read that right, that you received this text message saying in part, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on this next project in LA. Did I read that right?
I believe you read it right.
Thank you. Now, at some point you became familiar. You can go ahead and take that down, please. Thank you. At some point, you became familiar, as you've testified, with what Amber planned to do with money that she got from Mr. Depp in the divorce, correct?
It was the understanding from the beginning the money would be contributed to charities.
To two charities, to the
Contracts were
Children's
wrapped in that manner.
Children's Hospital of LA and the ACLU, correct?
That is correct.
And as we discussed, you wrote checks to those two organizations that were part of Mr. Depp's divorce payment, but they were just sent directly to those organizations, correct?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1639? Actually, let's do Defendant's Exhibit. Yeah, we'll do 1639. Thanks. Mr. White, this is a letter from you to the ACLU Foundation dated August 24th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your work for your 100 or so high-profile, high-net-worth clients, you've helped clients set up pledged contributions to charities before, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those payments are made over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
Charitable donations aren't always paid at once, correct?
That is correct.
And when you make payments on behalf of your clients to charities, is it customary for you to send a cover letter like this?
In some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
Okay.
But in all instances, that there is a signed agreement and an understanding of when the payments will be made.
Sir, that wasn't my question. My question was just, is it customary for you to send a letter like this? And I think you've answered that. And so when you send letters like this on behalf of your clients, do you prepare such letters in the ordinary course of your business?
In some instances, yes.
And in the instances in which you prepare those letters, do you then maintain those letters in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1639.
Any objection? No. All right, 1639 in evidence, and you can publish it to the jury. Thank you.
And Michelle, if you could please just scroll through, Mr. White, I just want you to see there's the letter here. We'll come back to the letter. And then there's the check that you're making out to the ACLU. Then there's, I guess, the envelope or something, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you can go back to the letter, please. So in this cover letter, you tell the ACLU that you're enclosing a check for $100,000 and that the donation is being made in accordance with Ms. Heard's pledged gift of $3.5 million to the ACLU Foundation. Correct?
Yes.
And you also write that the check represents just go ahead. That the check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments, correct?
It was my understanding that she was
asking
going
if
to
that's what you
contribute
wrote.
$3,500,000 to children.
Sir.
You've asked me a question. I'm trying to respond.
No, I was actually just asking if that's what you wrote.
Would you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, you write, this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
It was my understanding she was going to contribute the money, and that's
okay,
consistent
sir,
with my
I just
response.
asked if that's what you wrote. I think you've answered that. Can we please pull up Exhibit 1596?
Your Honor, before we go to the next exhibit, can I raise an issue at the,
okay,
at
sure.
the bar? Thanks.
15.
Mr. White, is this a letter similar to what we just looked at for the ACLU, a letter that you wrote that accompanied the check that you sent to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles Foundation?
Yes.
And this letter and the whatever payment, or sorry, this letter is one that you would have prepared in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Yes.
And you would have maintained this letter in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 1596.
All right, 1596 in evidence. You can publish it to the jury.
And Mr. White, this letter also says at the bottom that it represents, the check that accompanies this letter represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
When I composed a letter, that was my understanding that she was going to give $3.5 million to charity.
You're really not answering my question. My question was simply, I understand that you want to speak your own narrative here, but my question was simply that this letter says that this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
We can both read the letter, and the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Snap
now,
back.
you hosted a dinner with Mr. Depp and Adam Waldman in 2016, correct?
I do recall that.
And that was the first time that Mr. Depp had been introduced to Mr. Waldman, correct?
I do not know that. Be factual.
Now, you are not an expert on California divorce law, right?
Correct.
And you're not an expert on the division of marital property in California, correct?
I'm not an expert, but I've been actively involved in numerous cases involving the disillusionment of marriage and the related proceeds are distributed to each respective party.
Now, you can't give any sort of legal opinion or testimony as to whether or not Ms. Heard would have been entitled to more in the divorce settlement with Mr. Depp than she received, correct?
I'm not an attorney at law.
Okay.
I don't render legal opinions.
So,
he's pissed.
You've never met Amber Heard, correct?
That is correct.
The first time you've ever seen her in person is here in this courtroom this afternoon, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against my client, correct?
I've never witnessed him involved in any abuse, and obviously I've never met her. I could not respond to that inquiry.
So the answer to my question is that it's correct, that you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
That is correct. I have no knowledge.
Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Right, boy. I missed the crazy moment, guys. I got a call from my
Can we
doctor's
pull
office.
up defendants 1596?
Damn, man, horrible timing. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. Crazy. I mean, we were sitting there for like 20 minutes, nothing happening, and the 1 minute snapping.
Sir, could you read the last line of your letter?
This check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
What was the schedule for those payments?
They were scheduled. I don't know the schedule because I don't have a copy of any pledge that she made, if that's your question.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question. Has Mr. Depp paid all his taxes?
Yes, he has. He's fully current with all of his federal, foreign, and state tax obligations.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Denson?
No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
No? All right, Mr. White, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Just be very careful stepping down there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Tore up, a little Rottenborn tore up the elderly man.
All right, your next witness is remote witness, correct? All right. Let me just
Rottenborn.
give him.
Son got into him now, man. He must be hearing the name. In the memes, the names.
Your Honor, may we just ask what witness they plan to call?
I see a Mr. Connolly in the lobby, so I'm assuming
Connolly.
that must be.
Oh, we got another live
That must
one?
be the one. Okay, good.
Got another live one.
Glad we got that one. All right.
Live one. Oh, maybe not. I hear like the video thing or whatever. Got ourselves a live one today. Yeah. Gonna ravage into him. We'll give him a chance. Nothing. I wonder if she's going to be on the attack. When the Amber's people come out, she's going to be the one that's going to be fierce. And maybe Curly Sue too. I didn't see her today though.
All right. Mr. Connolly, can you hear me?
Oh, it's live. It's a live one. It's a live video feed, I think.
Hello.
Amazing. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Hi. Yeah.
Can you turn your camera on, sir?
Sorry.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Ooh.
All right, sir. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right.
All right, and good afternoon, Mr. Connolly.
Good afternoon.
And would you please state your full name for the record?
Malcolm Connolly.
And Mr. Connolly, where are you testifying from at the moment?
From home, Essex, UK.
And where do you live?
I live in Essex, UK.
Mr. Connolly, what is your occupation?
At present, close protection operative. I've had a couple of professions. I'm a bricklayer at the trade. I was in the corrections facility, Pentonville, HMS prison. But right now, yeah, I'm a protection operative.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit, just generally, what that means?
It means looking after the personal well-being, physical well-being of any client you're detailed to.
And how long have you been in the personal security business?
25 years.
Over the course of those 25 years, have you had any other kinds of jobs?
Yeah, as I said, I was a corrections officer for Her Majesty's Prison.
Okay. Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
I am, yes.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I know Mr. Depp maybe about 23 years ago, 24 years ago. I worked for a company called Music and Arts. The guy who owned that company was Jerry Judge. Jerry started working with Johnny way back in the early days, and I was detailed with looking after Johnny's ex, Vanessa Paradis, and Jack and Lily Rose, Johnny's kids. And my job was just to make sure they were safe when Johnny was at work. So that job, after about a year and a half, 2 years, Johnny asked me to go with him directly, and we'll find someone else to do the kids and that. And that's how I came across Johnny. That's how I personally met Johnny Depp.
Can you ballpark for us about what year that was?
Oh, 2006.
Okay. And can you generally just tell us a little bit about what you do for Mr. Depp as his security guard?
I will escort Johnny to everyday public places. Make sure he's okay. Make sure he's not in any danger. First of all, do the recce. You go along first. There's usually a two-man team. It's a two-man detail. You go along, do your recce, make sure all the ins and outs are sorted. No compromises. Any risks involved, do a risk assessment. We do the job. I look after him. Basically, I look after Johnny whenever we're in public domain. Whenever we're going to be in a public domain, I will look after Johnny.
Okay. And how about the defendant in this case, Amber Heard? Are you familiar with Miss Heard?
I am familiar with Miss Heard, yeah. I first met Miss Heard in probably 2000, and I don't recall the actual date, probably about 2010, maybe around there. She came into the UK to do a promotional job for a movie called Drive Angry. My boss, Jerry Judge, asked me to take the detail. Went and met Amber, started the job. Amber was with her ex, Tasha, and I looked after Amber for a week. Pleasant week, it was fine, great.
Does anything stand?
Sorry, yeah. After that week, I never seen Amber again until we did the Rum Diaries, the premiere after show of the Rum Diaries.
Okay, so let's move to the Rum Diary then. When did you see Miss Heard? How did you see Miss Heard in connection with the Rum Diary?
We done the Rum Diary premiere. We went to the after show party. I'm busy working, doing my job, myself and Jerry Judge. Seen Amber across the floor. Amber seen me. Just basically come across the floor, said hello, how are you doing? You know, the usual chit chat. We chit chatted for a minute or two. Johnny asked me how I actually knew Amber. Explained. That's the last I spoke to Amber that night. I was too busy with Johnny. I was doing my job, you know.
Did you know at the time, and let's back up for a second. Where was that premiere?
Do you know what? I don't recall. I think it was in LA.
Okay.
I don't actually recall.
Okay. Did you know at the time of that premiere in probably LA, but possibly somewhere else, did you know at the time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were seeing each other romantically?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I mean, I surmised that there was a spark there, you know. It wasn't till maybe a few days later, a few nights later, we were at a dinner party somewhere, a promotional thing, and Amber and Johnny were basically, you know, sparking up. They were getting together. Then I sort of assumed that, you know, there was a romance happening there, budding there, you know.
Okay. Over the course of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship with each other, about how often would you say you saw them together?
Well, in the beginning, actually not a lot, you know, not a lot. Maybe once a week, twice a week at a push. But then it started, maturing into a relationship. So more often as the time went on, you know.
And as time went on, did you have an opportunity to observe how Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interacted with each other?
At the beginning, you know, lovey-dovey, everything was great. The honeymoon period was on, and it was, it was good. I mean, it was great to see Johnny happy again. Amber was, you know, lovely, charming, as she usually is, you know, good as gold. And then things started to change. Amber started to change. Amber started getting a bit more feisty, demanding, you know. I could see that Amber wanted to wear the pants in this relationship. That was pretty obvious.
And what in particular made you think that you observed personally?
Just the way, you know, if something wasn't quite right, or Amber could get a bit frosty at the drop of a hat. So as time went on, you know, I could see them change. I could see Amber change. I could see Johnny getting quieter. We get into the car and nobody was speaking. And, you know, it just, things started changing. Amber started getting a bit more grumpy, shall we say.
How did she get along with you?
Absolutely fine. Amber was fine with me. Amber was never anything but professional, polite with me. You know, she was. No, Amber was fine with me.
Did you ever see or hear any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
When you say see, I heard. I mean, I could hear at times in certain accommodations we'd be staying at. I could hear Amber, screaming. You know, I could hear shouting and bawling, and I could hear it going on. Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't there every single night. When we're working in the UK, there's nights maybe I'd get home because Jerry would be there. But I did hear. Yeah, definitely for a fact. I could hear sometimes the shouting and bawling. You know, it's mostly I could hear Amber screaming. You know.
Oh, good.
About how I recognize this was years ago, but can you estimate for us how regularly that happened?
I can't say regularly. I can't say it was like every day, but you know, it got more regular. It got more often than not.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between the two of them?
No, never. I'd never seen any physical violence. It's not a thing. It's not a thing people would do in front of security. It's not a thing that would happen in front of myself or Jerry Judge or Sean Bett or something. It just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. No, I never seen any physical security. I never seen any hands-on. No.
Okay, what do you mean you never saw any hands-on?
Well, I never seen any slapping or grabbing or punching or hitting. I've never seen any of that physically. I'll tell you what, there was an instance, maybe two incidents that come to my mind. One incident was on a private plane. I can't recall if it was a domestic flight or an international flight. I'm sitting, Johnny and Amber, or Johnny, whoever he's flying with, will sit up at the foretable. There's a foretable up aft, and myself and my colleagues will sit down the forward end of the plane. So I usually look up the fuselage that way, with my back to the nose. Amber had her back to me, Johnny sitting across the table, and there's a bit of bickering going on. I can't hear because, you know, you're talking about jet craft. I can't actually hear, and it's more animated than verbal. And I see a lighter, a plastic lighter, bounce off his chest. Boom, bounce off his chest. So right away I think, well, this is going to escalate, or it's either going to go one way or the other. I don't think it came to much. I remember Johnny just sort of, you know, smirking and looking away as if to say, you know, well, what is that? It kind of attitude, you know. And Johnny tips his hat, puts his head against the window, and whoa, I'm out, you know. Another time, I was at the loft apartment. I was in the security room in the loft apartments with a security guard called. Do you know what? I can't recall if it was Sean Bett or a guy called Donovan. Anyway, I got the text. I was down there to pick him up to go to the West Hollywood accommodation, and I got the text.
Objection to the extent he's going to talk about what the text is. That's hearsay.
You can just tell us what you observed without recounting the contents of the text.
Okay. I'm instructed to go and get Johnny, and because we're leaving.
Objection. He just said what he was instructed to do.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you can.
What did you do after you received the text?
I go to the loft apartment. The door's ajar slightly, just a what we call a crack in the door. Push the door open and I go in. Shouting. There's a bit of shouting going on. I can't hear. I'm in the wrong area of the apartment. But as I turn to the left into the more of the lounge area, there's a soda can. I don't know if it's a Coca-Cola or a Sprite or I don't know what it was. But it's launched from the mezzanine, and Johnny's had this huge TV the biggest TV I've ever seen, in fact. But this, and it's on this mechanical arm, which is an actual piece of artwork that Johnny had got commissioned. And anyway, this big mechanical arm holds this TV. So this kind of pop, you're going to call it pop, smashes on that, but by force, let me add, because it made a bang, boom. And all I can hear is it spraying all over the place. Johnny has already got his jacket on and a bag over his shoulder. That's why he's called me in, because we're leaving. I just pick up the other bags, 2 bags, pick up the 2 bags, put my hand through Johnny's arm and say, right, boss, we're leaving. We walk out the door. We walk out the door and we go. Halfway to the West Hollywood, Johnny's already calmed down, he's like, man, can you...
Objection to the extent he's talking about what Mr. Depp is saying.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Continue.
If you have, I think we can move on.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Next question.
Just to clarify, Mr. Connolly, when the soda can was launched from the mezzanine, where was Mr. Depp in relation to where the soda can landed?
Probably 10 feet, maybe 10 feet back from that. 10 feet back from that.
Okay, and just to make sure we're on the same page, when you refer to the loft apartments, what are you referring to?
The downtown LA Eastern Building.
Okay. What was your... Did you form any understanding as to where... as to who had thrown the soda can?
Objection, speculation.
Hold on, sir.
Speculation, foundation.
I'm just asking him if he formed an understanding, and he can state the basis for that if he did.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Did you, to your knowledge, was Ms. Heard present in the apartment at the time?
Objection leading.
Yes.
I'll allow
I could
it.
hear her. I never seen her physically, but I could hear her voice. Yes.
Okay. And where did her... Could you tell where her voice was coming from?
Upstairs, just upstairs.
Okay.
She wasn't on the lower apartment with us, so I can only imagine she was upstairs.
Other than the cigarette lighter and the soda can, anything else similar to that you observed?
No, I can't say no.
Did you ever observe any physical injuries on Miss Heard?
Never, no.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yeah, yes. It started off with maybe a scratch once in a while, a swelling, but it got more. It got more. Yeah, I'm not talking he was marked every week or every 2 weeks, but yeah, he sustained marks. Yeah, definitely, he was getting marked.
And can you describe for us what you can remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
Okay.
for a minute?
All right. Hold on, Mr. Connolly, for a minute.
So he's saying he's observed bruises or marks on Johnny, but he's never... Well, I guess he says he never really saw Amber, but he's noticed bruises on Johnny. That's interesting. Johnny had marks. Objection! So this guy we're looking at right now is it's Malcolm McConley, isn't it? Malcolm McConley. Is James like part of his name too?
So, Mr. Connolly, you can continue responding. I think the question was just, can you generally describe for us what you remember about the marks you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes. As I was saying, in the prison service, you're taught to pick up, log in your mind, mental logging in your mind, marks, bruises, bully patterns, stuff. What I noticed right away was most of these marks and most of these things through my training is happening in the left-hand side of his face, and it would be scratches on his neck, maybe a fat lip in the corner, maybe a bruising on the eye socket. Dull impacts, you know, except for obviously the scratches, maybe on below his left ear. Sometimes it'd be two marks, 2 lines, 2 trams, 1. Yeah, you know, yeah. And it was getting more regular. As I say, not every week, but it was definitely happening. Yeah.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, please? And Mr. Connolly, are you able to see the picture on, I assume you can see it on your screen.
Yeah, just can I thank you, please? Yeah, hi, yeah.
And do you...
yeah, I know that picture, I took that picture.
You took the
picture's on the... Yeah, I took the picture.
Can you just quickly tell us what this picture is?
This picture is Miss Heard and Johnny's honeymoon on the Orient Express on the East Line from Bangkok to Singapore. You travel through Malaysia, stopping at Kuala Lumpur and a few other places on the way down. And that is in the dining coach, I think. Yeah, dining coach, that's what that is. The guy on the left there with a silver band around he's the waiter. He's the waiter with the detail to look after us. The guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager.
Mr. Connolly, just hold on one second. Before we continue describing the document, I'd move for the admission of Plaintiff's Trial Exhibit 162 and that it be published to the jury.
Any objection?
I'd like to approach it.
Okay.
Approaching again? Okay, so yeah, it's Malcolm McConley, and he's testifying from home in Essex, in the UK. He is a close protection officer. He was looking after the personal well-being and physical well-being of his clients. He's been in business for 25 years.
All right, and Mr. Connolly, I apologize for cutting you off, but could you just continue to describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, as I said, the guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager. He was detailed to, fix us up anything we needed, to excursions and transports and stuff. Then it's Miss Heard. The guy, that's the chef who looked after he cooked for us. He's a great chef, by the way. Yeah, he looked after us. And that's Johnny. And I also noticed, if you look at that picture, like I said, on the left-hand side, under his eye, there's a swelling. And you see a swelling just on the left-hand side of his nose and under his left eye.
And what do you interpret that swelling to be?
What do I interpret it as? That's either he's walked into a door or a door's walked into him.
Okay. Can you tell us anything, and we can take this down, I think.
Damn.
Mr. Connolly, can you tell us, well, first of all, do you recall what year Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went on their honeymoon in the picture we were just looking at?
That would, is it 2013? 2013?
Okay, and were you, well, you testified that you took the picture, so you were there, I assume?
Absolutely, yes.
What can you tell us about that trip generally, and particularly focused on how Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were interacting with each other?
Started off good. Johnny's cabin was maybe 15 metres down the corridor from mine. There was no cabins in between. There was like storerooms, like, blankets and cutlery and stuff. So the cabin was quite not a big massive distance, but it wasn't like the trip started fine, absolutely fine. I think it was 5 days maybe. 2 days, 3 days into the trip, I can see Johnny going down. I can see him coming down, he's just not enjoying this. He's not enjoying this. But I can't. It's not my business to step in and that. I just do my job. But I can see he's not enjoying this. He's just not. He's not happy. He's not happy.
Did you ever observe any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Just not arguments, but some frostiness. Miss Heard sort of demanded that we have our own dining cart, if you like. So me doing my job, I inquire to the guest relations guy there that you've seen in the photograph, and he quite rightly tells me that there's other
Objection
VIPs
hearsay.
on the
Objection
train.
hearsay.
All right. Objection to hearsay. All right.
I think we can move on.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, so Mr. Connolly, well, taking a step back for a minute and changing topics slightly, have you ever seen Mr. Depp use any drugs? I don't think
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, I've seen him smoke marijuana. I had my suspicions. I have my suspicions that when he goes off to the bathroom, he probably does a bit of cocaine. I've never seen him do it, as Mr. Depp would never do a line or anything of cocaine in front of me, or Jerry Judge, or Sean Bett, or anybody. Johnny Depp would never compromise my license, my position, and embarrass me like that. It wouldn't happen. So, to answer to your question, I've seen him smoke weed, yes.
You noticed any particular... What changes, if any, have you noticed in his behavior when he's under the influence of marijuana?
To be honest, a bit more relaxed, no sort of uptight. But he's not out of his head. He's perfectly functioning. I mean, you can talk about anything, any conversation you want to talk about. He's neither up nor down with that, he really isn't. He's got a very high tolerance for any substance, Johnny, I would say so, I think Jack Sparrow's more drunk than Johnny Depp, to be honest.
So that's marijuana. What about alcohol? Same question.
He used to like a wine, and the last I would say the last couple of years, that's dropped drastically as well. It's in my last year with Johnny, it's quite actually rare now. It's not rare, but he's not a big boozer now. He's not a boozer now, he's not. And he was never out of his head in wine. He was never, I think I've seen drunk in the 20 odd years I've been with Johnny. I think I've seen him drunk twice. But when I say drunk, I mean drunk. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference in Johnny's demeanour or behaviour. Whether he's drinking alcohol or smoking weed,
Okay. And finally, same question for the time periods when you formed the suspicion that he was under the influence of cocaine.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, could you ask me that again?
What changes in his behavior, if any, did you observe on those occasions when you suspected, but didn't know for sure, that he was under the influence of cocaine?
Well, again, due to the training I had in, the HMP prison service, it just seemed a bit more, I don't know, happier, up, not so down, But I wouldn't say he's not leaping around kicking his heels or anything. He pick his guitar up and then he gets right into his guitar, and there's no major changes really. He's fine.
Okay. Now you mentioned you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on their honeymoon on the Orient Express. Where else have you traveled with them?
Well, all over the world, Japan, China, Germany. I've been all over the States. Went to an interesting place, Hicksville. That's an interesting story. Yeah, all over the world. Australia. Went to Australia. As far away as that.
And let's take that one at a time. Hicksville, you said?
Yeah, Hicksville, yeah. It's funky. I remember it. I remember Hicksville because it was it's a real funky place, you know. With Amber and Johnny, they've decided they're going to go to Hicksville for a day and a night, I think it was. So we all off the trot. Amber and her friends all head off, and Amber travelled with Johnny, but her friends all head off. I followed. Johnny wanted to drive his own, a beautiful big customised Plymouth. I think it's a 58 or 50. I don't, not an expert, but he had to customise. So he wanted to drive this car. Myself and his assistant at the time, Nathan Holmes, we use another of Johnny's cars, and we follow behind. We get to Joshua Tree, Hicksville. Stunning as you can imagine, but it's done in a very funky theme. All the caravans are different themes. You know, like mine was an old railway kibbutz with the old fairground fortune teller head that turns around and stuff. All that kind of stuff. Johnny's and Amber's caravan were maybe about 15 metres from mine, maybe 20 metres. And that was done in like the 1950s styles, you know, like kitschy 1950s kind of thing. And the rest of the caravans were all, you know, like zombies coming out the ground, and it was craziness. Anyway, we go there. There's a lot of booze. All the booze comes up. Party starts. Well, sort of sitting around in the sun, messing around. Party starts. So there's loads of booze and weed. And I think mushrooms, some psychedelic mushrooms, that's going around. But the night gets a bit ruined as I'm watching exactly what's all happening. Everybody's happy, you know, Johnny, Amber, everybody's happy. As I'm watching what's happening, I can see Johnny and Amber getting a bit animated. And they were probably about maybe 25 feet from me. So I approach, and I've been working with Johnny that long. I don't have to really say anything. I only have to look at his face, and Johnny can talk to me through his face. He doesn't need to say a word, so I know what's happening. So, and I say in a low voice, "Guys, let's keep this private. Let's start walking towards the caravan. Let's take this away from here." As I'm walking ahead, going ahead, I can hear sort of bickering behind me. Johnny's trying to talk in his low tone, keep things a bit quiet. But Amber's getting a bit more loud, a bit more narky, So anyway, I get them to the caravan, I put them inside, and I go up to my caravan. That's it. Don't hear anything, don't see anything until the next morning. We sit around the pool.
Chat.
Couple of hours, and we head back to LA.
Well, is it?
What prompted you to...
Mr. Moniz, before do you have a lot of direct still left in this matter?
Not terribly much more, maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Take our afternoon break then. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take your 15-minute afternoon break, and then we'll come back and continue with the testimony, okay?
Let's go.
Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody.
All right. I'm going to get some of the super chats, and then I'll be right back. But the stream will be up running. Max Bang says, "Love you, Mel. Learning so much here. Bless any real abuse victim. May they have a voice, no matter the gender."
All right, Mr. Connolly, I'm going to put you in the lobby for our break. Okay, I'm going to come back and put you back in about 4:20 our time. Okay, in about 17 minutes. About 17 minutes. Okay, sir. All right, just don't discuss your test.
Okay,
all right, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody till then. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Gender, socioeconomic, nor age. So thank you, Max Bank. Bailey says 15 months. Still going. 15 months of marriage, 15 months of hell, $7 million, and her $500 a bottle wine, 2 bottles a day, $1,000 a day. You know, Johnny never badgered her about all that either. It's true. Facts. Sally Gold, Rottenborn pick behind. Mel needs a cracked rotten egg hat on his head. Hi, Lowe's Chai Milton. Thank you for the super chat. Lowe's Chai Milton. Hi. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get one of the people to put a little something on here. Something we need to add something to Rottenborn. Rottenborn. Boy's going savage on the other guy, the elderly man. He needed to make a comeback, some payback. Rottenborn, tired of people teasing him. Years and years, people teasing his name. He's finally had some payback to avenge himself, to make his name and legacy right. Rottenborn. Jackie, thank you for the super chat, says, I think Rottenborn and Kitty have the words objection, hearsay, and foundation on auto loop. Spits it out automatically in hopes that it doesn't get overruled. Samantha, thank you, Jackie. Samantha says, hey, Mel, rocking the purple. Rottenborn is so rotten born. He's copying Pussycat Lady. I think he's turning up. Maybe somebody had a talking with him. Mona, Rottenborn was born rotten, I think. Shannon, thank you for the members. Members, 14 months. Wow. Shannon Perez, thanks for the coverage. Mel, keep up the great work. Samantha Knight, thank you for the super chat. Sarah, thank you for the super chat. Says, shot collar for Rottenborn. Queen Shakira, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Says, lawyers are getting annoyed in court because in court, unless they're... Let me read that again. Lawyers are getting annoyed because in court, unless asked for an explanation, you're supposed to answer yes or no. And that's usually it. Usually these things are explained to witnesses before they take the stand. A lot of witnesses haven't been doing so. Okay, so that's what Rottenborn getting hot. Samantha, thank you for the super chat. CEO Files, thank you for the super chat. Beautiful Disaster, thank you for becoming a member. And we're caught up. We're caught up. Caught up. What do you guys think of today so far? Today's been alright. It's been alright. 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 No, the caller, I'm gonna call her back at the end. When we come back from like at the end of the trial, I'm gonna take some calls again and I'm gonna call her first. Because I gotta go do that. I gotta go make a quick run right now. And I'll be back. And I'll blow out this candle too before I go. But yeah, thank you guys. Just hang around. I'll be right back. The stream is gonna be running. All right. Running. Oh wait, I gotta fix Rottenborn. It doesn't look right there. Rottenborn. Rottenborn. Know your place. Isn't that gangster? Look at that. Teabag 2K1 updated the cat, so we have a cat with the little pearls and the little suit or whatever that is, a little jacket on for Elaine Brethoft. Elaine! Alice, thank you so much for the super chat too. Thank you. You guys are so nice. Hey, how do you say that? Alice. I think it's Alice. Alice. Alice, thank you for the super chat. Alice.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Connolly, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Can you just count to 5 for me, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect, thank you. All right. Next question?
All right, Mr. Connolly, we were talking about Hicksville there, and you made a comment that you had suggested to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that they keep it private or something along those lines.
I did, yes.
My question is just what prompted you to make that suggestion?
Well, it was getting kind of animated. You know, it was getting animated, and you know, no one wants to see their dirty laundry in public.
Were they both animated?
More so Amber. Johnny, yes, but more so Amber.
Okay. Do you remember anything in particular that Miss Heard was saying at the time?
I don't recall, no. As I say, it wasn't really coherent. It was more of the animation, the head movements and the stern looks and stuff that prompted me to do what I have to do, you know.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. You listed out various places that you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and I think you listed Japan, Germany, Hicksville, and Australia. Do I have that right?
Correct, yes.
When were you in Australia?
That'll be 2015, Pirates 5.
And what were you doing in Australia?
My job. On that occasion, I flew out first. I usually fly out first to do the advance. The advance includes the check-in and accommodation. Not so much accommodation because Nathan Holmes, Ben King, and a chef called Russell, they would already been at the home, and got that sorted out. My main concern was locations, transport, local security, drivers, you know, making sure all that's in line before Johnny gets there. Jerry Judge would have travelled with Johnny into Australia. On arrival, I would have picked him up at the airport, as we do, take him to the house or whatever accommodation we're staying in, and I would have peeled off. I'd have left it at that, went back to my apartment. Johnny would have been in, maybe it could be up to a week for, you know, makeup, costume before any shooting starts, in which time it gives me a time to run around some locations, the studio, check out the studio, the locations, as well as be around for, if Johnny wants to go for dinner at night anywhere, I would check out these places as well.
Mr. Connolly, I'm sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing you there. Might be the connection, but could you speak maybe just a little bit slower? I'm sorry.
Okay, as I say, my job in Australia is just to secure all the advance. So I would check out, make sure the local drivers are there, all the cars are in order, the accommodations in order, the locations for shooting are all safe, liaison with production, what's expected of them. I would pick him up at the airport when he arrives, take him to the accommodation, peel off, go and check out a few restaurants in case he wants to go out. And if nothing's happening, stand down for that evening.
Does anything stand out to you about your time in Australia in 2015?
Yeah, Johnny lost a finger. Yeah, one afternoon I was instructed to go to Johnny's accommodation.
Objection, and can we just approach
Okay,
from the-
all right.
Thanks.
Hold on just a minute, Mr. Connolly.
All right, Mr. Connolly, please continue, but as you go, please avoid discussing the substance of any communications that you had with Mr. Depp or his security, and just focus on what you observed.
Okay. I arrive at Johnny's accommodation with my driver, Andrew. I noticed that there's an SUV, one of the security, the RST, resident security team. One of their vehicles is sitting outside the door with no driver. So I just assumed there's something up. There's a security car there, but no driver. As I approach the door, I hear a muffled shouting and screaming and. Quite muffled though, because the entrance to this house, there's a massive oak door. I mean, it's huge, and it's got to be about 25 mil thick. So I open it, and it's chaos. It's screaming and shouting, but all I can see with my eyes is Johnny. He's wearing a jacket, a hat, and a bag with his notebooks. I always know that bag because it's a grey canvas bag. And he's sort of, nursing one hand. So I'm saying, well, hey, what's going on? And it's screaming and shouting. It's madness. Amber's irate. I mean, tenacious. It's crazy stuff. Johnny's, shouting back. So I've said, Johnny, let's go. Let's go out, that's my job, to remove him from a situation. Let's get out. I do a couple of steps with him. Johnny, give me 5 minutes, Mal. 5 minutes. Well, he's the boss, There's no bullets flying. So, okay, give him 2 minutes. I said, let's go. Eventually, I get him out. I managed to get him outside the door. We go downstairs. But Amber appears from somewhere. Now, I don't know if Amber was upstairs or in the room to the left or wherever, but she appears and she's screaming, berating him. She's basically berating him. Yes, fuck off, she's saying, Johnny. Yeah, that's what you do, fuck off. That's what you do all the time. That's all you ever do is fuck off. You fuck off with your guys, you're fucking coward. That's what you fucking do. You fucking coward. Yeah, fuck off with your guys, you big man, all that shit that goes with it. Gets him downstairs. By this time, Amber's on the threshold of the accommodation, and she's screaming, fuck off, you fucking coward, that kind of words, And I get him into the car, and I want to sit in the same. I usually sit in the front seat, shotgun, but I want to sit in the same seat at the back, so I can have a look what's going on here and have a chat and have a talk. But when I get around the car, the driver's not locked the door, so he's out the door again. And he's making his way back up the stairs. I get back round again. By the time I get to the top, there's two concrete stairs to the front door. he's just crossing the threshold, and the screaming starting again. Excuse me, Amber is screaming again. Johnny, let's go, let's go. And this time it's a wee bit more force, and I managed to actually basically pull him out of the place. Get him into the car. Doors are locked this time. Into the car when we take off. I got him back to my apartment using, a sort of secret way through the underground car park and service lifts. I get him up to my apartment. Get him into my apartment. Start washing his hand, basic triaging his hand, washing it, first aid. It's a mess. His finger's just a mess. It's like one of them cartoon exploding cigars. I always think in my mind that one of them cigars that blow up. The cartoons, boom, and it's so flapping around, and I can see bone. There's bone there. It's smashed to bits, and he's wincing as I'm trying to wash his hand. Anyway, I sit him down and I phoned Debbie the nurse, who's living in the same apartment block as me. So that's my first thing. Phone Debbie. About 20 minutes later, if that, I don't recall. Maybe 25, maybe half an hour. But she turns up with Dr. Kipper. So Dr. Kipper does his thing. Nurse Debbie dresses it all, but Kipper is saying, right, this we have to go to the hospital with this. There's no other way. We have to go to the hospital. This has to be seriously looked at. We get to the hospital, and that's when that's when his treatment started.
Okay. When you were in the presence of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in the house in Australia, how far away were you from Miss Heard?
When I first entered the house, Miss Heard wasn't visible to me. Only Johnny. It's only when we started to leave, Miss Heard appeared. And she's probably, you're talking 3 feet.
Did you observe any injuries on Miss Heard?
No injuries. No injuries.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No injuries, none.
Other than the injury to his finger, did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
No. No. Well, I say no. There was a mark in his face, and I didn't know what that was, so I never really put it down too much. But in the hospital, I took a photograph, and when I look at that photograph, I can see 2 injuries. When we're sitting in the car,
hold on, Mr. Connolly.
Okay. Objection to the extent he's going to be talking about what the mark is on his, since he didn't see what happened and he's not a doctor, he can't describe what.
Sure.
That's fine, Your Honor. We
can move on? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
I think you've generally described for us the kinds of things Ms. Heard was saying. How would you describe her overall demeanor when she and Mr. Depp were in each other's presence in the house in Australia?
Good days and bad days.
I'm sorry, I mean on that particular day.
On that particular day? I had never seen him in the house on that particular day. The time I seen Miss Heard and Johnny in that house is when I arrived there to extract them.
And how did Miss Heard seem to you when you saw her on that day when you arrived to extract him?
Crazy. Fierce, fierce.
Okay. What was the last thing Miss Heard said as you were taking Mr. Depp out of the house to go to your apartment and then the hospital?
Yeah, the last words I recall hearing as I'm getting Johnny out is, yeah, just fuck off with your guys, you fucking coward like you always do.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination. Mr. Nadelhoff?
Mr. Connolly, you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And you've worked for him now for about 18 years?
No.
Well, 2 years ago, you said you worked for him for 16 years, so 2 more years would be 18.
No,
now.
I worked with him. I didn't work for him. I worked for a guy called Jerry Judge in Music and Arts. Johnny Depp never paid me. Johnny Depp started paying me 2 years ago.
Okay, so now you're being, so you were working, Jerry Judge was your boss until he passed away, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and now you get paid directly by Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you're paid a salary by Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Depp's also provided you gifts, correct?
Gifts?
Gifts. Money,
Yes. No. Yes, Johnny's given me gifts. I've given Johnny gifts.
And he's given you gifts over $8,500, correct?
$8,500.
Yeah.
He gave me a lot more than that.
Okay. And you're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, of course I'm loyal to Mr. Depp. I'd be loyal to you if I was working for you.
Okay. Now, going to Australia, you said you went to Australia in 2015 with Mr. Depp, correct? Or you went before Mr. Depp, but you were there to work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Jerry Judge was also there?
Not when I arrived, no.
But Jerry Judge was eventually in Australia, correct?
Right.
And Nathan Holmes was also in Australia as well, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp came to Australia in February of 2015, correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Depp first came to Australia, Amber was not with Mr. Depp, right?
I don't recall. I don't recall if Amber arrived with Johnny or Amber arrived later.
You don't know one way or the other?
No.
And Mr. Depp stayed in a house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And you and the security team were about 40 minutes away from the house Mr. Depp was renting, correct?
25, 30. 30, 40. Yeah, you're correct. If it's a traffic day, 40 minutes at most.
Okay. And alcohol was in the house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Depp consumed alcohol before Amber arrived in Australia, isn't that right?
Yeah, he would have done, yes.
Okay. And you know if Mr. Depp consumed illegal drugs before Amber arrived in Australia?
I'm going to object to speculation.
I wouldn't know.
Overruled. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And do you know if Mr. Depp spent any time with Marilyn Manson in Australia before Amber arrived?
Don't recall. I don't recall Marilyn Manson being there.
So you don't. So as Mr. Depp's security, you don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson at any time?
I left Australia to smuggle 2 dogs back out of Australia back to.
No. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about in the beginning of March 2015. You were that. You were.
Manson.
You don't know one way or the other.
No.
Were you seeing Mr. Depp every day? In early March 2015?
No, not at the beginning. I had other duties.
Okay. So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing at that time, correct?
No, I wasn't with him.
Okay. And you don't know when Amber arrived in Australia, correct?
No.
Okay. But you do know that Amber stayed with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about a resident security team that was at the Australia house, is that right?
That's correct.
And were there about 4, was there anyone from the resident security team in the house when you arrived on March 8th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And the resident security team, is it your understanding that they were there? That they were kind of guarding the house?
They would have been in the grounds, but the substantial grounds, real substantial grounds. They would have been at the grounds somewhere.
But they didn't go into the house on March 8th, correct?
I don't know. I never seen them in the house.
Okay. And so when you arrived at the house and went in, was it just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard.
Okay. And before
there may have been someone else there. I never visibly seen anyone else. I wasn't there long enough to chat to anybody.
And when you arrived at the house, you could hear a ruckus, correct?
Yes. Well, yes, I could hear. I could hear. Definitely hear something through the door. Yeah.
But you said the door was so thick you couldn't hear the actual words that were being said. Is that right?
No, just a shouting.
And then you went in the house and saw Mr. Depp in the foyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his pants, didn't he?
I think I would remember
Relevance.
seeing Mr. Depp's penis.
I'll allow it. Next question.
And you were trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Correct, I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
Not so much refused, he just wanted 2 minutes to say his piece.
You took Mr. Depp's arm to try to move him out, but he broke away, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, so he was strong enough to break away from your grip, correct?
No.
So you had his arm and he broke away, though, correct?
No.
Isn't that what you just said?
No, I let him go.
You let go. But it wasn't
It's my
easy.
boss.
It wasn't
I'm not
easy.
going to drag him by it.
So Mr. Depp's your boss. You'll do what Mr. Depp wants, correct?
No.
It's not easy to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Not easy.
Okay. Now, can we play Exhibit 380A, which is already in evidence?
Plaintiffs or defendants? I'm sorry.
It's defendants, Exhibit 380A.
It's 388.
What is this? Sorry, what is this?
And this is a recording from Australia, and it's just of Mr. Depp.
I don't think that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Hold on, it's not in evidence.
Plaintiffs Exhibit 380A?
I don't believe there are any recordings from Australia in evidence, Your Honor.
I don't have anything in evidence.
There definitely is. It's just of Mr. Depp. We can.
I don't have 380 in evidence.
It's 380A.
380. I have. Jamie says it was ID'd but never admitted.
It was never admitted. It was.
Your Honor, the recordings from Australia have other voices on them.
We're only asking for it's only the clip of Mr. Depp.
Okay, wait. I have it. It's actually plaintiffs 380A, minute 33 to 34.
What's the foundation for using it with this witness?
He was at the house.
It's in evidence.
It's in
That's
evidence.
fine. So you're playing that clip, correct?
Correct.
That is on plaintiffs.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see rose.
Did you hear that, Mr. Connolly?
I did, yes.
And that was the sort of condition Mr. Depp was in when you saw him at the house, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp was upset and angry when you saw him at the house, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, did you take Mr. Depp to the hospital?
Along with others, yes.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp was coherent at the hospital?
Yes.
Let's show Defendants Exhibit 370, and I'd just like you to look at something for a moment. I'm not publishing it. I just want to show him a document. Defendants Exhibit 370.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on foundation grounds. The witness is not even copied on this document.
I'm going to ask him a question and ask him if it refreshes his recollection. That's all I was going to ask him about. I can use any document to refresh.
Wait, if you want to approach for a second, we'll just see what You can take the document down. Switch document.
You can take it down. Was Mr. Depp's finger was filled with dirt, grime, and paint when you saw it?
Yes.
Okay. And now, you say you saw no bruises or cuts on Amber on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your main concern was Mr. Depp and getting him out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You weren't concentrating on Amber, correct?
I was close enough. If there was any marks on Amber's face, I would have picked that up in 2 minutes.
As you're
I've been trained by the Home Office.
As you're trying to pull Mr. Depp out of the house, you're scanning Amber for bruises and cuts?
Not scanning, but I'm looking at it.
As you're moving Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. How do I know what she's going to lift?
Right.
I'm watching her. When I move a client from a bar situation, a house situation, I watch what's happening around me.
But you're not.
I know where the client is. The client's with me.
Right. The client was with you, and you're not scanning. You didn't scan Miss Heard's body for.
I scan everything.
You scanned everything on her body.
Not everything on her body.
No.
She's wearing long sleeves, from what I recall.
Okay. And at the hospital, the doctor was told that Mr. Depp cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you understand that the damage at the house, at Mr. Depp's rented house, amounted to about $100,000, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Next question.
In Hicksville, other than when you first arrived, you didn't go to the trailer that Mr. Depp and Amber were staying in, is that right?
Only when I delivered them to it.
Right. And then after you delivered them to
when I delivered them to it, when we first got there,
right,
we went inside and had a look around, yeah.
But after that, you never went inside the trailer after that, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea what went on in the trailer between Mr. Depp and Amber, isn't that right?
I was told.
But you have no idea, you don't have any personal knowledge as to what happened.
I never seen it.
Right.
No, I never seen it. No.
And you have no idea how much damage was done to the trailer, correct? Personal knowledge.
I do have an idea.
You have no idea what happened to Amber in the trailer, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you don't, and you talked about that there was tension between Amber and Mr. Depp. You don't know what started the fight, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Depp grab another woman's arm before they moved off to the truck, before the fight started?
No.
Okay. Were you with the company when you were you with the group?
No.
Okay.
I was maybe 20 feet away observing. That's my job, not to get involved. I don't sit with my clients in a personal situation. I just observe.
Now, you testified that at times you saw marks and bruises on Mr. Depp, a fat lip, I think you said. You don't have dates for those times that you saw that, right?
I don't recall. No, you're
Okay.
talking. That's a long time ago. You know, it's
Right. And you testified in the UK in this. You testified in the UK, correct?
correct.
And you gave a witness statement too in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you never testified to seeing any marks, bruises, or injuries on Mr. Depp, isn't that right? In the UK?
I wasn't asked in the UK.
But you never testified. You never testified to that, right?
I wasn't asked.
Okay. Now, you talked about a private plane that you saw a plastic lighter bounce off of Mr. Depp's chest, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw Mr. Depp smirking and then he said, was that it? Is that right?
No.
Okay. You don't know what started the fight there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about at the lofts, I think you called it, in Los Angeles, you saw a Coke can get thrown somewhere in the vicinity of Mr. Depp, correct?
I seen a can.
Right.
Not a Coke can. I couldn't tell you what can it was.
Okay. And you don't know what happened before you saw the Coke can get thrown, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about this picture of that you took in Southeast Asia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never mentioned in UK matter or in your witness statement, Mr. Depp having scratches and bruises on the train, correct?
I was never prompted. I was never asked.
You gave a witness statement that gave the what you saw and the relationship between Amber and Mr. Depp, and you never talked about bruises or cuts on Mr. Depp in Southeast Asia, correct?
No, I wasn't asked that.
Okay. Now, you said only Johnny could make requests for a private dining car, isn't that right?
I said that.
Only Johnny needed a private dining car. Miss Heard didn't need a private dining car, correct?
That would be correct. Oh yeah, that would definitely be correct. Yeah,
Okay.
only Johnny Depp would need a private dining car, but Johnny doesn't want a private dining car.
Now, you were not present in Miss Heard and Mr. Depp's cabin on the train, right?
No.
And if a fight occurred,
That's correct.
and if a fight occurred in the cabin, you'd have no way of knowing about it, right?
I wouldn't know.
And you don't know if Mr. Depp was strangling Miss Heard, do you?
No, I wouldn't know.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had his shirt wrapped around Amber's neck, do you?
Objection, speculation, cumulative.
No, I wouldn't know. The only reason I would know anything in that cabin.
No, okay,
is if
you
the
wouldn't know.
cabin door was
You
open or
answered,
closed.
sir. So you answered that.
All right. We can move on.
Okay. And if we could put up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 120, and this is at 190, and I believe 120 has been in evidence before.
Well, I have 120A, 120B, and 120C.
So I think this would be 120D, if it,
120D?
yeah.
Okay. D.
And I would, Mr. Connolly, I'm asking you questions about the fourth one down. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's not very clear though. I can't.
I'm going
it's tiny.
to objection. The document is hearsay. I don't know what the exception would be.
Okay, hold. If you want to come forward, let's.
Okay. Make sure my audio's on there. What's up? How you guys doing? I guess I missed some important parts when you guys are saying in the chat. I'm gonna go pick up the baby. I'm gonna start reading a little bit to myself, or maybe. Oh, okay. They were talking about the Australia incident. Somebody said that in the chat as well. Malcolm Connolly traveled to many places with a former couple, including Australia in 2015. Yeah, Amber Heard has previously described this trip as a 3-day hostage situation. Asked if anything stands out to him about the trip, Mr. Connolly says, yeah, Johnny lost a finger. He goes on to say he arrived at Depp's accommodation and noticed that there was a security SUV outside and with no driver. As he approached the door, he says he could hear muffled shouting and screaming. When he opened it, it was chaos, he says, with screaming and shouting. He could only see Depp, and he says, who was nursing one hand. Heard was irate, he says, and Depp was shouting back. Mr. Connolly says he encouraged Depp to leave, as that it was his job to get him out of these situations. When they got outside, Heard appeared from somewhere and was screaming. And she tells the court, F off! Or F off, you coward! F you! He says. Heard was shouting at Depp. After getting Depp in the car, the actor left and went back screaming, continued. Mr. Connolly eventually got into the car and back to his own apartment. His finger was just a mess, like a cartoon, he tells the court. It's all flapping around. I could see the bone.
Take it down.
That was just a piece. I still got to read more. It's crazy though, man. It's crazy. But isn't security
Mr.
there? If somebody's
Connolly,
screaming, you got to go in there? You just stand outside and wait?
You agree that Ms. Heard's been nothing but respectful and professional to you, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Isn't that what you do? Like, if somebody's screaming and shit, you just stand outside the door? Mr. Depp.
Mr. Connolly, very briefly, when you were in Ms. Heard's presence in the house in Australia on the day that Mr. Depp lost his fingertip, how far away were you from Ms. Heard?
On the exit, on the egress, about 3 feet, 4 feet at the most.
Can you estimate for us about how long you were in Ms. Heard's presence?
Oh, you know what? Best way to do this is think about it and count it out, okay? "15 seconds, 20 seconds.
How was the light?
Well, it's Australia. The door is massive. It's a wall of glass behind them. The light is absolutely fine. You couldn't get better.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right. Is this a witness subject to recall?
I think so. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Connolly, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and don't watch anything about this case, okay?
I'll probably listen
But you're
to
free
this
to
again
log off
tonight.
today.
Your Honor, yeah.
All right. You're free to log off today, though, sir.
you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I missed probably like 15
Thank you,
minutes,
Your Honor.
maybe 10 or 15
Your
minutes.
next
something
witness?
Like that. I see the whole $8,500 thing too.
Starling Jenkins, Your Honor.
Mr. Jenkins? Yeah.
Who's Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Jenkins, can you hear me, sir?
Afternoon. Yes, I can, Your Honor.
All right. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. If you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Jenkins. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
And could you please state your full name for the record?
Starling Jenkins III.
And Mr. Jenkins, where do you live?
Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
Executive chauffeur, security.
And how long have you worked as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Executive chauffeur for 30 years, security for 8 years.
And what occupations did you hold prior to working as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Route sales executive and United States Marines.
Mr. Jenkins, do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
1993.
How did you first meet Mr. Depp?
He used delivery service to transport him to and from.
So in the 30 or so years that you've known Mr. Depp, what services have you performed for him over the course of that period?
Child care, animal care, personal assistant duties, security, and transportation.
And could you estimate approximately how many hours per week would you provide those services to Mr. Depp?
40 to 60 hours.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Mr. Depp in the time that you've worked for him?
Pleasant, always upbeat.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Miss Heard?
After the filming of the Rum Diary project.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Miss Heard?
Pleasant, cordial, very respectful.
And so in your time working with Mr. Depp, did you ever observe Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's interactions with one another?
Yes.
And can you describe those interactions generally, please?
Very cordial, very aware that people are around them, very, very friendly.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed about those arguments?
It would be initiated by her. She would try to engage with him. He would tell me to turn the music on.
And so where did these arguments take place?
In the car.
Do you recall how many times you witnessed them argue?
Twice.
Mr. Jenkins, turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. So turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
It was the birthday party being held at the penthouse.
And when you say the penthouse, what are you referring to?
It's the Eastern Columbia building.
And what were you doing that evening?
That evening, I was assigned security on the detail.
Were you inside the residence while the birthday party was taking place?
I was in the CP, the command post that's stationed on the same floor, right outside of the elevators.
And did you interact with Ms. Heard at all that evening?
Yes, I did. In regards to getting her clients keys, parking, making sure no one else was on the floor that wasn't invited to the party.
Were there any issues at the birthday party at the time that you were present at the penthouses?
No issues except for the boss did not show up.
And do you recall what time you left that day?
11:15 p.m. that evening.
And Mr. Jenkins, what happened the next day, April 22nd, 2016?
I arrived early, 10:45. I went upstairs to the penthouse. I was informed by Amber that she got in a fight with Johnny last night. She threw his personal property over the balcony into the streets, 9th and Broadway.
And when you say personal property, what are you referring to?
His phone, wallet, credit cards, passports, everything that's in his wallet.
Did Ms. Heard say anything else to you about this altercation?
Nothing except they were fighting.
So what did you do after Ms. Heard informed you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's personal property off the balcony?
Formulated a plan with Norm from the office to use the Find My Phone app, hit the streets, and try to get lucky.
Did you end up finding Mr. Depp's phone?
Yes, I did. In Skid Row, probably 6 miles from the house.
And who had the phone?
A homeless gentleman, unhoused gentleman. I approached him about the phone. He was honest. He returned it. I gave him a reward for it.
And what was the reward?
$420, chicken tacos, chips, apples, Fiji water.
So after finding Mr. Depp's phone, what did you do?
I returned to the penthouse, showed the phone to Amber that I retrieved it. I left it in the CP for the evening security to return it to Mr. Depp.
So after figuring out things with the phone, what happened next?
What happened next is I walked Amber to the car. We got everybody in the car. She's on her way to Coachella. I went back to the penthouse to retrieve the dogs and the luggage.
Were you also going to Coachella with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was. I was the transportation for Amber and her friends while she was at Coachella.
So how did you get to Coachella?
I drove the SUV provided by Johnny, put the animals and all the luggage in, and headed out to the venue.
And the morning of April 22nd, did you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
No marks, no injuries.
And so driving out to Coachella, did anyone drive with you?
I was in the car alone except for the animals.
And how did Ms. Heard get to Coachella?
She drove a Mustang.
Was anyone else in her car?
She was with, I believe, her sister and one other friend, her assistant, Savannah.
And do you know how many days Ms. Heard and her friends were planning to stay at Coachella?
So the following Monday, I believe it's the 25th of April, we departed.
And do you recall where Ms. Heard was staying at Coachella?
We were staying at the Parker boutique hotels there in Palm Springs outside of Coachella.
Were you also staying at the Parker Hotel?
I also stayed there.
And so did you attend Coachella for work or for pleasure?
For work.
And what was your job that weekend?
Provide security and transportation, animal care, Amber's rolling assistant, take care of her, whatever she needed while she was there at the Parker or then out traveling.
Do you recall what time approximately you arrived at the Parker Hotel on April 22nd?
Around 5:30ish, maybe 5:45.
And what did Ms. Heard and her friends do that evening, April 22nd?
That evening, we arrived. We were assigned the rooms. We went with the staff of the Parker Hotel around to the suites where we were staying. They let us in. We let all the luggage in, and we proceeded to plan for that evening to depart by 7:15ish to get to the festival then.
And how did Ms. Heard and her friends get from the hotel to the festival that evening?
I drove them directly to there.
And did you have any discussions with Ms. Heard on the way to Coachella that evening?
We had a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed prior to leaving the apartment.
And when you refer to the surprise in the boss's bed, what are you referring to?
The defecation.
And what did Ms. Heard say about the defecation in Mr. Depp's bed?
A horrible practical joke gone wrong.
Poopgate.
Mr. Jenkins, what observations did you make about Ms. Heard at Coachella in April 2016?
She had no worries. She was there to whoop it up. It's her birthday. She's with her friends.
And how often were you with her that weekend?
Was with her every day. She went to the venue from the time that we interacted with the wallet incident, the night before at the party, all the way until Monday. We returned with the pets and the luggage.
And did you observe anything about Ms. Heard's health that weekend?
She got sick.
Do you know what?
She got sick at the venue second night.
Do you know what caused Ms. Heard to be sick?
She was eating the magic mushrooms and drinking red wine on an empty stomach.
And how do you know that she drank red wine and took magic mushrooms?
I saw the room service, and I went to their room to collect them to take them out that evening.
So is that something?
In the car.
Excuse me. Is that something you witnessed?
I witnessed it.
And what did you do in response to Ms. Heard being sick at Coachella?
I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back to the Parker, got her into the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
And Mr. Jenkins, when you said Ms. Heard got sick, do you recall what her symptoms were?
Yeah, she was throwing up.
Mr. Jenkins, did you see any injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard April 22nd, 2016?
No injuries.
I'll sustain, so I asked.
What about the rest of that weekend, Mr. Jenkins? Any injuries that you saw?
No injuries.
Have you ever witnessed any physical abuse between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins.
Good afternoon.
So just to be clear on the chronology, you met Mr. Depp in 1993, is that right?
Correct.
And you've worked for him ever since?
Off and on, yes.
Okay. And your salary's paid by Mr. Depp, correct?
Salary, no.
You receive pay for the work that you do for Mr.
Yes.
Depp, correct?
Of course, yes, of course.
And what Mr. Depp's security is your highest priority in your job, correct?
Yes, it is.
You're loyal to Mr.
His
Depp.
and his family. And his family.
You're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to the night of April 21st, 2016. You just to recap, you said you were working a security shift at Amber's birthday at the Eastern Columbia building that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you said that your shift ended around 11:15, correct?
Correct.
And you said the boss still hadn't shown up by the time that you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Correct.
So you have no idea where Mr. Depp was or what he was doing from 9:30 p.m. that evening until at least 11:15 when you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, I didn't know what he was doing. He was attending to his mother.
You weren't with him.
I had information.
Okay. All right. That's information that you received, but you have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no reason to doubt it. It came from Sean.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Bett told you that?
The boss is out late.
Right. Mr. Bett told you that he was tending to his mother that night?
He didn't say mother. He said the boss was out late. I'm aware of what the situation was, the time frame. He's with his mother.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay.
Let's set him up. We're going to roll him up. Rottenborn, what you got?
And did you have any understanding that he had a meeting with his new business manager earlier that evening where he was told that he was running out of money and that his taxes hadn't been paid in years? Did you have any understanding of that?
Objection.
Or anyone else?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you didn't see Mr. Depp that night, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you came back the next morning to escort Amber to Coachella, right?
Yes.
And you say that Amber told you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
Correct.
And did you come to understand that Mr. Depp had thrown her phone off the roof that evening prior to when Amber threw Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
She informed me of that.
Okay, she informed you of that. So when you went outside to look for Mr. Depp's phone, you weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
She had her phone. She had her phone. She was trying to re-download and back it up.
Okay, so you were only looking for Mr. Depp's phone when you went downstairs to try to. You found it with an unhoused person. You said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did I hear you right that you said it was 6 miles away where you found the phone?
Correct.
It actually wasn't 6 miles away. It was actually right below the building, the ECB building.
No, it was
correct?
not.
Okay,
No, it was not.
Can you pull up? Does he have a way to see documents that just him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please pull up the witness statement, Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins, do you remember giving testimony on Mr. Depp's behalf in the UK trial?
Yes, I did.
And you gave a witness statement first in writing, correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you were examined by the attorneys in the trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you see on your screen the statement do you see a witness statement?
Yes, I see it.
It says witness statement of Starling Jenkins, right?
Correct.
And this is the statement that you wrote and signed as part of the UK trial on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you can scroll, please, to page 3 of the document. And Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to read you what you wrote in paragraph 13.
Okay.
And we can go from there. On paragraph 13, you wrote in your witness statement in the UK trial, the Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Did I read that right?
She's smiling.
If that's what it says, that's what it says. I'm telling you, the phone was in Skid Row.
Okay,
I have
so
the photo of the gentleman that found it. I have the location where the phone was found.
Isn't Skid Row just a few blocks away from the Eastern Columbia building?
No, it's on 6th and Main, I guess, depending on what area you are.
Okay, so one of these two sworn statements, either what you just said in court just now that it was found 6 miles away, or this, one of these is false, correct?
It's just inadequate as far as the location. The location is not below the penthouse. It's not on Broadway. It was found on Broadway by the unhoused man, and then he lives off of Skid Row.
Okay.
Okay. There you go, Rob.
Now let's move on to Coachella, please.
What else you want?
What
else you got?
You were with Amber and her friends that weekend at Coachella, and you testified a little bit about what you saw. Is it fair to say that Amber and her friends were having a good time that weekend?
Yes, they were.
And there were thousands of other people at that music festival too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney was pregnant and sober that weekend?
Wasn't my information, wasn't my knowledge.
Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney threw up in a parking lot that weekend?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge and understanding, Mr. Jenkins, there's nothing wrong with wanting to spend time with your friends at a music festival after being abused by your husband, right?
What abuse?
That's not an abnormal thing to want to be around your friends, correct?
She was partying it up with her friends. She was partying it up.
And you said you didn't hear anything about, she didn't say anything to you about domestic violence having taken place, correct?
Nothing in the car pertaining to that.
Would it surprise you that she might not want to talk to someone who had worked for her husband for around 23 years at that point about domestic violence? Would that surprise you?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Ms. Heard texted you on May 12th, 2016, asking you to call her, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bother to respond to that text, correct?
Correct.
And that was the last communication that you had with her, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't, just to be clear, you weren't at Amber's house on Orange Avenue in March 2013 when Johnny was there, correct?
I might have driven him to the location. I'm familiar with the address.
But you didn't enter the house at any point in March 2013, correct?
Depending on if he had luggage or gifts going upstairs, I might have.
But you didn't hang out with him inside the house, right?
Hurry up and wait in the car, sir.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May or early June 2013, right?
No.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May 2014, correct? With Johnny and Amber. You weren't you weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in the Bahamas in August 2014, correct?
Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Tokyo in January 2015, correct?
No, I was not there. Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Australia in March 2015, correct?
Correct.
You weren't at Thanksgiving with them in Penthouse 5 of the Eastern Columbia building in November 2015, correct?
I believe I was there.
You didn't.
I might have been assigned the detail. I don't have the schedule, but I might have been assigned the detail that day. Thanksgiving, it's a holiday.
Sure, sure. You don't have any specific recollection of that one way or the other, though, correct?
I would probably say I was on duty that day.
Okay.
It's the holiday.
Okay. You weren't celebrating Thanksgiving in Penthouse 5 with them that evening, correct?
I was in the CP.
Okay, and that's a separate room, correct?
Separate room on the same level, correct.
And you weren't in the Bahamas in late December 2015, correct? With them?
Correct.
You weren't in the ECB with just the two of them the night of December 15th, 2015, correct?
That is right before the Christmas party, I believe. Correct.
And finally, you weren't in the penthouse of the Eastern Columbia building on the night of May 21st, 2016 with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that you have no personal knowledge of what went on between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard behind closed doors, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Just very quickly, Your Honor, do we have Mr. Jenkins' witness statement? Or perhaps... And if we could go to the third page, please. Mr. Jenkins, directing your attention to paragraph 13, which Mr. Rottenborn had you look at just a second ago.
Yes.
He read the first sentence of that witness statement. the Find My iPhone application indicating that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Walked out. Could you please read for the jury the second part of that paragraph?
There you go.
I walked out onto the street, did not see the phone. I then asked several homeless people if they had the phone. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone, returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: $425 in cash, 3 chicken tacos, 2 bags of chips, 2 apples, 4 bottles of water.
And so do you recall where you found the iPhone that day?
Yes, I do.
Objection asked and answered.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Well, I guess he did.
Mr. Jenkins, moving to Coachella, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about Whitney Hurd. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the difference between Whitney Hurd and Amber Hurd?
Yes, I do.
And who was sick that day?
One is the boss's wife, one is the boss's sister-in-law.
Who was sick that day at Coachella?
Amber was sick.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
I don't know if it's just a thing of semantics
All
we're
right.
talking about.
Mr. Jenkins, you're free from testimony, and therefore you're free to do whatever you need to do, or you can watch the proceedings. It's up to you. But you're done for today, though. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the court.
All right. Have a good day.
The residence is at 849 South Broadway residence on the night of April 21st.
All right. I think it's close enough to 5:30 that I think we've had enough of a week. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go ahead and be done with the testimony for this week. Although, since I won't see you until Monday, I want to give you the long jury instruction that I give you every Thursday evening, just so we all remember our responsibilities, okay? So at this time, remember that you are not to read anything about this case. You are not to watch anything about this case. You are not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you are not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case.
We're going to do calls too, so yeah, you guys want to talk about it?
Materials.
We can see.
What you
I don't
learn
know
about
that
this
area.
case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway.
And Hoax is saying,
you also may
and some
not
other
communicate
people.
about this case or the persons involved in this case with your fellow jurors.
They're saying it's not that
Hope you have
far.
a good weekend. It's supposed to be
But-
great weather on Saturday. Go outside, get some fresh air, okay, and just enjoy your weekend. And we'll see you back Monday at 10. Okay. Thank you so much.
Judge Rydborn. This pussycat. So yeah, we're gonna look at this. This is the previous testimony from Starling.
And as always, Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd, please do not do any posting on social media and do not talk to the press. I appreciate it, and have a good weekend. For the attorneys, tomorrow. What time? How many? Did we do our homework this week? Yes?
Please do your
We did.
homework. Yeah.
Work in progress. Okay, so are we still doing 19 tomorrow? 20. You added one for me. That's lovely. Okay, great. So we'll do 20 tomorrow. So I would suggest 8 o'clock. Can everybody be here at 8? Sound
Did I
good?
hear the audio?
Okay, we'll
hoax?
be
Was
here
I
at 8
for
a.m.
it?
and we'll just do them until we're done. So
Was
bring
that
a lot
when I
of
walked
meals,
away?
okay?
Or are you talking about
All
previously?
right, we'll see you tomorrow then. Thank you. Have a good evening. All right, thank you.
There's been so many audios, I'm confused. Maybe I have listened to it. Or you're just talking about when he just spoke now. So when he just spoke now, I mean, we'll take calls too. You guys want to talk about it? I thought I heard him say, he was saying something about 6 miles, that's where he got the phone. But then after being questioned, it's like he corrected himself. And then seems like he was saying that the Find My Phone app said it was downstairs. But then the guy says, go back to my place. It kind of doesn't make sense because if the Find My Phone thing is pinging downstairs, then I think that's where the phone would be. Why would he have to go back to his residence to get the phone or something? But this is the previous. Let me just start over here. This is from the previous thing. We could always rewind and see what he said. We're gonna read then, and then we can listen to real quick what he said now. Let's see where we go. Okay, so this is from events of April 21st and 22nd, 2016. I was working security shift on the 849 South Broadway residence on the night of April 21st, 2016. The night Amber was celebrating her birthday with her friends. When I left the residence, Johnny had not arrived yet. I returned to the residence the following day on April 22nd to escort Amber and her friends to the desert for Coachella Music Festival. I understand that Amber has alleged Johnny committed an act of domestic violence on the night of April 21st. When I arrived at the residence on the 22nd, I saw no marks or any bruises. Just the same story with everybody pretty much, right? And then it says, when I entered the residence, Amber explained to me that she had thrown Johnny's cell phone and the wallet containing it off the balcony the night before, and that she was using the Find My iPhone application on another cell phone to locate Johnny's phone. So the night before was thrown over using the GPS thing. The Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. So that would indicate to me in front, somewhere downstairs, right? I walked out the streets, did not see the phone, and I asked several homeless people if they had it. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone and returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: the cash, the tacos, the chips, the apples, and 4 bottles of water. I then drove the SUV with their luggage and Amber's dogs to the desert. Amber drove separately. Oh, I believe. Okay. I think that was that part of the cell phone thing. I mean, we can go back and listen to what he said now. I don't really know what there's no court tomorrow, yeah. I don't want to force people to re-listen to what I missed either. We could do calls. I could take it to the part where he mentioned it. The homeless guy gave it up for too little, just saying rotten born. I think that one account may have been more detailed than the other. Let me see. I mean, we could rewind it real quick and listen to that portion.
Phone. You weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
She had her phone. She had her phone. She was to doubt it. It came from Sean.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Bett told you that night?
What the situation was, the time frame.
And did you have any understanding that he had a meeting with his new business manager to get the phone off the roof? That you come to understand that Mr. Depp had thrown her phone off the roof that evening prior to when Amber threw Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
She informed me of that.
Okay, she informed you of that. So when you went outside to look for Mr. Depp's phone, you weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
She had her phone. She had her phone. She was trying to re-download and back it up.
I'll open up the lines.
So you were only looking for Mr. Depp's phone when you went downstairs to try to. You found it with an unhoused person. You said, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did I hear you right that you said it was 6 miles away where you found the phone?
Correct.
It actually wasn't 6 miles away. It was actually right below the building, the ECB building.
No, it was
correct?
not.
Okay.
No, it was not.
Can you pull up? Does he have a way to see documents?
It is like two different. I mean, I don't even know. Does this matter really? Is this something to really dig into? I mean, I guess it comes into question credibility, but I mean, in the previous testimony, it comes off as if the phone was just downstairs, like somewhere down the street below. Mr. Jenkins said it was found. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. On the streets below. That's what the previous one says. This one, 6 miles.
Just him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please pull up the witness
I'm going to open
statement,
up the lines.
Mr. Jenkins. Mr.
Unhoused,
Jenkins, do you remember?
AJ Vintage, I noticed that too. Unhoused. He don't want to say it. I don't know why. It's just funny the way he says it, or the verbiage. Unhoused. It was an unhoused person. Who does that, right? Who uses that word? The Rottenborn legacy does. Rottenborn. This unhoused scum. Living in squalor. You gave him the phone. He took the phone. Unhoused peasant. I feel like he wants to say something like that. Probably not. All right, let me dial in real quick. Oh, you know what? Hold up. Let me call this person I was supposed to call. Almost forgot. Let me call her first, and then I'll open up the lines. If I could even find the number, I had it saved here somewhere. Hopefully I didn't delete it. Oh, I think I might have deleted it by accident. Wait. Yeah, I think I deleted it by accident. I was cleaning up my notes. I think I took it out. Oops. Sorry. Let me try one more thing, actually. Yeah, I think I took it out. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. If she wants to call, she can call back. Let me dial in real quick for anybody that wants to call in and give some of their thoughts. Maybe talk about some of the portions I missed. The portion that I missed, like the 10-15 minutes, I'll just watch that on my own tonight. I'm going to make people re-listen.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host and call screener line. Please enter your show or meeting number and...
No. Okay, let's see. Boom. Alrighty.
from the Call-In Studio web interface.
Okay, if anybody wants to call, you can give some of your thoughts. The Skid Row is 6 minutes away from ECB. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the California people need to answer. And I don't know. Nah, he said she just threw it, and the Find My Phone app showing it was somewhere below the building, but he asked around the homeless, and the man admitted he had it.
Remember giving testimony on Mr. Depp's behalf in
Right,
the UK trial?
Yes, I did.
And you gave a witness statement first in writing, correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you were examined by the attorneys in the trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you see on your screen the statement that's, do you see a witness statement?
Yes, I see it.
It says witness statement of Starling Jenkins, right?
Correct.
And this is the statement that you wrote and signed as part of the UK trial on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you can scroll, please, to page 3 of the document.
We already saw the document. All right, let me get the calls. 614. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah.
Hi, it's Lacey from Ohio. Hello.
Hi, Lacey. How you doing?
I'm good. I've been wanting to call in since the beginning. I just always miss it. I haven't watched today. I'm like behind and I don't want to miss 1 second. I've been watching it all. I want to stay caught up. But I've been called a troll, actually. I'm not actually on Amber's side. So
why are they saying you're a troll? What's wrong with what they?
I don't know. They've said it in the comments. It's just your audience is very much pro Johnny.
Right.
And I'm
right.
not anti Johnny. I just
I
think
Go ahead. Yeah, explain your.
I think it was a toxic situation, and I don't think anybody should get anything. And I think, if he was going to sue her for going into court with those fake bruises, which I kind of do believe that day she went and got the restraining order, that those were fake, after seeing the text messages between him and her parents where they seemed apologetic and he seemed honestly shocked. So I do believe that those bruises were probably fake. And if he wanted to sue her at that time for that incident and for defaming him then, he could have. But he chose not to, and he chose to sign a paper saying that she hadn't made any false statements. So I'm sure the lawyers told him after that, you're not going to be able to sue her for that. But if she restated the claims, then she would open herself up to a suit. So when she put out this article and claimed to be an abuse victim, he looked at it as she was restating those claims, and he was going to try to prove it false. But for that article to be defamatory, she would have to have never been a victim of abuse, the entire relationship. And in our court system, anything other than fingerprint bruises on a woman's arm is considered abuse, mutual abuse. So I think the marriage therapist on the first or second day was very telling. She formed the opinion that it was mutual combat, usually initiated by Amber, and she claimed to have seen bruises on Amber's face at that time as well. Now, people say she could have been faking these bruises 7 months prior. However, if she did, then why was she also admitting to the same woman that she would hit Johnny first when he would try to walk away? He would try to walk away and she would jump on him. So if Amber jumped on him 50 times, if Johnny hit her back once, the court will call that mutual abuse. It's just true, difference in strength between men and women, sexist probably, I don't know. So for him to win, he has to make people believe that he basically never hit her back. And I think 75% of men would have hit her back. So,
but it's not about, I hear what you're saying, but it's not about what somebody would have done, because I was in that situation and I didn't hit the person back. I did push somebody off of me though, you know, and I heard him explain that that's one of the things that he did was push her off. And there is a lot of guys that are not going to put up with that shit, that are going to put somebody down and lay you out, you know? I mean, I agree that they were both toxic. I totally, like, you know, with the drugs and the drinking and all this stuff. And honestly, I feel like I have become somewhat biased. I think I started kind of like very just open-minded, but I keep telling myself we're still seeing one side. I'm curious to see what kind of side Amber's gonna have, but it looks really bad for her. To me,
it would take restraint to not hit her back ever. And I don't think Johnny Depp has shown himself to have that restraint with all the drugs, drinking, blackouts, riding with a bloody finger on the wall. He sounds like the type that would hit you back. And like I said, the therapist said it was mutual combat. And Amber does have witnesses that claim to have seen bruises. They could be biased, but so are his witnesses. I mean, Isaac is still to this day living in a different penthouse that Johnny owns. So, and actually, I heard something about Johnny Depp trying really hard, going as far as like threatening and blackmail to try to keep that marriage therapist and Amber's friends out of court in the first trial. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't. No.
So I don't know if that's true, but I don't believe that his character has shown that he's the type that would never hit back. I believe he did hit back, and if it's mutual abuse, which, like I said, if he hit her back once and she hit 100 times, the court will call that mutual abuse. And if it's mutual abuse, they're both allowed to write articles. They're both victims. There's no defamation. Obviously, I don't think she should win either. Even if it's not true?
What about if it's not true? That when they're lying, if let's say it was mutual abuse, right? Are they still allowed to lie? Can she just start making up shit? Like, oh, you know, we have mutual abuse, so now I can say that, you know, he broke my finger, he did this to me sexually, he put this in me. Like, I'm open to make up whatever I want now since it was deemed mutual abuse.
No, but I don't think that article went into the details of abuse. The article just basically said, I was an abuse victim. I accused a powerful man, and here's the backlash. And also, so to win, he has to prove three things. He has to prove, one, the abuse never happened. Two, the article actually accused him of it, which even the wording in the article is up in the air. And three, that he lost money because of it. I just don't think he's going to be able to prove all that. They did show an article in court that showed that he had lost the Pirates of the Caribbean contract prior to her op-ed coming out. It probably had to do with her going into court with bruises on her face, but he chose not to sue her for that, and he signed a paper saying that she had made any false statements. But yes, he had lost the Pirates of the Caribbean prior to that op-ed coming out.
So you say none of them should get anything, and it's a mutual thing, mutually toxic, mutually abusive.
Yeah, but also I'm not sure, like, I don't know a whole lot about her charitable. I know that she was awarded $7 million in the divorce and was supposed
what do you
to
think
make
about that? What's come out so far?
Well, she didn't make the charitable contributions yet. They're saying the reason she didn't is the same reason all rich people make their contributions in payments, because for the tax write-off, rather than giving you $7 million at once, I'll give you $500,000 for 14 years, and it hits a tax loophole. Like, so that could be possible. I think because
they're
she
saying
said
she's
that
lying,
publicly,
though. They're saying yeah.
I think she should have to pay that. Now, I don't know if the court can demand that she pays it. I don't know if they want to award it to Johnny and make him make a big contribution. I think she should have to pay that, but I'm a little behind in the trial, so I'm not really know what's going on with the charity stuff.
Okay, it was pretty interesting. All right,
that's
well,
all.
yeah, thank you for calling. I see the chat going a little crazy, but hey, everybody's perspective is welcome, so I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I think you're doing a great job. I love your trial coverage.
Thank you.
All right,
Take
bye.
care. Bye. All right, 910. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, Mel. It's Sunshine from North Carolina. How are you?
Sunshine, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. A long-time viewer, second-time caller at this point.
Amazing.
I'll be really quick here. I do respect that last caller for calling in. She kind of realized that, now that your chat is looking at this, that, the real kind of story is coming out. But I have a question to it. And of course, I'm going to draw it to family court. But the original question here is, didn't all this come out in the family court trial a while back? Didn't all this come out like almost the same witnesses, the same stories and everything? But it was certainly a different outcome, wasn't it? In the family court, right? I mean,
well, before he was going after the paper too, which is even harder. I think it's even harder to go after the kind of the newspaper. But like what this lady was saying that just called, it is true. Like even Terry said it. For Johnny Depp, it's an uphill battle, but I and he might not even win. Maybe they both don't get nothing. But I think a lot of people are favoring him now. I mean, he's been upfront about his drugs and all that stuff too. And so far, a lot of the witnesses, and again, I haven't seen the other side yet. I'm trying to keep an open mind. But a lot of these people are like, I haven't seen nothing, I haven't seen this, I haven't seen that. And the previous caller too was trying to point out maybe potential biases, which is what Amber Heard's attorneys were trying to do as well.
Well, I agree. He's already won on a lot of fronts. First of all, he wanted his kids. He wants to clear his name for his kids, right? The real story has to come out in a different form, because I don't know what happened in that family court forum. And the usual happened. He's a man, he's a father. Unfortunately, that is how the system is set up, and the attorneys make money off of it and all that. But he's already won. He's clearing his name to his children first and foremost. And like I said the other day, number two, he's doing a public service to us all, because we all need to realize not all men are abusers and not all women are victims. And I'll also say this one thing and then let you go here.
Sure.
The fact that he partied, the fact that he did coke, smoke pot, the fact that he drank a lot does not make him an abuser. And this is a classic tactic used by abusers. You point out somebody's faults that have nothing to do with actual abuse, and you blame the abuse on that because our culture has taught us drugs are bad, okay? The whole thing. I mean, that's just how the culture is. So in her mind, your last caller, she's equated, well, I don't think he would have the restraint because he drank. I don't think she hit him 100 times, and I don't think he could not hit her back one time because he did coke, he smoked pot. No, there's no evidence. There is no evidence of any of it, and we've seen how Amber acts. And so, hey man, love your show. I'm going to let you go, and
Thank you.
Somebody else jump on.
Appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
All right, take
Bye.
care.
The thing too, because I was listening to what this guy was saying, and what I meant to tell the other caller, but I don't want to keep interjecting to keep the conversation going. But I feel like Johnny too is the type that had he done something like that, and this is just me now, starting now from the trial, I felt like he would have at some point in one of these messages admitted to hitting and like being super apologetic about it, like somewhere in a text, voice, whatever, we would have heard something, I think. 256, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Atlanta.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, I wanted to call first and foremost about the phone that was the previous witness had mentioned that he found that it was underneath the apartment, the condos. I was going to mention that with iPhone, sometimes when you first check your last location, if my phone has died for some reason or it just hasn't updated a live location, it will show the last known location it's pinged at. So it would be logical to see, like when they first checked it, it is logical that the last known location would be there. If I stole a phone, I sure would probably turn it off until I got to another location to do something else, maybe to save charge. But it's very likely that both those things are true. And I think that Amber Heard's lawyer saw that and wanted to discredit the witness because of that, by trying to use those words. But that's a very factual thing that happens with iPhones. I'm sure people in the chat can attest to that as well.
So it could have the phone could have been off, and that could have been the last known location.
Yeah, sometimes even when
Right.
it's on, iPhone doesn't. It gives you. It could be like 2 minutes away or however minutes away. You know, it was the last known location as of that time. I don't think a person would logically write down, like, when we checked the text or the app, that it said that it was as of this many hours ago. So I personally believe that is the case in this situation.
Okay. It's very possible. I don't know that it was something to really hang on too much, but I guess they're just trying to like find and poke holes. But yeah, it's very possible. Maybe the location didn't update or something, or maybe there was just something going on with that, and the guy really did maybe have it at home or something. And I don't know. Who knows, man? What was the other point you wanted to bring up?
I really, in general, just wanted to say that the first point of the caller, it's a lot of speculation. I think the second caller cleared up a lot of the points, but I was going to say that Amber is going to play or put on the biggest show of her life when it's her turn to take the stand. We're seeing glimpses of it, but this is like prime time manipulation. This is somebody who will do anything, and I mean anything, to make things like happen with their outcome, even if it means like degrading themselves to an extent, as long as they win in the end. Like, look at her face and the thing, like, she is willing to do anything. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see. I think that Johnny probably has tried. I personally, just by observing everything, I think that, to your point, I think he would have admitted it. He comes off more genuine. And I hope at least that the witnesses or the people in the jury are able to see through. The facts are the facts, and I think that they will speak. So that's all I wanted to say. I love your show.
Thank you.
I love the energy with the people in the chat. You guys keep doing what you do. I love checking in between work. So thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Bye.
Bye. I'm gonna play a short clip that Jazz sent.
Mr. Depp was trying, and Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his
Objection.
pants, didn't he?
I think I would remember
Relevance.
Mr. Depp's penis.
Correct. And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
Oh my god.
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his
Objection.
pants, didn't he?
I think I would remember
Relevance.
Mr. Depp's penis.
Next question.
And you were trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Oh my god. What
Correct,
in
I'm
the
trying to
hell?
get Mr. Depp out of the house, yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
Not so much refused, he just wanted 2 minutes to say his piece.
Bro, today was just horrible timing. Every time I had to get up or go do something, I missed the crazy moments. Let me take the next caller. 973. 973, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm New Jersey. Hi.
Hi.
Mel, it's Amy.
Hi, Sammy.
I wasn't able to watch everything, but I was able to get some snippets, because I was at work today. But I thought the guy Malcolm really did a good job in vouching for Johnny, because he's worked in the prison, so he has some very good observation skills and in scoping out a situation, and I think he really helped the case. And the other thing about mutual abuse, but I have to say, if someone really feels like their life is in danger and that they're really going to get harmed, I don't know how self-defense would be considered abuse. Just my opinion. Like, if someo's coming after me and hitting me, and I really feel that my life is, it's like, even I remember when I was in school, like, if someone is, you feel like your life is in danger and you do something to defend yourself, that backs you up in a court of law. So, and this is the court of public opinion, and being that we live in a world of public opinion, this is the trial that's going to exonerate him and get people to, have a better light, when they look at him. And they're not going to really want to see another Amber Heard movie. They're not going to want to see anything that she's a part of. She's going to, in my opinion, suffer economically, and she's not going to be looked upon as a normal person, and no one's going to want to support her. And And I think it's a poor role model for women too, to make these things up about men, even if a woman's in a relationship with another woman. I think it just goes to show you that you have to really have self-awareness in your relationships, and this just is a big, wake-up call for people to look at these types of diagnoses and get a quick ending and and slow beginnings in relationships. So that's a big lesson this trial is teaching everybody. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I agree. Yeah, the self-defense thing. I mean, and I thought that doctor, I mean, I don't remember too much, but I thought that doctor said something about that, like one day, she was doing this session or whatever, and she just, Amber just walks in there and she has some sort of bruise, or like she told her or something like that. Like she didn't, I don't know.
Right. And I'm a nurse, so like this stuff, all this psych stuff, like I never wanted to be a psych nurse, but now I'm like, this stuff is now interesting to me. It would have been interesting for me to go into that stuff. I might have been able to, see stuff for myself if I studied this more, as learning about these types of diagnoses. So, and that's it. But I find that this is a very good thing for the conscience of America and even the world to see about relationships. It's we went through this with Gabby Petito. This is another end of the whole spectrum.
Right.
Just everybody's equally could be a victim, and there's no way to sugarcoat it, but that's how it is. So, all right, that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Check out the screen when you have a chance. Somebody made a new Rottenborn meme. Yeah, these people are good.
Funny.
This is really good.
That's very good. Very good. You take care now.
All right, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That was Teabag 2K1. The previous person, I'll mention the other person's name. Gone with Gail for the other meme. I'll pull it up. Let me get the rest of the calls. 928. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm calling from New Mexico.
Hey, welcome.
Well, I lost my notes. I was trying to get it ready before you got on the phone with you.
That's all right. Which part? Which
Well, heck, I didn't even get a chance to say what I wanted to say. What was it, yesterday when you played that last audio where Johnny Depp was playing in the guitar, And,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then Amber comes in, and then she starts, saying all these profanity, and suck this,
yeah,
suck that, whatever, I don't know. And then her evil laugh too, and like, goddamn, it's just like it gave me chills, and actually I didn't even sleep yesterday. I didn't sleep all day too. So.
Really?
Yeah, so I was just like freaked out because of that. Because well, I'm a male domestic violence survivor as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just usually I've been hit by my ex. I've been with her for actually I've been abused for 3 years.
Are you still with her?
So, no. This
oh, okay.
well, I met her in 2016,
mm-hmm.
and then 15, and basically ended it with her. I don't know, 2019, I guess. But I still feel the effects, and I still sometimes want to take her to court as well. But I just never thought. I was too scared to.
Yeah.
Because she used her that to me because she's a small girl and she can actually pack a punch. So,
damn.
But she used her what do you call it, woman privileges against me, saying that well, if you're gonna do this and that, no one's gonna believe you because
Really?
because basically, yeah, because she's using me as a big, strong guy that would just would just laugh because I have anger issues, PTSD. Sometimes I would get mad, but usually when I get mad, I just walk away because I kind of figure I've been following this trial, and I just for some reason deep down inside me, I just hope for Johnny he would just I'm not rooting for him to win the case or anything, but I just hope that this will bring light to the world, and then hopefully people start, saying, from now on that men can be victims too, as well.
Right.
And that hopefully things would probably get better from here, and hopefully everyone, especially the females, they learn something from this.
Right.
Hopefully, and especially for guys, that they should also learn from this as well. But other than that, today was good. Johnny's team did fair. I feel like what was it? That topic about Heard paying less than half of the pledge of the ACLU. I thought that was interesting as well. And then the remark where that guy says Jack Sparrow is more drunk than Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, we clipped that too. That was a funny. And Johnny was laughing too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I guess security guards, they did real good too. They did a real good job, even though. By the way, nice picture of Rottenbaum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People are sending
Nice
a lot of
picture,
memes. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I see a lot of people sending memes.
Yeah.
A little laugh
Oh,
out of it.
Well, I think today was a good day, and also yesterday as well, I quickly noticed I was on TikTok, and I just wanted to pass this along. If it's if it will be relevant for you to use or show. It shows a guy like put his phone up to the screen where Amber Heard. I think it was like day 4 of the trial.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that people didn't catch this. Is that when Johnny Depp was talking and Amber Heard was like giving that stoner look, but she was resting her chin on her right hand. And it shows her flipping Johnny off, literally. Like she has her finger extended out. I can give you the TikTok.
Yeah, you can email it to me if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Chick Zuko. If I'm saying it right, it's spelled CCHICZUCCO. That's where I found it. So I was just like, whoa. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. But other than that, you're doing a good job.
Thanks, man.
I like your content. So
yeah,
I'm gonna head out.
Appreciate you calling in, man, and sharing some of your experience. Yeah, stay strong, dude.
Yep.
Stay strong. Later. All right, you get the next one. I think there's just 3 other people. Let's see, 214. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mel. It's Tip Talk 22.
Tip Talks 22. How you doing? I see you in the chat all the time.
Man, all the time running my mouth, right? I first found you because of, I think, a missing person case or something, and I just stayed around because I was not going to watch this trial, but I am so very much into the psychology of people, so it has been so interesting. I very much believe that there is purpose in everything, right? So I'm so appreciative of the previous female caller who pointed out that this trial, this whole case is really bringing to expanding the consciousness of the world so you guys can really see that not only women are falling victim to domestic abuse, domestic violence, right? And so I love that about this, even though, it's like a difficult exposure. Like, I hope it makes it really real for people because I feel like society tends to take the female aspect and just run with it. And I know I've done that with my a friend of mine that I call a brother. And after the fact, I was like, I automatically took his wife's side. And I owed him an apology. I had to apologize to him because that was wrong. She was dramatizing the situation, and it could have ended really badly. She was dramatizing the situation. Well, yeah, they were in an argument. And I was like, well, if you feel unsafe, call the police. And then she kind of backtracked and was like, well, it's not that bad. And then he told me later that she had tried to hit him with a 6-pack. And I'm a strong believer in don't put your hands on nobody if you don't want nobody putting your hands on them, on you, right? So She left that part out when she was explaining it to me, but here I am encouraging her to call the police, and it's a black male with a white female, so that could have been badly for him because automatically, whose side they're going to pick, right? So I felt really bad about that, and that's when I kind of backed away from that connection altogether because, yeah, he's still with her. But anyway.
Oh, he's still with her?
Also, yeah, still with her. But also, I don't know if you remember, but I definitely read tarot. And something that Spirit has been showing me so much, and I have a lot of male clients and men who are reaching out for love readings to see what is going on. And I see that there's abuse in this situation, and it's not even physical. It's like emotional abuse in a lot of these situations. But these men want to hang on to the image, the perception, or no, this can't be the way that it is. And I'm like, wow, it's so crazy. It's been becoming so real for me to see it from this angle because I would have never guessed that so many men are controlled by these women. And I call them succubuses. I guess you would say succubi, but it's a succubus, right? It's a woman that uses her feminine wiles to control or take advantage of a masculine man. And these people tend to be or appear to be in public completely different personas from what they carry at home. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just been so relevant. I made like several videos about it just because I'm like, women need to learn to walk away. Women are needing to learn to say, to accept a no. I actually was going to do a podcast on this particular subject coming up. And then this case just kind of took off, and I swear I ain't done nothing. But yeah. I swear I've been so dang distracted with it. But it's so interesting to see, and I'm glad that it's kind of enlightening people. But something that is disturbing my spirit really badly is that people keep saying mutual abuse, mutual abuse. So I had to look it up and do some digging, and I just want to clarify that mutual abuse is the term that they describe when two partners are mutually or equally abusive against each other. And I also found that it was rare and it seldom exists in cases of domestic violence. Also with domestic violence, usually one partner is wanting to exert power over the other through a pattern of repeated control and sometimes violence. But if the survivor responds to the aggressor with an emotional reaction, that is not mutual. Right? Abuse is not a shared responsibility. So when you say that, oh, it's mutually abusive, you put blame on the victim. And that's going to reinforce the belief that abuse is the survivor's fault, the victim's fault. And that's not okay. I also wanted to talk about self-defense. Self-defense is also not mutual abuse, right? So some victims think that they are in a mutually abusive relationship, like especially if their partner or somebody kind of pushes them to feel that way. But if you're not the one starting a fight, it's not mutual abuse. If you fight against somebody who put their hands on you, then you trying to protect yourself, right? So it's not mutual. What else? You can be assaulted, reactionary abuse, right? It's not mutual abuse. You can be assaulted, like I said, reactionary. So it's like, I don't want power and control. I just want what you're doing to try to control me and take over the power of me to stop. So when Johnny reacts and he starts calling her fat ass or he's talking crazy to her, it's because, and tell the truth, if we've seen this and we've heard this in tape, it's because she's been needling him or she's been saying things about him or he's been trying to get away, right? So it's not mutual. So I wish people would please quit misusing that term. I've even heard attorneys on court TV say the same thing. And I'm like, what a load of crap. So because this case has been getting so much attention, I've really been doing some digging. And I had started to decide that, like, yeah, I'm not going to even do this episode about that because, this case is just taking on a whole, like, another life space, right? And so I was like, it's overdone. But I'm seeing that there's still some things that I could clarify. So I'll probably go on and do that for my podcast episode. But yeah, I appreciate you.
What's your channel? You want to tell people your channel? What's your channel?
Oh, it's Tip Talk 22. Okay. And my podcast is Ascending with Tip Talk 22.
Okay.
And so it's a lot of spiritual things on there, and just how you can grow and evolve in being a more divinely embodied type of person. You know what I mean? Just acting from a space of love and becoming our best selves, right? So that's what the podcast is about. I kind of had slowed down on it, and focused on the tarot, but I'm kind of doing both of those things now. But yeah, it's so super interesting, and I feel like what we don't realize as individuals, you probably know more people who are experiencing a relationship like Johnny and Amber's, maybe not to the extent or to that degree. You probably not know a lot more people who experience that type of connection than the other way around. And that's simply because I'm like, whatever you see that the numbers are, you can probably bet that it's times 3, times 4, times 5, because just like the caller right before me just said, men are not reporting this. They don't want to be laughed at. They don't want to be clowned. They don't want people to be like, oh, you letting this girl. Yeah, they are. They letting this girl handle them like that, right? And it's just, we just all need some healing. That's all. We all need to heal and do things better. And we won't run to these types of relationships. But everybody wants love. Everybody wants romance. So they suffer because this is what they think they want. Anyway, I didn't mean to talk this dang long.
That's okay.
I said I was not going to talk long. But yeah, they suffer because they don't want to get embarrassed, and they suffer because they think they want love, but not realizing you're not even in love. You're stuck in a trauma bond because both of y'all had the same kind of damn damage, just to different degrees. You know what I'm saying? Right. Anyway, so I'm so grateful to you for sharing this audio, this video all freaking day. But you have also been a distraction, and I do not appreciate it. No, I do. I do. I'm gonna get some work done maybe next week or this
next
weekend.
week. Oh my god.
But thanks so much. See you guys soon.
Thank you. Bye, Tiff. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Tanis, I see your comment. Oh no, not Tanis. Yeah, Tanis. Yeah, Tanis. There, I put the link in the description. The Aquaman petition. The link is in the description of this video. Or Jasmine linked it too. Thank you. Okay, 917. Let me get to the calls. Thank you for holding. 917, how you doing?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I hear you loud and clear. How you doing?
I'm good.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ashanti. It's so nice to talk to you.
Thank you for calling.
This is my first time. Huh?
Thank you for calling.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for picking up. I just wanted to call in because I am so opinionated and I have just been going crazy with this case.
Uh-oh. Tell me.
I do agree with what some of your callers said, basically, that she's dangerous. Literally she's dangerous in a way that I think people don't even realize. It's not even about like abuse, but if Johnny Depp was like a lesser man, she could literally drive a man crazy. Like, yeah. I just find that like scary. Like, she's a scary person. She's willing to do anything basically to get her way. The other day you had someone who called and said that now she's dating a journalist because she wanted favorable coverage. And I was like, that makes so much sense as to why she's now dating this girl who's a journalist or whatever. But
Eve
anyway,
Barlow. That's what I heard. I heard they were dating or something together. Lord knows who she's with. But they say Eve Barlow is the girlfriend, and she has on the Twitter, she has a thing like a title journalist. I mean, you can put whatever you want there, but she claims to be a journalist.
Yeah, and I just found that so interesting. Like, I just personally cannot believe that she took this to trial. Like, her career is never going to recover. Her team, you could just tell the difference between how, like, educated his lawyers are as opposed to her lawyers. Like, her team is trying to poke holes. So, defense, what I've noticed, because I did jury duty one day, and what I've noticed is that when someone's guilty, they try to poke holes in the story because you need to have it, because if there's reasonable doubt, then you have to like acquit basically. So I think what her team is doing is trying to just put, like, you guys can't, like, they keep asking all the witnesses and stuff, like, you weren't there on this day, you weren't there on that day. I think what they're trying to like confirm is you weren't always there, so he could have hit her and you don't know. So it's kind of like, I feel like that's what their angle is basically. And then I just wanted to say last one, just a few more things that I feel like the doctor said that like when someone who scores the way that she did in her test, you speak to the subordinates, and usually you find that they have been abused by that person as well. And her assistant spoke so terribly about her. Like, they're building such a good case against her. I think that when it's her turn to take the stand, her lawyers are gonna be fine or whatever, but she's not gonna be able to survive his lawyers. And I think I've listened to the audios years ago, like a lot of years ago, and honestly, there's proof of what he's saying. Like, I think they're just waiting on that. There's proof of what he's saying, and he's gonna, I think he's gonna they're gonna drop it on her, and she's just never gonna recover. That's really all I wanted to say. Like, the fact that he does drugs doesn't mean nothing. This is not one of those type of lawsuits. This is a defamation lawsuit. So it's kind of like whatever. But anyway, thank you for looking up.
Thank you. No, you're good. I appreciate that. I listen, I agree with you too. I think this guy, however people feel, blah, 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 I can feel the internet. A lot people that are in tune anyway with the internet can feel the internet. The internet's definitely on JD's side, like a huge, I think he's just gained tremendous support. I mean, you could even look at the petition for the Aquaman thing or whatever else. So, but I'm curious to see what happens though. Like I've been saying this entire time, I'm curious to see what happens when it's Amber's turn.
I found it interesting how supposedly like Elon Musk and James, they are on her witness list, but now they backed out of testifying. So I was like, okay, like people are starting to realize like, okay, she's lying. And then like today when I don't know if you saw that part where the man who found the phone was talking, like when the lawyer got excited over something, he was like, oh really? Like Amber Heard's head snapped looking at him like, yo, did you break the case? Like it was just really funny, that one little clip right there. Like you could tell that she's struggling, and he told her, he was like, you want to take it there, we could take it there. But I think that she was not expecting all of this.
I don't think so either. Anyway. I think it's completely backfired. Completely the public perception. She's not. We're past this Me Too stuff. I'm not saying that people's grievances don't matter, but like this whole thing where they're just shutting you down and you're done. Like they can say it and you're just dead. Like nobody cares. Doesn't matter what we gotta pull out. That phase is done now. That'll move. People got tired of that shit.
That's it. Yep, exactly. Like COVID, that whole little break saved.
Oh, hey. Not allowed to talk about that either. No, I got over that too. Not? No, I'm just kidding. I'm being sarcastic. You can't say anything about. I know. I'm just. They're still talking about that. Like we gotta. Life has to go on eventually. I mean, I know a lot of people suffer with that, but we gotta get back to life. We gotta start. Whatever.
Exactly, and I think she was just banking on everybody.
She mentioned COVID or whatever. Yeah. At one point, brought it up, and then I think they brought up Trump too. I didn't really get to hear it well. I missed that part, but I saw people in the chats and they even brought up Trump, blaming something on Trump.
Desperate.
I was like, damn, Trump still getting
brought up Marilyn Manson, because they're trying to pin Johnny Depp to Marilyn Manson, and trying to make it seem like, because Marilyn Manson's in the news because he abused somebody and all that good stuff. So they try to connect them, and the security guy was like, no, I didn't see him there. It's like, what are y'all talking about? It was so crazy, but I don't know. I feel like the last thing I will say is that I'm not a I'm not a Generation Z. I'm not Gen Z or whatever. But one thing I do respect about that generation is that when they cancel someone, even though I don't like cancel culture, I feel like that generation does work together to cancel people. So I feel like we all need to come together and cancel anything that has to do with Amber Heard and anything that has turned their back on Johnny Depp, because he literally is a victim of domestic violence. And when he was on stand, and his lawyer was like, she said that you were a victim of domestic violence, what did you say? And he was like, yes, I am. And then she was like, no further questions. I thought that was gangster. I was like, yes, you are. I love you. But anyway, thank you so much for all your coverage.
Oh, thank you. No problem, man. Appreciate you calling in.
If you could please one day do a video of your whole setup, of your software that you use, the computer.
I use a lot of crap.
I want to do
Do you?
Huh?
I use a lot of crap.
Because I want to be like a streamer and all of that. I have no idea where to start. So that would be so cool. But anyways, thank you.
Maybe one day I'll do a side channel. Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll do some side stuff one day to kind of explain.
That would be so dope.
All right, thank you.
Okay, cool.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Nice call. Okay, I paused the calls by the way because I want to get the rest of these people. There's 4 other people. Somebody's been holding for a long time. 443, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Yo, Mel, it is your friendly Discord jeweler, the Jewel Monkey. How
Jeweler,
you
what's
doing?
up? I saw you
What's
say
up?
something earlier in the comments about the. I mean, I don't know if you still wanted to talk about the iPhone, my iPhone
Yeah.
thing.
We here on Discord know that I'm the expert in this. We won't say why,
Yeah.
but it's all about them rotten rectum trying to discredit this.
Rotten
this
Rectum?
witness.
Is that the name you got for him
Rotten
now?
rectum.
Oh
That's
my
rotten
God.
rectum.
Oh my God.
Rotten rectum for Amber Turd. You know. So they're just trying to discredit this witness because he's got such damning info on the fecal incident.
Oh yeah.
You know,
yeah.
there's nobody else that's like, hey, she told me she did this, or her friends told me they did this. You know, so they want to discredit this guy for that reason. The whole Find My iPhone thing, it's when she pinged it. Okay, she didn't ping it that next morning because it wouldn't have shown it. The homeless guy must have found it and then traveled with it. That's all it is. He just picked it up and walked to wherever.
Yeah, we don't know when the
where
ping was
next
actually.
is.
Yeah. There's
Right.
too many. There's a lot of little holes that we don't really know could make a difference. You know, with the whole thing.
Right.
So I don't even know that it's
And then
something to
the
really
20
harp on. I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but
It's just so simple because it's in the 2021 article, I think it was on Variety, like Amber had told him she threw it off the balcony, but she used somebody else's app. You can't use somebody else's app unless you have that person's Apple ID or unless you're sharing an Apple ID. And I doubt Johnny was sharing an Apple ID with her.
he might have been. Johnny might have been caught up. You know, with all those pills. Like he seemed like he opened up himself. He was telling her all kinds of shit he shouldn't have been telling her and trusting her. And so maybe she did have the password or something like that.
If you share someone's Apple ID, you guys are going to get each other's text messages.
Oh, that's how it works. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still
So-
Android. I've been Android for a long. I've never had an iPhone. People keep telling me I need to get an iPhone,
Oh.
but yeah.
Yeah. So I just think she's either lying about it or she pinged it the night before and then just told him to go fish, or it was just so simple as she doesn't give a crap and then the homeless guy walked away with it, but they're just trying to discredit him.
Right.
That's all I think.
All right.
But that's my expert opinion.
Okay. So you don't really think there's much to it or whatever with the call thing. What did you think about today
No.
in general? Today's day trial.
Well,
Did you like it?
It was
Was
a
it
little
kinda-
slow.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
it's been a little slow without live people on the stand.
Mhm.
But still, there were some great points and call outs with some of the witnesses, you know, the objections and then the rotten rectum lawyers, they just don't know what they're doing. It's a clown show.
Right.
I talked to Terry and she, you know, they've lost the jury. The jury is lost on them because they're just so forceful and violent, you know?
Yeah. I'm curious to see how Johnny's people are going to be too with Amber's witnesses. Like, are they going to go the same route that Amber's people did, or are they going to be like respectful and not, you know?
My feeling is that they are going to come at him with the same pace and monotone that Johnny is, but they're going to have proof. Like, they're not going to come at him like, you know, like an attack. They're going to be like, yo, this is what you did and this is what we got, right? Or no?
Right.
That's what I think. We'll see, though.
All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
All right, good talking to you, buddy.
All right.
See
Bye.
ya.
Bye. 203, how you doing? Where you calling from? And thank you for holding. Tissue wipe. 203. Is that DC?
Oh, no, that's Stamford, Connecticut. How are you?
Okay, I should have tried. Good. How you doing, man?
No, I'm doing okay. First, thank you for creating informative commentary and positive community
Thanks,
around
man.
this trial and other cases in general. I think you're awesome.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I hope if Johnny wins, he donates a portion of his winnings to opioid addiction and domestic violence. Maybe he can
That would be
actually
cool.
go through the ACLU and have his own op-ed draft written. I think that would be ironic.
That would be
But-
interesting. I doubt they'd do it, but that would be interesting.
That definitely would turn the tables. But also, I just want to say, I think people by definition are emotional, like social beings, and that's why the public needs positive emotional and social role models. So if the facts of the case lead to where the general public believes it's heading, then I hope he's able to sober up and fully detox. And I
Right,
hope
right.
she's able to develop more class and get the help she needs, because I think their loved ones and the public, particularly the kids that watch the movies that they're a part of, I think they deserve better. But they're both gifted actors, especially Johnny Depp, big Johnny Depp fan, and I just hope that and I hope they can continue to contribute positively to movies, because I think they're both talented. But I do think Johnny's going to win.
Amazing. Oh, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. And thank you for holding too.
Thank you.
All right, take care. 604. Hello, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Frances from Vancouver, BC. Big fan. Thank you for your content.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome callers. I love all of the people in chats. They're so amazing to engage with. I just wanted to say that does anyone have Amber's witness list, or if that's even out? I'm
So,
just curious
somebody-
if she has family and friends.
Somebody
on
emailed
there.
me. Johnny Depp. No, somebody had sent me, and I gotta look for it now. They sent me a
Oh, okay.
list, but to me, it didn't look like a court document. It looked like it was manually typed out, and so I haven't been able to verify. And now I've kind of lost where it was at. Somebody sent me an email the other day. I just can't find it now.
Oh. Okay, and then I was just going to say, for the divorce settlement and community liability, when the accountant business manager was talking, does anyone know what that means? Because he spent he gave her $7 million, and then he spent almost another $7 million. I think it was like 14 or 15 million altogether. Something on community liability. I'm just curious what that is. 'Cause that's a lot of money. That's not. And then I was going to say, addiction does not equal abuse, because my dad was very abusive and he wasn't addicted to anything.
Right.
And,
I agree. It says community liabilities are debts incurred by either spouse during the marriage are owed by the community, the couple, even if one spouse signed the paperwork for a debt. Anything you earn while married.
Sorry?
It says most community I don't know if I'm even reading the right thing. Most debts are incurred by either spouse during the marriage are owed by the community, the couple, even if one spouse signed the paperwork. Anything you earn while married. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Terry exactly what they meant on that.
And I like your comment that you made about community liability, that he could have,
Taxes.
raked her over the coals for all of that, and he didn't.
Right.
That's the amount of class that he has. And I mean, right and wrong, right or wrong, Johnny does have, he's never admitted to being perfect. He totally embraces his flaws, as everyone saw on the witness stand.
Right.
And I think, like you said earlier, that if he had hit her ever, or even raised a hand in gesture to hit her and then changed his mind, I think he would have admitted that. And I just, full disclosure, I am Team Johnny, but my heart kind of does go out to Amber. I know everybody's probably going to freak out, because I used to be like Amber. I was very abusive. I had a beautiful man in my life that really loved me and cared for me. And I totally understand where Amber's coming from. And the only reason my heart goes out to her is because I got help for myself. And I just think I'd love for her to get help for herself, just to put this all to bed, so it doesn't keep going on and on and on. She can get some peace. Johnny can get some peace. Breakups are never fun, whether they're toxic or not. So that's just, That's my frame of reference.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I appreciate the call. Any other thoughts? Or?
No, that's about it. But thank you, everyone, for your
Thanks.
time. And I love this community. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Love the
Thanks for the call.
content.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right. Finally caught up to the last person. 951, how you doing? Where you calling from?
What up, Mel? It's Junior from SoCal.
Oh, snap. You got in before I cut it off. What's up, man?
Yeah, I usually try to...
Terry, I'm going to call you after.
Much.
Yeah, how's it going, man? What do you think
For
about
sure.
today's trial?
It was all right. It was all right.
All right.
Yeah, it was all right. Nothing too much. Alejandro killed yesterday, hitting the Susie in the car or whatever. But no, just I always call, bro, when I get some random thoughts, just a couple, just to put my 2 cents in, you know. And I was gonna say, just to backtrack like a day, I thought it was funny when her lawyer went hard, or a day or two ago, her lawyer went hard against that girl, that doctor, or that one chick who diagnosed her, Amber, being like 98% full of bullshit or whatever. She went hard on her. I thought that was funny that she didn't keep that same energy when the cops were being, you know, on the stand. She toned down real hard, and then when she got to Alejandro, it was like already she was lost, you know. I thought that was funny how she didn't keep the same energy.
Who? Wait, who are you talking about?
The pussycat lady. She went hard against
yes.
the girl who called Amber on her, you know, diagnosis or whatever.
Right.
And she didn't keep that same energy with the cops and
she couldn't. She was lost with him. I think he threw her off, and he was just over it. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, it was funny. And that dude's a real dude, you know. He's showing like realness. Like, bro, I'm fed up with this. And Amber's probably just even loving that too, bro. She's probably like, not really, but you know, they get off on that, bro. And I was gonna say, you know what I do remember her from, bro? The only movie I ever remember her from was Pineapple Express. She's the high school girlfriend to Seth Rogen, and I always picture her demeanor like she said in the movie, like, you're funny, you're sexy, you're smart. She was like really like aggressive with it, and I was like, that's probably how she is in real life, bro.
I did not know that chick was in that movie. I did watch that movie too.
Yeah, when he's in the hallway, at the high school, he's like dating a high school chick. She's probably like 18 in the movie or whatnot, but that's her, I believe.
Yeah,
so that's the only thing I remember her from.
Wow.
But I was gonna say, bro, you know, her being a quote unquote celebrity, because like I said, that's the only thing I remember her from, and you know, we got to do it for Johnny, a little outsider reference. But if she was a regular girl, bro, I know we're all human beings, but bro, she would already been a forensic file. And I know that guy that's Team Amber, who you said joined the Discord and all that, bro, he's just trolling. So I hope you're listening too, homie, because, bro, if this girl was a regular chick keeping that energy with a guy, like some other caller said, you'll drive a guy crazy. And a regular guy who has nothing to lose, man, he would already done away with her. But Johnny's so cool. He's a celebrity. He's like nonchalant about like the abuse, you know, he's gone through in his life and shit. Oh, my bad for cussing so much, bro. My bad. But,
no, you're good. We're at the end of the road. We're good.
If she knows that like she's got some cover, you know, up in Hollywood, they're gonna side with her. Of course, I feel like. But if she was just regular Joe Schmo, she would already been a forensic file. So it's kind of like a catch-22. It's not even good for her. I think she's like sick. Like mentally, and she does need help before she meets the wrong guy who has nothing to lose, and then really just snaps. Because if Johnny was just a regular type of dude, I feel like he would have already snapped, and Johnny did snap. You know, she pushed him to a point where I don't think he's ever been, and yeah, that's out there, man. One time I was in a relationship, and some girl got me, like how you never mentioned that one relationship, you know, that was really like toxic. I feel you, bro. I've never had that except one time in my life, and I'm cool as a cucumber, bro. If there's something wrong, bro, with me, it's the other person, usually like 98% of the time, bro. And I'm no saint, bro. I'm no saint, you know what I'm saying? But I'm cool. And the second I knew that was when this girl pushed my buttons, bro, and I was turning up and yelling at her, and I seen her smiling, bro, while I was mid yelling at her, bro.
Really?
And I was like, oh,
really?
that's it, bro. That's it. I even stopped the yelling. I was like, you are a narcissist, and I cut ties right there because, you know, I ain't got
enjoying
much
it.
to lose, but I'm not about to go, you know, get a freaking life sentence for somebody who gets their chalies off of
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I remember just seeing her smile, bro, while I was yelling at her,
Damn.
and that made me sick to my stomach, bro. Like an evil smile, you know, like I got you right here. And I was like, bro, that's probably what, you know, males probably experienced that, and of
Dude.
course Johnny has experienced this too, and that's the only female that's ever done that to me, bro. And to be honest, I went out with her just for the looks, and then it came second for the personality. So it was kind of on my part too, but I learned from my mistakes. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
yeah, I think if she was just a regular, just Joe Schmo, and with this energy, man, she would have already been, you know, like she would have had a different outcome. You know, so she knows, like I always say, she knows what she's doing, bro. Even right now, bro. If you think about it, bro, if she was not in this trial right now, no one would even be talking about her, bro. So even if she's in this position, bro, she's over here fixing her hair for court. I know you gotta look good for court. She's over here picking out, like, sir, like, I know in the morning she's probably like, oh, what should I wear for court? And Johnny's probably like, damn, I gotta go to court today, bro. Like, two different mindsets, you know?
And she's doing the glasses thing now too. She got the little glasses, the school teacher look or whatever. It almost seemed like she was copying the other lady, Curry lady, today. It almost seemed like her hairstyle was kind of mimicking hers.
Oh yeah, somebody said in the chat that they be the other day that they were matching suits. They were like tan, and then today it was like black and black vibes.
Yeah.
But no, I said the other day it was like, bro, she'd be looking down, you know, like it's like a form of disrespect. Because there's some moments in the courtroom where she looks up and she's just being normal, and then when she goes back to her, like her face is forward, but her eyes just stay down. And it's just like showing like, I don't give a F what's going on. We're here. I'm probably already, you know, winning because I got him in this position, but I'll end up losing. And I don't know how she won the UK trial either. That's just crazy. I don't know what they were on, if they have so many like videos and stuff. And I just think it's so weird how she videotaped and recorded so much. Like, that should be illegal at some point. You know what I'm saying? And if not, it's like, oh, that's why you were doing it for this whole court trial. But yeah, that's all I had to say, man. If y'all don't hit that like button, y'all better, because every other channel is dry chicken, man, with no seasoning.
Thanks,
You
man.
know I like my chicken dry.
Let me tell you
for sure,
something real
man.
quick. The one situation that I never really spoke on too much. The last time that we had gotten into something, I literally at one point when she was like yelling and stuff, I noticed her eyes were like different. It was like different, like the shapes, almost like cat eyes, had changed, and that person was completely
They're getting
acting
off on it, man.
Dude, it was freaking crazy. I saw that and I was like, yo, this is, I gotta get out of this shit. Like that was actually the last time I got out of that shit. That was when I left. But like her literal eyes look like cat eyes to me. Like some like literal, like look like the pupils of her in her eyes changed shape or something. I don't know what I was seeing. I was just like, God damn, I gotta get out of this shit. That was the last time.
Thank God you caught it, bro.
Yeah. That shit was literally, it was
And
creepy.
yeah, usually, like I said, somebody who's like turning up. I think I wasn't smoking at the time, so I caught it. Like I said, when I'm smoking, bro, I'm nonchalant. I'll let stuff like whatever, who cares. But thank God I wasn't smoking at that time, and I caught that, and I was like, bro, that's literally the epitome of toxic. I always heard toxic this, toxic that. No, and it was a few years ago. I was like, bro, that shit is real, bro, and there's guys who will let you step all over them and stuff. I was like, go find that type of dude. That ain't me, you know. Not stepping all over me, but
They're
getting
saying
me
they
to
want to
this
know your
point.
tag in the chat. You're in the live chats? People want to know who you are in the chat.
Nah, bro, I'm a young head, bro. But I'm so old school, bro. I give the like and
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
always try to
thanks,
give
man.
the
I
like and
appreciate that.
watch the channel.
They're trying to
I mean,
trace you
I got,
down. They're trying to trace you down.
I got social media, bro, like IG, that's it. I'm
Yeah.
really low key, no Facebook, no Snapchat,
Okay.
but yeah, I'm really sarcastic. I seen your I stay in the shadows, bro. I seen your IG already,
Oh, you
and
did?
I was like, should I add the homie? I was like, nah, not yet.
That's
I
cool,
always
man.
stay in the chat. Yeah, no, I keep it chill. Like I said, I'm 31, bro. I'm a young
Okay,
head, but
okay.
I'm old school with this shit.
All right.
No, but I'll always call, bro. I'll always support. But y'all better hit that like button, because you know this is the best channel. iCkEdMeL is
Appreciate
all one,
it,
bro.
man.
He
Thank
keeps
you,
the
bro.
flavor on. Hell
Appreciate
yeah,
it,
bro.
man.
Hope you have a good Friday and
You
a
too.
good weekend, man.
Yeah, I'm
Hell yeah,
probably gonna
appreciate
chill.
it.
I'm gonna try to. But all right, man. Take care, dude.
Yep, for
Peace.
sure. See you, Mel.
See ya. All right, so that was Junior, right? That was Junior. He's been calling back to back. I like his calls. That's somebody I feel like I could hang out with. Probably drink or even smoke or something. Go hang out. I bet I have. If I talk to that guy off air, I bet you I'd tell him some stories. It'd be like, holy shit. He probably could tell me some stories too. Where are we at? I guess we're done. I guess I should get off. I mean, I could do more calls, but I think I gotta take care of a couple things. So there's no court tomorrow, and it starts back Monday. I'll definitely set up the live stream. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll probably work on something maybe tomorrow to post tomorrow, or maybe throughout the weekend. I don't know. But I guess I'm gonna chill a little bit, take a break, probably. Or maybe I won't. I'll say that and I probably won't post something. Yeah, I guess let me get off of this. Yeah, I noticed that eye change thing, which is kind of freaky. Oh, Terry. Yeah. Forgot. Terry. All right, let's do Terry. And let me get the super chats real quick. Terry, my bad. Oh my God. I'm a mess. Today's kind of like a Friday for me, I guess. Joy, thank you for the super chat. I'm not sure if I read it earlier. It says, is Amber wearing makeup to make her appear tired and stressed? Sympathy beggar. It also says here, Ellie Zen, thanks Mel for putting up with this crazy case. She's a case of many words. This funny witness. Sorry, love this funny witness. He lost a finger and then she burnt him a cigarette. Case closed. I think she had claimed also that he had burned a cigarette on her, threw a cigarette or something at her. She was claiming as well. Miyu, thank you for the super chat. Base Chica, thank you for the super chat. That's set. Gracias. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Laura Anderson just sent a super chat to Mel. I listen when working. Got to be able to jump on to thank you for streaming the trial for us. Much love. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you guys. I can't even believe I was thinking this as I left on a little break to like drive. I was like, holy shit, like we're still only like halfway in this. And I saw somebody in the chat mention too about Amber's list, about I don't know how many, somebody said 80. I don't know if that's true. All I can say is that document that I saw, bro, somebody sent me something. It was so many pages long that I was like, I don't know if this is even real. This is really Amber's list. I mean, it was like over 5 pages, like way more than Johnny Depp's thing. But it didn't look like a court document. To me, it had looked like somebody typed it out. So I wasn't entirely sure if it was real. And now I can't even find it. It's just lost within the trenches of my computer somewhere. I'm going to try to find it again. All right. And let me call Terry. Terry. I don't know what I should do though. I feel like I should go have fun or something this weekend. I don't know what though. Or I could grind too. Work on a video project or something. No, it's not iCkEdMeL. Oh, and I'm not. I guess I can say this nicely. I'm not interested in people's like drama. Like people seem to want me to collaborate with people that have issues or whatever. Yo, if you have like a bunch of issues with everybody on YouTube and you have, I mean, I don't want people to misinterpret that either because I'm cool with some people. But yeah, maybe I should stop because I don't want certain people to think I'm talking about them. But there's like people just constantly telling me, oh, collab with this, but collab with that. And they're trying to make me collab with people that are like having issues with everybody. Why would you wish like hell upon me? Like I want to be peaceful. I like being solo. I like doing my own thing. That kind of shit. And I have people looking out for me. That's why I asked them too. Like, hey, do you know about this project? Some of these people I haven't heard of. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but like some of those stories I've heard of some of these people, I'm just like, why would I even want to talk to that person if you're riddled with issues or whatever and have all this kind of shit going on? Why the hell would I want to be around you? All right, me call there. This is the weirdest thing. And some of these people say, oh, we like you, we like your channel, but yeah, you're sending me to hell. Why? Hey, how you doing, Terry?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing? Did you watch today? And how's everything with you? And I called you a little earlier while I took my break.
I totally watched. I lost my mind a little bit because I was doing some you know, every now and again I'll do some work. So I was doing some work today and driving around in my car, and I was like screaming really loudly in my car.
Did you leave me a
And
voicemail?
I couldn't text her anything, you know, because anyway, I think I called you and screamed at you and on your voicemail. But
So you let me? I want to listen. I'm gonna listen to it later. I want to listen to your voicemail.
but there was a couple of things I just wanted to say. A couple of people are saying, or their understanding is this is a criminal case, and of course, violence is criminal, but this is not a criminal case. It's a civil case. So the standard is different. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even clear and convincing. It's more likely than not. 51% to 49%. I mean, that's the standard in this case.
59% to 49%. Is that? What would you say?
The standard is defined as more likely than not, a preponderance of the evidence.
What does that mean?
So that in the civil case. So
Okay.
that's why I say 51-49. I mean, just even if you just believe one a little bit more than other, and you're not really sure about either of them, well, that's okay in the civil case. Also, somebody said there was another thing that somebody said that they needed to be clarified. Oh, I know. It was about the business manager.
Yes.
Johnny won the case during his testimony, I think. And, you know, I've been kind of iffy about whether he's going to win or just win in the public opinion. But I think I sent you a text, like I was stopped at one of my stops. But because he testified all of that stuff about, you know, I don't know. I've worked for a lot of charities. I also donate to charities. I mean, not in those numbers, obviously. I'm not a rich person. But, you know, just how nasty that is beyond my ability to describe.
Are you talking about how the attorneys treated that guy? You talking about the the donation thing?
Those charities. You know, those charities are hanging on by a thread. They survive only because of the generosity of people. I mean, little people like me and people, you know, that have lots of money too. And I think when he was talking about that, he said one line that was just killer. And I went, oh my God. And I texted you and I said, Johnny just won the case. And I can't remember what he said, but I love that guy. But my favorite witness today was Mr. Connolly. Because
yes.
I can't remember if you were back from.
I think I missed the part. I played a small clip of it, but the whole penis in the hand and urinating. I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, but when he said, but he got away from you, and he's like, no. Like, I'm a big, huge guy. No, he didn't get to pull away from me. I let him go. But anyway, it was really funny to me at the time. Anyway, I just love a Scottish person. But also community property and community debt. There's in family law in California, like Texas and Louisiana, usually down the West Coast, is community property state, and that means that all the money you make and all the money you spend during the term of marriage is part of the marital community. So I think his business manager said that they incurred a whole lot of debt during the marriage, and Johnny didn't have her pay for any of it.
Right.
That's not how it works. I've done a million of these agreements. It's 50-50. You try to get it as close to 50-50 as you can. And so, I mean, if somebody, I have done I personally, not to be too personal, but I have walked away and just said, keep it all. I don't care. I need to go. But, and people do that. But most people just split. split in half, and it's all good, and everybody's good.
Right.
But yeah, community debts or obligations, I forgot the word they use for them, but they're usually split. One person doesn't usually pay for them. And when both people have income, I mean, we're not talking about, the manager at Circle K and his unemployed wife. We're talking about two people who have income. If it usually, I mean, Johnny should not be forced to pay her attorney's fees. For one, it was a no-fault divorce. And usually attorney's fees are only paid when there's fault alleged. And California at that time was a no-fault state. Apparently they've changed their status. But so that the fact that he paid $500,000 for attorney's fees, I mean, really isn't a lot of attorney's fees for those folks. But he shouldn't have had to. She has money. She has some. I mean, she's bound to have some money. She does some work. Like I say, it's not like we're dealing with somebody who, was a housewife or supported him through school or something like that. That's not what we're talking about.
Right.
And I just think I thought the business manager did a real good job of talking about. Oh, that's when I was screaming. Okay, so during when Rotten Balls was questioning and he was testifying. He was testifying as he questioned the business manager, and he was saying, "Well, would you know if but Amber didn't spend $5 million shooting Hunter S. Thompson's ashes to the moon or whatever in space, and stuff like that." And I was just screaming, he's testifying. That's what the Pussycat Lady does. She just testifies, and I don't know why they don't object more, except it might be tactical because they do make themselves look like idiots doing that. I mean, they look dirty and they look unethical, and it is unethical because it's not how the law works. But yeah, that's when I got really mad when he was saying, and did Amber overspend, and did Amber owe taxes, and what? Shut up! I was so angry. But so that's about it. I don't know. I think somebody else had some questions, but I've now forgotten them. I remembered something.
Oh, well, here's a good question. And I see Amy mentioning this in the chat. She says charitable pledges, even verbal, are legally binding in the U.S. That's the IRS law. How does that work? Do you know anything about like this charity pledges versus, I don't know, promise or whatever?
Yes.
And she didn't sign that thing too. Apparently she didn't sign that one document, at least, that we saw.
She didn't sign the payment schedule.
Right.
Now, I'm on a payment schedule with a couple of charities. And, of course, nowhere near just like a monthly thing.
Mm-hmm.
And to a certain extent annually. And I don't even take it, but the pledge that you make, just verbal, is not. In fact, because of the statute of frauds, it's not enforceable. I think I would think so. It's not real property, but it's a promise. So usually you have to have that in writing. So, like a promissory note.
Right.
So if she had signed the schedule, then I think she would be more culpable than that she didn't. However, when you make a pledge, and let's say you pledge like she did, what $3.5 million, and you pay in some portion on your payment plan, and the one thing that they didn't focus on is that she did that one thing and then nothing else for several years, and still not today. She's never finished. But once you pay in, that's like acknowledging the pledge in the law. Like, let's say a debt collector calls you and says, you owe money, but it's been 7 years or 10 years or whatever the thing is now. And you say, no, I don't. Come and get it. They can't do anything. But if you say, oh yeah, I remember that. That was the hospital stay, 12 years ago, and you acknowledge the debt, then game on. Statute of limitations starts over. So the fact that she sent one payment, and I guess Elon Musk sent one on her behalf, and even Johnny sent one on her behalf, I didn't really understand.
I think Johnny, the Johnny thing, I thought that supposedly he was trying to send that money, her portion, to the ACL, or was it the hospital, to the charities, like on her behalf, but like her portion of the money. It says the $100,000 from Depp is credited towards the amount. Miss Daughtry says, he says they asked if it should be, and she said it should. So I mean, I guess he basically kind of paid for her, I guess.
Yeah. So okay, but the fact that she, or through her investment companies or whoever, or advisors, she paid one payment that was the payment that she had agreed to without signing to, that's acknowledging the pledge. That's acknowledging the, for lack of a better word, the debt. And that should mean she has to finish that up.
I don't know. I mean, she made a public statement about paying this thing, but the public statement's not no binding thing. You just look like a crappy person, I guess, for saying.
Public statement is not binding at all.
Right. And she didn't sign this document.
But apparently it's in, again, I have not seen the entirety of the divorce document. I only learned today that there was a clause, what do you call it? Oh, non-disclosure clause. I only learned that today in the testimony. There was a non-disclosure clause, but if that was also in her, in the order separating their marital property and ending their marriage, well, that order is enforceable. You can take that to court.
If there was something in the divorce.
ACLU or whoever could take that to court. Oh, no. Oh, I just remember something else. The ACLU guy.
Yeah.
He may have actually
Daughtry.
won the case for Johnny.
Daughtry.
Remember him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he says he's talking, and apparently they spent months, everybody knowing who the op-ed was about.
Yeah.
And there was one email that said, man, this is obvious it's Johnny Depp. I mean,
right. And they even had to go back and edit it.
And they edited it again.
Right.
And it still was off. And then he said it was obvious. Everybody knew. Her lawyers apparently were willing to risk whatever, but her lawyers are bad, as we've learned. Because anyway, the ACLU guy helped Johnny so much I couldn't believe it. Because he said, her lawyers were saying there was an email between her lawyers and the Post and the ACLU lady that was working with them all. And I think it was an email. It could have been a text. I'm not sure. Again, I'm an unfrozen caveman lawyer. I have no technology. It frightens and scares me. But in that text or message, it said, it's clear it's Johnny. It's clear what she wants to do is hurt Johnny. And they seem, I don't know why they seem down with that. I don't know why the Post would have ever done this, except Amber's lawyers said this is fine. But I mean, the Post has better lawyers than Amber. I'm surprised.
Yeah. But yeah, I think so far everything and this is how it's kind of supposed to work, I guess, because it's Johnny's people. But so far, everything is looking towards him, even though, yeah, and they've already come out about his past and the drugs and whatever.
Yeah, we call that softening the blow. You just
Right.
bring out all the bad information
Just come out with
on
it.
your side of the
Yeah,
case
yeah.
so that they can't do it for the first time.
I think that whole thing with Curry was damning too, and the way the whole court TV explained it and broke it down, how like, the reason it happened is because she was trying to admit her own doctors, as a witness and testimony, his evaluation, and so they, I guess, had the right, Johnny's people, to get their own independent examination. She opened the door. Yeah. She opened the door to hell, like a lot of these people love to do.
To her own mental
Try to
health.
pull me into
That's
hell.
how that testimony came in.
Yeah, and so she got screwed. And I think that was pretty damning too.
Too bad, so sad, little Amber turd.
But we'll see. It's gonna be something different. And supposedly she's supposed to be allegedly testifying next week. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, and now they're saying, the New York Times reported, I sent you a list of the witness list and the court one for Johnny and the other one from an article. But the New York Times is reporting that Musk and Franco are no
Or
longer
not.
going to.
Oh, Franco too? Oh.
Right.
Oh man. Brenda,
So,
bye. Thank you for coming.
But they're going to bring in text between she and Jason Momoa, which I am dying to see.
Ooh, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Momoa.
He is just a whole snack. But anyway, but anyway, but I sent you that on text. I texted you screenshots of the witness list and who was going to come.
But did you do Amber's people? You sent me a screen of Amber's people?
Yeah, well, it's just from an article. I sent you a screen of the court document of Johnny's witness list
Johnny's.
that I sent from an article of Amber's. And what else was going to be in, including exhibits. But, and I have...
Yeah, I want Amber's list.
I can't remember where I put all this stuff. They say you can separate it, but I've got photos after photos, and they say you can put it in different carts, but I don't know how to do that. I have to look through everything. But I screenshotted the exhibit list and both witness lists, and now I can't find...
I don't think that... Well, if you find... I don't see it. You didn't. I don't think you sent me Amber's. I'm looking at the text. Somebody sent me some hefty document the other day, and I couldn't believe how long the thing was, and I just closed it out. And I was like, I'm gonna look back at it again, but I don't have.
It could have been me.
Really? I got no idea where that document. That thing just disappeared. And I got all these PDFs. I don't want to open up the wrong file here. Oh.
Right. But
switch screens. Yeah.
But there would. Oh, my other question to you was: they are going to have some motion practice in the morning. I mean, apparently they're going to argue about some evidence in the morning. Won't that be on TV?
No, it's like private. I think they've been meeting up on Fridays, and it's behind the scenes. They don't.
Motion practice is not. That's still open to public. That's what I understand.
I don't think they've been streaming it.
Well, no, you were probably 5. But but in the OJ trial, they spent so much time at the bench and doing the motion practice outside of the presence of the jury, and they showed it all.
Oh, witness list for JD trial. Is this it? No. The same document.
Now, I sent you Johnny's court document list, but the thing that I sent you about Amber was from an article, and it just said about her witnesses and some of the exhibits, including the Jason Momoa people and the Disney people and the I forgot them all. But Jason Momoa, woo! I want to see those.
So we're gonna have to see. Yeah, I wonder when that's coming out. Is that coming part of Amber's people?
If it were me and I was Lisa Bonet, I would have stuck with Lenny Kravitz because he's an even bigger snack.
Who? Oh, Lenny Kravitz? Oh, she used to be with Lenny?
Yeah. They have a...
I wanna get away. Is that song? I wanna get... Or fly away. Oh shit, I'm over here saying get away. Fly away. Something like that, right? Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, my way.
Get away. I think that's him, right? Lenny Kravitz.
Love Lenny Kravitz. But anyway, so I don't understand why they're not showing the motion practice.
Or fly away. Yeah.
I don't get that.
Mm.
I think they might. I'm going to say, because I think she said we're going to do it pre-open court. Like, I mean, obviously, most judges do this. They handle the pre-trial and mid-trial briefs and motions prior to the beginning of their docket, and their docket probably starts at 9. So they're starting the thing at 8. I don't know why they wouldn't televise that.
All right.
Go get some rest.
Yeah, I'm tired, yo. And I gotta get Maddie settled and stuff. But I feel like I can use a glass of wine or something. I've been trying to just stay clean though, because I want to keep like fully, like my body fine tuned and try to keep losing the weight. But I feel like
A glass of red wine. It will
a
not
glass
hurt
turns to like a pint. You know what I'm saying? What is it? What's the word?
A
mega pint. Yo, a mega pint.
Oh, somebody sent you a good gift. Not is it gift? Is that how you say that?
GIF.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, GIF. Yeah,
It
yeah.
was a picture of the lawyer lady with a cat face, and it was
Oh.
scary AF, man. It was
I'm wondering which one you were looking at it earlier, right?
You had it on your screen,
Yeah.
and it was like the lawyer lady, but you couldn't tell because there was this wrinkly cat face.
It's just
in her
Gail that
face,
did
and
it.
It scared me.
Gail did a really good job. I think you might be talking about this one. It's gonna take a minute to show. But I think it's this one. And she did a really good Rottenborn. The Rottenborn one was so good. I don't know if it's that one or a different one. Yeah.
No, that's
Not that
it.
one?
It was big. It was big. And you had it up in the big space.
That was really good.
That scares me. I showed it to Ladybird, my dog, and it scared her too.
Really?
Hey, I don't like cats, do I? No.
Make a pint.
But
all right, Terry. Well, I
anyway.
guess we'll talk. Well, let's link up and get this video thing figured out tomorrow or the weekend for sure. We got to do it. I don't want to come back Monday and people are asking me like, hey, "Did you do the Terry?" And I didn't do it yet. So sometime.
No, yeah, and I'm still on. I can't do Facebook
Okay.
because I'm in Facebook jail right now.
What, Terry? They put you in Facebook jail? I said, Facebook's
I'm in
crazy.
Facebook jail, so I can't do any lives or any FaceTime for a minute.
Oh my gosh.
But it's not my fault, really. All I said was that Putin was a bad guy, and maybe we could send some. I don't know.
Oh. They got you for that?
Oh,
Damn.
all I said was maybe we could send some helicopters to the border.
Oh.
Because, not get into the airspace so we don't kick off anything. But they didn't like that at all. Zut didn't like my military experience. And then the next day, the Secretary of Defense said the same thing. But I was already in the jail. So, anyway, okay. Well, you have a great evening. And are we doing a movie tomorrow?
Oh shit. Yeah. No, I don't know what I don't know what we're gonna do. I want to do something different, but I don't know what though. I don't have the energy to come up with something different right now.
You know what? We should try something fun, and kind of relaxing. And there's a show called, I don't know if you've seen it, called Ted Lasso.
No, never heard of it.
Oh my gosh.
Ted Lasso?
It's funny.
Who that?
It's light. None of us would be depressed. It's very, you know what I'm saying? It's a funny show. There's lots of cussing because they're in England, but it's an American football coach who goes to coach soccer in England, and it's the best. It's a great show. So anyway, just maybe we could watch one or two of those. They're only 30 minutes or so each.
All right, we'll see then. Yeah, we'll come up with something for tomorrow.
All right.
All right, thanks, Terry. All right,
Be
bye.
healthy.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. I'm gonna remember that too. Eat healthy. It's like, damn, can't eat shit. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know if I have any more other thoughts. But yeah, I want to get Terry set up. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe this weekend or something with the camera stuff. I really appreciate you guys coming through today. Also, I don't know, like somebody, because my friend, one of my legal counsels. No, I'm just kidding. Not legal. One of my advisors. Not really, but they told me cancel because of the thing I said about YouTube. I'm not talking about Molly. If that's what people are thinking about. There was multiple. I don't know. I'm not gonna say any names, but just multiple suggestions. And then when I hear about the backgrounds of the people they're suggesting me to literally collab with, I'm like, why would you suggest that for me? Like, why? But it's really whatever. I'm super focused on myself, really, and what we're covering and what we're doing. Bonnie Fiddles, I sent you a Facebook video of Amber giving JD the finger during testimony. Did you? Oh, I think you did. I did see your name pop up. Let me check real quick. If it doesn't have like music, I can play it. Sometimes the funny clips, people put music on it. But yeah, and I have no idea what we're gonna do the next couple of days. I might chill a little bit, relax. I want to work on maybe some little funny videos or something to put together. My friend's like, just stop, shut up, don't say anymore, don't do it, iCkEdMeL. Don't do it. Careful. You're gonna be on the list next. Let's see. All right, let's see. I don't know. You think they're doing this on purpose? Okay. Or Amber was doing this on purpose? Maybe she just had her finger placed there. Thank you, Bonnie, for the link. Let me play it right here real quick.
Oh, look at that. Amber Heard giving the finger to Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is sitting.
That is, she's
Like,
giving finger. Look at that.
oh, she is actually. It kind of does look almost like on purpose. He is sitting to that side. I don't know. What do you
Fingers
guys think?
sticking out.
Little witch.
Just like, who was it?
Lindsay Lohan.
Back in the day.
Lindsay Lohan. Destiny. No court tomorrow. All right, man. Yeah, you guys have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Hit like on the way out, and yeah, peace. Adios. Cancel Fridays. Those streams got me like in trouble. I think the last time I got in trouble or something. So